No, the other one.
Hey, Benny, can you hear me? Yeah. Yeah, I know. I know exactly why. It's because of this fucking Mark prick. Because I put heat on him, he's turned around and, you know, he's working her because he dominates her. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, and the trouble is, he knows how to play the psychological game. He's just abusing it for his own benefit. He wouldn't have went near her, and she, because she's emotionally attached, she keeps falling in for his spin. You know, she's in two minds. Yeah.
One day.
And, you know, that's the real tragedy of this brutality, that when it goes unchecked. Yeah, I know. I understand all of that, mate. She doesn't listen to me, so she doesn't, so because she's got this bloody passionate thing for this lying creep. He's twisting the truth. Lie. Oh, that's, yeah, about who? Mark or me? Yeah, okay, that's a good sign. But she, you know, she's got to fight. You know, it's like me with these dickheads. I've got to fight. If you run away from it, they'll continue their bad behaviour towards someone else. And this is the majority case. You know, this is why we've got so much shit in this world. People keep running away. She was in the hangout too, with all the haters. Oh, yeah, Jesus. Now they savage her. So is there some way you can get her in here at all? Or because she feel uncomfortable. Because I can talk to her and I can get her back in charge, I think. But she doesn't like being isolated. And these guys don't understand the savagery of their actions. They're just like a mad mob. And they push her to... Yeah, okay. Well, hopefully she comes in and we can get at it. Well, it's not a matter of getting at her, but it's a matter of getting another perspective to her, right, that's really the truth, right? And I know that you know. I know that you know and I know. But the majority of the mob just are feeding their egos, and because, yeah, that's right. Yeah, they're just feeding their egos. And, you know, if you could somehow take the helicopter view and just take a snapshot of them in action. So actually the link, is it possible to get the link to the video where they're attacking her, the pack? Because I tell you what, that'll make a good talking topic for today. We've got them. Oh, sorry. Benny, you're brilliant, mate. You're absolutely brilliant. Well, that's what happens when you're an enlightened person. Well, I'm not as sharp as you on the technical side and just being fine-tuned to, you know, the opportunities that are passing by. I guess that's because you keep out of the conversation. I get caught up in the conversation, so I'm sort of always thinking about the ego scenarios, and I'm not really worrying about the periphery of evidence and your position. So we make a good team, Benny. Well, I actually need to take a bit of a bathroom break. Can I take a break for a second, and then we'll pick it up, and then we'll have a chat. I want to have a chat. Well, me personally, I don't care about things being broadcast. I just simply don't. But we do need to have a chat about, yeah, we do need to have a chat about your position going forward. Now, for me, I'm fine. I don't need this crap. I don't need it anymore. And if I keep persisting it, they'll... Well, I heard a real strange thing happened last night. Cerebus admitted, right, or actually made the statement that he was the catalyst for me going into care. So that's like him calling a doctor over here and reporting me to a cat team or whatever, and then that leading to because there was a couple of strange things about the whole affair, and I thought, geez, it's just like I'm talking to someone or another voice, when I was talking to the doctor and he's making an assessment. And I thought, oh, geez, it's like he's already got a preconceived idea. Yeah, cerebus. Well, he said it, he said it. But unfortunately, me not thinking, I didn't capture the thing, but I know I saw it, and I know that he knows, and that'll do for that. But I'm curious now, was he just talking crap at the time, and was it just ego mind bullshit, or was it actually real that he actually, because he's a paramedic, see, I think, or something like that. So did he actually phone over here, and is that a catalyst to me actually ending up in in the mental health care scenario where I stayed for 19 days? It is interesting, mate. I promise you. He made that statement in the room. Now, there's a guy that was there as a witness, because I made a comment, and he may well remember. He's a good Aussie bloke. So, I've got a secondary source that I can go to and say, well, yes, they saw him say that. But the thing I know is Cerebus. But with Cerebus, he's in this ego mind state, and he's still saying things that are lies. And when he's caught out, he never admits the lie. He just tries to divert away from the topic. But, I was just thinking of you, Benny, and I was thinking if you get too heavily engaged, because now you're supporting, or, you're seen in the large as supporting me, what happens when if I decide to move on, and I haven't decided precisely what the next move is, where does that leave you? So you enjoy this internet stuff and, trying to help folks in your subtle ways. So I just want you to be mindful. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, exactly right. Well, that's why you do it. It's much more fun than bloody having giggles at people's expense. So, so just be mindful of that, and be mindful of the fact that I'll understand whatever you do will be for the right reasons. No, mate. I think you're a master, actually. See, the thing is, right? People think about this enlightenment condition and they sort of put all sorts of woo on it, but it's kind of like you empty all your baggage out, and then you become the true human, and that's all it is. You get rid of all the bullshit, and you just become the true human, and it's a perfect state. It's a flawless state, absolutely 100% flawless, and so everyone can achieve that standard. Absolutely everyone, but they just got to empty the old ego mind bullshit out, and it isn't any more complex than that. Anyway, I'm going to just take a short break, and I'll be back. All right, now the thing with down corner, Benny. See, we're on the right. See how we're on the same wavelength? We just hit it right on the minute. Yeah, that's right. See, this is the and you know, we're worlds apart, but it's almost like you know, the minds are connected. Same path. That's right. Now with down, so what was the thing that got me? So the mood swings got me a little concerned. I saw him attack a couple of people, you know, with the old trolling behaviours. So that was disappointing. His behaviours last night in the interview, because I'm always watching people's behaviours. They tell me, you know, where the person's at, and you know, or they make me concerned about where the person's at. And so his behaviours were like, I asked him, huh? Questionable. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. You know, this human condition is quite amazing, isn't it? It's just absolutely amazing. It is. It's absolutely amazing. I mean, you know. Well, I suppose when you see how the world kicks around and kicks itself in the arse all the time, you know, and all this stupid behaviour, when you actually understand the full picture and then you start to live. Hang on, who's this person? Now, I don't know this person, Benny. So he's not about drama. Okay, good. Welcome aboard, Derek. Yeah, so with down, there were just some behaviour. So what he did, I asked him, and I was kind of relying on him to do what I asked in terms of the controls that I set when Cerebus came in the room. So the only way I will accept any person in the room, it's Rob's house, Rob's rules. And so down, because he was either bored or he was being mischievous, possibly both, took the just without letting me know, took the broadcast, or put these guys back in the broadcast, which meant that they had a voice, then they could interrupt, and then they get their control back. So it was a big deal for me. Yeah, it was Down's hangout. That's actually the mistake. Well, see, that's the disadvantage I've got. Well, no, he only gave me partial control, so he was really being the controller too, right? So he didn't give me the ability to turn the broadcast on or off. Well, I haven't hit him with it. I haven't hit him with that sort of thing. I knew what was happening, and I knew that he was being a controller and he was being mischievous, right? So I know all that stuff, but I haven't decided what to do about it. Well, I woke up this morning and I did decide, so that's why I said, back off Down. Because he's doing the wrong thing. That's just not the way. You know, if you're going to treat me like that after having known me for well over 12 months, you know, I've got a major fucking problem with that. You know, you talk to me first, or, you know, you just say, I want to do this. You know, you don't just go ahead and do it, particularly when you know when I put in so much work to try and get the ego mind locked down. So did Dan say something to you? No, mate. I'd go by the behaviours. The words don't count. Although in your case, I have to rely on words, which reveal the behaviours. Oh, I don't know. Wouldn't have a clue. Well, that'll become apparent. That'll become apparent in the next few days, because, you know, me telling him to fuck off is a big test for him. So we'll just see what sort of a man he is. So I put him right on a pinpoint by saying 2 words, fuck off. So we'll see. Exactly. Strong words. Well, you know, the reason, right, and that's the reason I'll do things like that. It'll look out of character for someone that's enlightened, but the reason I'll do that is because I want an immediate reaction. I don't want to dilly-dally. So these are serious things that he did, right? Particularly given the 1 year relationship and the way he's projected himself. These are extremely serious things to me. If after that time that's the way he wants to behave, that tells me he's got strong ego issues. Well, mate, I don't need to deal with it. Go and find another friend somewhere. Do something else. So I don't have a problem with taking that action at all. Not one. See, Benny, like I keep saying, it's about the truth. If you want to be enlightened and if you want to be like the way we live, right, you've got to be fucking 100% honest. Then they'll take that and repurpose it and say, you lie, Rob. Well, show me the lie and I'll explain why I do things, because sometimes I do sneaky things to wind you pricks up. So, Benny, I hope that explains the down scenario enough for you. Yeah, okay. Well, see, that's the thing. You understand where I'm coming from. But he's still, and I always knew about the trolling stuff. Always knew. But I sort of let it go because I thought the guy was, trying to make a good go of it. Nah, Benny. Nah, I wasn't. It's not so much about being too hard on him. I'm actually calling him to account with a sharp tap on the face. That's all I'm doing. I'm doing no more harm than that. His reaction beyond that, oh, well, actually, that's a good point. I see your point. Benny. Because that is the difference between you and I. I'll give that some thought, Benny. But, well, here, I'll ask you a question, right? How much success have you had using your method? 50%. Well, that's bloody a lot better than me. So who's a person, if it's okay, if you can't say, well, just don't. Oh, so you were the one that enlightened Jesus. Now, I was kind of thinking, I was thinking, is there someone more contemporary that we both know that's been a bad wolf and you've helped them become a good wolf? Ah, okay, yeah, I noticed that actually. I actually noticed that. She seems a lot. Yeah, I'm still not convinced about him because I still see the sneaky behaviours. Ah, okay. I can't hear him. Okay. Okay. All I did was lift the mic up. Hey, Benny, I was thinking, this yellow ball of yours is actually absolutely brilliant. It works in the context. I'm sorry. Yeah, go, mate. Yeah, see, the noise is coming off Derek, Benny.
Hello.
Hello, Derek. Derek. No, it's okay, mate. Don't worry about it. Yeah, do you want to speak on mic or do you do the side chat thing? What's Derek up to? Derek, come on, have a chat. Hey, Benny, are the trolls gathering? Oh, yeah, it's no doubt that they savage sugar. Oh, okay, mate. Yeah. No worries. I don't. Well, that's the other thing too, Benny. I'm not sure. Who's that? Hello. Oh, Kazumi, with all of the silly comments. Hello, Kazumi. The ones who attacked Sugar were mostly girls. Yeah, did a bitch thing, eh? The bitch pack. Was Renee one of them? Welcome, Kiers. And that Renee, yeah. How are you? Now that's well, I probably didn't help the mood of the meeting, because when Hermione came on this morning, um, when Hermione came on this morning, right? I called her Hermit the Crabby. I thought that was actually quite clever, because she's kind of got, she can be a little crabby. And then with Sparkle, I call her Holy Moly, and Renee, I call her Renee the Frumpy. So, Benny, I'm wondering, maybe we could, is it possible for us to show the video? What's happening? Can you hear me, Benny? Oh, okay.
I can hear you fine. I just can't hear anyone else. You're the only person I hear.
Well, I'm the only one talking. Benny the Bull doesn't talk, and our friend, what's his name? Derek.
Derek.
Yeah, he, jeez, he, Derek doesn't seem to want to talk. Hey, what? Yeah, okay. Righto. So, hey, Benny, can you just broadcast my logo for a bit? So make me the center of attention. Yeah, okay, thanks. I just wanted to sort of show that logo. I'm quite happy to explain it. It has meaning. Righto. So, why now was the question from Benny. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Um, so what we want to look at now, or whenever Benny can get it, is we want to look at, so we're going to talk a little bit about the ego phenomena. So Benny and I are enlightened people, so we don't have egos. It might look like it, but we simply do not. 90, probably, we guess Benny, yeah, no egos. See, that's it. Benny agrees. We probably guess that about 98% of the human population has an ego.
Everyone has an ego. We can try to not have one. We can try to uh, do our best to not have one, but we still have one.
No, there's a difference in a spiritual context. So yes, you're right. The design of the human is such that we have these two factors. I call them survival instincts. One's about the self, and one's about surviving for the herd. So the ego that I'm talking about is the ideas about the self that are flawed and have no basis in reality. And that's all. That is the only definition I give to ego. So the human
You'll
has
have, you'll have
taken
to,
on.
you'll have to explain that more.
Well, no, it's no more complex than what I said. I'll try and say it again. And it's absolutely true, and true in the absolute sense. There is no other definition. So as a human goes through life, what happens is that they have various experiences, or various information or data comes into the mind, And when the mind makes a faulty call on the reality, that then is a component of ego. And the ego is a collection of these wrong notional ideas about the self and reality. And that's what the
But
ego.
we
Yep.
can't get rid of that.
Yes, you can. What you do is you replace the belief or the assumption with the truth. Once you do that,
But
then
you can only do that to a certain degree. No one is 100% in touch with themselves. Nobody. Not one
yes,
person.
yes, I am.
Bullshit.
No, it's not bullshit. Jesus was.
It is.
No, it's not. Prove your case.
Nobody. It's not within our genetic makeup to be able to do that.
Explain that. Then what's your evidence or what's your position?
We can
Well,
only be so in touch with.
You made a grandiose statement as if it were a fact. That's very
But you're
egoic.
making the grandiose statement that you have gotten past that.
Correct.
And well,
But I
prove that
explained.
then.
But I explained explicitly what I mean by ego and why I don't have one. I told you. Listen carefully.
You're saying you have no misconceptions about your own thoughts.
Correct.
Bullshit.
No,
Bullshit.
Not
Not even the most studied psychologists, psychiatrists, anyone is fully in touch with that. Nobody, not one person alive is fully in touch with that. Not one person.
I am.
Well, then your statement of saying that is showing how much you are not.
Okay, well, I'll state my statement again, and then you can demonstrate or try and prove that I'm wrong. What I said to you quite simply is this. As a human goes through life, they take information on board into the brain, and the brain constructs an inaccurate representation of reality. Through their life, there's a collection of those particular thoughts in mind. That is the ego. If you correct each of those errors back to what the true reality is, then there is no ego, because there is
The
no
thing
collection.
is, the thing is when we collect information, even what's currently going on, when we collect this information, there can be miscommunication, misinterpretation. Our senses can be wrong. There's so many factors that go into how we can get this stuff wrong.
Presume when you misspeak, I'd like to be able to pull you up and then explain to you why you misspoke. You made a statement that's just then, and then they're really important points, right? So don't treat it as if I'm trying to be rude to anything, but I think it's important for the discussion that we explore what you're saying and why you think and whether it's correct or not. You made a statement then. You said the senses can make errors. That's an absolute lie. The senses cannot make error. They're not designed to make error. The error occurs in the brain.
Yes, we misinterpret things. We hear something wrong. We see something wrong. Our senses do not always deliver what we think it will be delivering.
No, that's incorrect again. Might I remind you, there's nothing in the senses. They don't vary. They're not by design. They don't have any thinking organism. They simply do sensing. They don't do a damn thing else. That they're data collectors. There's no error at the sensing level. There just simply is not. There's variation, right, between people, and we can use that variation to scientifically explain why one person came up with a conclusion based on senses to the other. Colour blindness is the perfect.
Okay.
Hang on. You'll miss important points. Colour blindness is the perfect example, right? In colour blindness, the resulting information in the mind is not accurate to reality, right? But we can actually measure the colorblind person and explain why the variation occurred, the sensing organ did not, because it's just not capable of variation.
Our senses can change over time. We can temporarily not have a blockage. We can like if you're typing on a keyboard and some of the keys go out on that keyboard, but they might come back later. Okay, some of those keys go out. What you're typing may not be what what is actually being entered. And our senses are the same way.
Wait a minute. No, you can't relate a keyboard to human senses. There's no comparison. Talk specifically about this. Hang on, Kashum, please. Talk specifically about the sensing organ. Do not use comparative methods, because if you do, you're at risk of introducing a false error. You cannot use a keyboard to help you explain senses. Just talk about
I can use whatever the fuck I want to help explain senses.
Well, all right. Nice of you to visit. See you later. Got no time for bullshit, artists.
I don't have any bullshit. I don't have time for your bullshit either, man. You're spewing bullshit. You're stating that I can't make any comparisons to our senses.
Can we get rid of this idiot, please? I don't have
Can we get rid of this idiot here?
No, just you. Yeah, Benny, I mean it when I say it. Yeah, it's Rob's hanging out, and he's just not playing by the rules. So out he goes.
I'm not playing by the rules. So if I don't agree with you 100%, then I'm not playing by the rules. That's how it goes.
I'll give you another chance. Explain your position on the error at the sense level, but please keep it very specific to the senses.
We can have, our ears can be clogged temporarily. Sometimes we can have something health-wise going on that changes our audio and changes our visual things.
Kashum, please, do not do the bloody preaching things. If you make a statement like your ears blocked is a measure of...
I'm not preaching shit, dude. I'm not preaching shit.
If you make a point to defend your position, then...
I have.
Well, okay, let's talk about it. You said something about the ears being blocked as a point for your argument. Explain that. And don't move
explain
off. Explain it.
What do you mean explain it? It's already simple. It's simple. Sometimes we can have things that change our senses temporarily. Period.
What? What's your example?
We have something is in our ears. We have our ears get clogged with the wax. Sometimes we can have eaten something funny and it makes our vision funny temporarily. Our senses can be affected. Even our sense of touch can be affected.
Kashum, do you see how you went on to several points? Can you just stay with the ear example first until we're finished?
I'm already finished with that example. You don't need to know any more than that.
Well, I want to challenge you on that. May I?
Actually, no, because it's a simple, no, there's no reason to challenge it. That's like challenging, the sky is blue. Oh, well, I want to challenge you on that. No, dude, it doesn't work that way.
It does work that way because you're wrong.
No, it doesn't, man. It doesn't.
I'll explain if you wish.
You are an idiot.
I can explain if you wish. It's up to you.
It just sounds like to me you want to spew some viewpoint, and anyone that wants to break it apart, you will continue to break apart everything into these categories. I mean, you won't even accept simple, basic things.
Well, I'm prepared to prove that you're wrong. Do you want me to explain it or not? So
do you want to prove that the sky isn't really blue? It's just some sort of illusion, and it's some, something like that. I mean, this is the kind of way you're arguing here.
No, I'm not. I'm very specific. I make very specific statements, and I call out very specific errors when they come up. So what you said is this. You said that if an example of variation at the sense level is when the ears are blocked. Well, what happens in that instance is there's no variation to the senses at all. You've got an abnormal condition created by blocking the ear. The sense remains still perfect and does its job perfectly. That is not an example that shows variation within the senses at all. It just means that there's a variation that we can knowably explain why the person isn't reporting accurately. So it does not debunk the claim that I'm making, which says that the senses are incapable of variation by design. They simply
That
collect data.
that is a ridiculous argument of semantics. That is ridiculous argument of semantics, man. That's
Why?
ridiculous.
Why? And use the current example. Stay within the context of this blocked ear.
No, no, I will bring up
No,
other types of examples.
can't do that, then you're disingenuous and you may as
Yes,
well
I can.
No, stay with the, because I've proven, I think, to anyone with half a fucking brain listening, that your argument about blocked ears has no relationship to the fact that sensors do not vary. They simply record data. That's all they fucking do. And then they pass it on to the brain. The blocked ear scenario that you raised is just a variation from norm, and it can be scientifically explained. And hang on, so I've got to spend some time with this lady to Zoom, so think about that. Sugar, welcome.
There can be health things that affect our hearing. There can be health things that affect our vision.
Yes,
Okay.
but we're still in the realm of perfect knowledge because we're able to scientifically validate why the sensors aren't reporting or doing their job as we would normally expect. So we're still in the realm of knowledge and science and facts, absolute facts, not, and I mean 100% absolute facts. Yeah, Sugar, you'll come on in a minute, I think, or whenever you choose to. I think you're free to talk any time. So you can have the floor anytime you like, because we understand that they've been bullying you again. Yeah, so Kazoom, right, what I'm saying, and I'm saying it the haters have been nasty. Yep, spreading lies, I know. We'll deal with them, don't worry about that. We'll kick their ass. Oh, you're fine? Oh, that's good to hear, Sugar. Glad to hear it. And so do you mean that from a spiritual point of view? And you know what I mean by that? Yeah. Yeah, okay, well, that's good. That's all I really need to know, because when you say it, you don't lie. So as long as you're happy, as long as you're spiritually comfortable, well, then that makes me feel a lot better. So Hermione, Sparkle, and Renee. Now, yeah, okay, got it. Hey, there's no way you can stop us, Sugar. We're going to take to task Herme, Sparkle, and Renee. We're going to show them, and it's not to hurt them specifically. It's just to show them what the ego mind does and how it creates a lot of drama and trouble. Because that's the real problem here. It's not the people, it's the ego mind. Hey, Sugar, what do you think? Oh shit! Oh dear, that's not good. Who's this Alan dude? Benny, do you know this Alan dude? I don't like the look of him. Oh, okay, get rid of him then. Piss him off. Oh, okay. Oh, you mean just unwell today? Is he okay as a person? All right, welcome, Alan. Yeah, okay. All right, welcome. Alan, we're being heavily trolled, so we're very cautious about who we let into our rooms. Hey, Kazoom, did you see how quickly Benny popped up that logo image of Alan? Yeah, so Sugar, I'm going to take that matter to task as well, because I feel, and it's only my opinion, but I don't give a shit, I think that he was the one that created that outcome. And for you, it's just life experience.
Yeah, it was the first time I ever did that, and that was a big mistake. I mean,
Yeah, but he conned you.
hold on.
This is what cunning people are capable of. They're actually capable of manipulating people, and they get very, very good at it, right? So don't
They're
take it.
good. I could not believe. I needed to hear that because I
Yeah,
needed to hear the depths of their dishonesty.
absolutely, absolutely. I mean,
That's what was keeping me in denial.
yeah, yeah. Well, that's right.
Because
But
the things he said to me, see, he's not saying anything that he said verbally. He's only showing everything that I wrote on my side, and I clearly admit there are times I went off the rails. There are times when I tried different tactics to get through to him. That's what I did.
yeah,
But
well, that's
if 4 times he has said to me, and he just did it yesterday, and I gave him a copy of it where he said, "That's it. Now we're done completely." He never ever even said he was considering us getting back together, but he keeps saying that to screw with my head.
exactly, exactly.
And
I mean,
he's saying he never wanted to be with me.
yeah, but
Oh, okay.
that's the ego mind wanting to attack the because the ego mind doesn't give a shit about anyone else but the self, and so
Right.
okay, yeah,
Yes.
he's desperately trying to save face in the community because he's been caught out, and he knows that he'll get his ass kicked
Him.
once we're done
All
with
he
him.
had to do was talk to me for 5 minutes.
Well, exactly. But again, you got to remember too, and this is a good life lesson, that he was running an agenda all the time, 100%. He had no love at all for you. It was just purely about himself. That's all that was going on. No,
I understand. I do understand. I know I was too trusting.
yeah, yeah. But the positive news is that you come out of the experience, and they're tough experiences. Believe me. I mean, I've gone through one myself. But the tough experience, well, I'm sort of, it's not so tough this time around because I'm enlightened, right? But it's frustrating,
Exactly.
I suppose, more than anything. But what I'm
Yeah.
saying is that you've come through that experience. I promise you, you'll be a shitloads better person. So there's a real karma outcome, an absolute karma outcome, absolute. I mean, and I mean of high degree. Do you understand? What I'm
Yes, I do.
saying
Here,
is that
Brother John is chastising me right now. Yeah, he's saying, really getting validation from Rob. I'm putting better than betrayal from all of you.
yeah, well, exactly right. I mean, it's not validation of your story; it's validation of truth. That's all that's happening here. But for those guys that have been behaving badly and have taken on board an idea that's not correct about reality, influenced by Mark, they've been sucked in
Yeah.
by Mark. So you think
Yep.
you're the only one that got sucked in? You got this whole community got sucked in by this asshole. And
Yeah.
yeah,
Yep.
yeah. And now,
I'm my
now
granddaughter.
they have to face the reality of their own behaviour. So again, like I said, you walk away from it, and the karma for you is an extremely positive experience. And I mean, the harder it is, the much stronger the outcome. And
Oh
I
yeah.
think this is going to make you a really strong person. On
And
their
then
side,
he went for the other thing. He just came into some money, and he said that the only reason I wanted to be with him was for the money and to get into the UK. I was going to the UK before I met him, and my
yeah, but
mother
hang
is
on, hang on,
so
hang on,
freaking rich. Wait,
sugar.
my mother is so rich, I don't need his money.
Yeah, I know, sugar. I bet you if we went over there, the
Yes.
guy's probably living in poverty. I think it's bullshit.
I didn't care about that.
No,
I married for love. I married for love
no,
4 times.
sugar. What I'm trying to say, so still need to improve your radar a little. When you look at the whole circumstance,
Sorry.
yeah,
I'm listening. I'm just muting.
yeah. So what I was going to say is, if you look at the whole story, right, he's told lies all the way through, right? So there's no reason to believe. Now, there was one there which
Yep, the
seemed
entire time.
I remember he spoke about PSTD or whatever, and he said, but he hadn't been into care yet, right? So that meant that you had no way of checking the history or the validity of that at any time. So he's always covering his ass. They're cunning buggers.
Yeah, well, yeah.
And then the other thing is, you know, now that he comes to this situation, he brings up the story about his son and tries to get to you emotionally about the son and label you as doing something wrong there, and you didn't. And we didn't speak about his son. We just fucking didn't.
No, I said one sentence. All I said was I was worried about. I said he was.
Yeah, I know, but it was benign, right? It wasn't anything cruel or hurtful. But he spins it as if it's thing. And this is their form of these people with fucking egos. They spin the truth into their own perspective, and they're always about making you, because the ego cares about the self. It doesn't give a shit about the other person, right? And so now we have a story. Now he's trying to paint a picture about you that you're a money grubber. Well, I'd suggest to you, if we were to investigate that, right, hold him to task, we'd find that he's not coming to money at all. It's just all bullshit. Do you understand?
Well, that doesn't matter to me. Yeah, you know, I bet he is, because he was talking about it. So, I mean...
Sugar, this is really
But it's not enough. Here's the thing. It's not enough money. Sugar, and I'm not going to say how much, but it's not enough money to make a difference.
Sugar.
Yeah.
This is important, right? This is an important life lesson. What I'm just saying to you, when you're dealing with people at the large, make sure that you look at the big picture and that there's consistency, right, across the story. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Yeah. Take it, because it's a powerful lesson, because one of the things I learned in dealing with all of these people with egos is that you have to fucking pin them down to specifics. Now, Kazoo did it to me tonight. He wanted to prove his point, and then he started rattling off 5 or 6 different, or no, he didn't do that. He did it 2, I think. Got to 2 when I pulled him up. Wants to make a broad-based statement and wants to project information as if it's fact, right? You've got to pull them up on each point. You say, oh, shit, that doesn't sound right. Can you explain a bit more? They don't want to do it. So you end up in a fight. Now, usually people walk away from that fight. So in other words, the ego and bullshit get more exposure than they damn well should. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, and that's exactly what happens. I tried to make a point, and then they just kept dogpiling me. Didn't matter what I said, so.
All right. Hey, Sugar, I'm really glad that you're learning about these things, because that's the first thing I said to you. I felt that your bullshit radar wasn't working very well.
Remember, I told you just when I'm in love.
Well, that's the trouble for you young ladies. You know, you can't help being in love, so that's what it is. But you know, be in love, you know, by all means, but just be careful, because there's a lot of people, and Benny and I hold that 98% of the people on the planet have got an ego. So just
1 second, Rob. I want to. Hey, Kazoo, you've been on this adventure since I first got on to Google, and you've interacted with a lot of the same personalities. Kazoo, would you say that little group that Brother John hangs around with, that a lot of those people have a double standard, and they're blinded by their own egos?
One of the things that I get frustrated with is when people don't want to pay attention to what someone is actually trying to say. Like, if they don't word it just right, they'll just jump all over the person. And I see people do that to Sugar a lot. It's like, she doesn't word it just the right way. Well, that's not technically correct. Well, can't you just look at what she's saying?
Yep.
And people won't do it. And then they'll say all these, oh, well, she said this and this and this. It's like, well, you know what she was saying, but then they don't look at that. They just pick apart the way that she worded it and don't try to look at what the intent of what she's saying. And that drives me nuts.
Well, what they're doing is they have a notional idea of reality in their mind, which is not actually correct. Sugar lives the reality. She doesn't bullshit. So there's a conflict, right? So what they do with the statement that comes from Sugar, they are looking for ways to repurpose it to their own worldview. And their own worldview, in Sugar's case, when this Mark dude's around, this Mark dude's put up another story about Sugar, and these idiots have fucking bought it. Look, hook, line, and sinker. So, you know, it becomes a bit of a concluded, confounded mess. The way you sort out that mess, right, is that you doggedly, on each point, just like I'm doing with you, Kazoo, you doggedly persist for the evidence. So this is going against what you're saying, but I tell you, the truth is very, very important. You doggedly insist on the person examining the basis for what they're saying, because I promise you, a lot of people hold things to be true that are not true when they're examined. Yeah. So in Sugar's case, you know, and the thing is, if you can manage to develop that skill, what happens then, after you've beaten a person around the head a couple of times, you actually then have a nice conversation, right? Because there's more respect, there's more comfortableness in examining your own thinking, you know, and then when you walk away from that experience, you're fucking all the wiser. It's true, it's an absolute truth to say the truth sets you free. Sugar, am I right?
Yes, sir. Yes, you're right.
Sometimes, though, it's hard to get to the truth.
Yeah,
Yes.
and I understand what they say about my truth versus the truth, and I'm telling the truth. If I've done something wrong, I admit to it. If I saw something in a different way, I admit to it. But if I tell you that I didn't do something, I legitimately didn't do it. And if I forgot, I only had one issue where I actually forgot, and it was the truth, and I had never lied to him before. I said, yeah, I forgot all about that. It was something that I did once, and I had forgotten about it. I had no history of mistrust. Why would anybody mistrust me? It's because they're all liars. That's why they just assume everybody else is.
Another thing, though, is someone doesn't realize that they've done something.
Because an important point. You must remember at the end of the day that these are still just people, just like all of us. All that's going on is that they've got faulty notional ideas in their fucking head, and they want to hang on to that. So that's the only problem. Once that's gone and resolved correctly, then the person's fine and good to go, and good as the next person. And that's a really, really very, very important thing to keep in mind. I'll wind people up. I'll call them all sorts of names, but I'm only doing it to wind them up and just try and get them to fucking come back to reality and talk truth. And the other thing I want to say to you, Sugar, trust your senses. They never, ever, ever let you down, right? So if you witness something and someone's saying you're talking shit, just tell them they're talking shit, and let them know that you're immovable when it comes to, if you experienced something, you saw something, blah, 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 that's what happened. You know? Anyway, sorry.
It's true.
Well, I mean, with that kind of goes again into sometimes we can mishear something, sometimes we can missee something, and, you know, we can argue whether or not it's directly related to the senses themselves or the way that our brain is temporarily interpreting those senses. We can still misinterpret things.
The brain. No, the error always occurs in the brain. When you're dealing with the sensory level, I grant you there's variation, but it can scientifically be validated. The sense organ is by design just a data collector, period. That's all it does. Any variation across population can be any and all can be scientifically validated. The only place of error is in the mind. And when you have a wrong idea in your head, that's your ego.
Let's say somebody is sick. Someone has a flu or something like that. They're very, very sick, and they're the way that, like when someone is sick, it can cause problems with their hearing. When someone is sick, it can cause problems with their vision, and that can quite modify the way that we interpret our senses.
Okay, hold that thought, because you made a statement. Again, you're correct. not disputing it, but all we've got is a knowable, scientifically provable variation to the normal function of senses in those examples. Continue.
Well, that's all I was saying. I'm just saying there can be these kinds of variations based on a number of factors, and one of those factors could be someone's health. So.
Correct, I accept that. But again, I say to you that you can go to a doctor or a professional, and they can actually knowably, scientifically explain the cause of variation. So, you know, once everything's explainable and knowable, it's 100% accurate. And so sensors just collect data, and they accurately, by design, they accurately reflect reality. The errors always occur in the brain. That's all I'm saying. So, and it's a
You know, I don't feel. I feel like my my brain. You know, I don't think my judgment is not that off. I mean,
yeah, well, you're not.
Perfect example. Perfect example right here. Toaster.
Yeah, but hang on, sugar. Hang on, sugar.
Yeah.
I just want to say something important to you, right? The reason that you're not off intellectually or in the mind, you don't misreport the mind level, is because you're a truthful person. That's the outcome. You know, when you don't tell lies, in other words, the information comes in and it's usually sorted out quite quickly. I mean, Benny and I, we don't report in error in the brain. We just don't. And that's the enlightened state. But you've got a little thing going, you know, there's a little ego thing going on, which I'm seeing improvements in, right? I don't want this prick in the room. Benny, will you piss him off?
Oh, give him a chance. Give him a chance.
No.
Oh, okay.
I go. If he doesn't go, I go. No, Benny. No, Benny. No exceptions. Don't let him speak at all. Get him out of here.
Can I vouch for him?
No, not at all. I won't accept it. Benny, please get him out. No, Benny. No, I'm not doing the soft shoe shuffle with this guy. He and I have to have a private chat first, and then we'll let him back into the community.
Well, I can leave so you can have that chat with him.
No. He can wait.
You know, I met Toaster. He seems to be very nice, very level-headed. Seems to be.
Yeah, I didn't kick him because I'm curious about him.
Oh.
But this guy, Chaswell, I know explicitly well, and he's a fucking nightmare. And he has some serious.
Like I said, he's never been a nightmare to me. But I hear what you're saying, but he never has been that way.
Well, sugar, you said that about Mark as well, right?
Yes, but Chaswell is still here, and he's still being nice to me, and Mark is not.
Benny, I'm afraid I'm going to have to leave if you don't move him. I know it's a hard act for you to do, mate, and I know the way that you treat things, but I'm the one that's been abused by this person. No, Benny, no, I'm not moving, not immovable. I'm immovable.
Yes, honey. Can I go through this and then we'll get you in here privately? You know, I'm standing up for you.
It's not about politeness, Chaswold. It's about 100% honesty. That's my problem with you. Benny, I'll only say this one more time. He must go immediately. Okay, mate. I leave. Thank you. All right, thank you, Benny. Appreciate it. I know I'm being tough, mate, but you've got to remember that guy has abused me for about fucking 12 months, right? And he will not come out of his ego mind to admit that. And so I'm not prepared.
I think he's going to. I really feel like he's going to.
Yes, but that's fine.
I really do. The lot's changing out there, and I think he's starting to see the truth.
Well,
he hears it from you.
Yeah, hang on, sugar. I understand a lot. Really, I do.
I know you do.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I actually do know who Jesus really was, and I know his true teachings. So there's a lot I know. And I've dealt with these guys for a long time, trying genuinely to try and get them to see the error of their ways because of the harm they do. And I picked every one of them 100% right. I just do. So I know exactly what I'm doing, and I am doing it for his benefit, but I will not do it any other way than on my terms. I've been down the road of sort of trying to entertain egos, yeah. So I just won't. There's just, I'm an immovable person when it comes to that sort of thing. See, but the door's always open. So he is more than welcome to come and have a chat with me in private, and then I'll see very quickly within the scope of that chat where he's at and whether he's prepared to be a genuine individual. And when I spot that, you know, I'll open the door and I'll welcome him, and you know, I'll teach him whatever he wants to be taught. You know, but he's a bit of a stubborn prick. He thinks he knows a lot of stuff, and honestly, he doesn't when you test him. So I know exactly what I'm doing precisely. And at the end of the day, it's his choice. And I don't know whether you remember, I said to you, and I mean it very sincerely, karma is built in. Karma is built in. So never worry about justice, ever. Right? Justice takes care of itself.
You're right. I used to know that at one point.
I will not budge. Hey, sorry? What?
I said, I know I used to know that at one point. I'm sorry that I've forgotten it, because I know that you're right on that one.
When you say karma is built in, are you saying that someone, it's not the outside forces, it's someone's own mind?
Yes.
Well, I don't know what he means by it, but go ahead.
I know. Well, I'll try and be as short as I can so that Sugar can speak, because I'm interested in your how you see it, Sugar. But the way I understand it is because you have faulty ideas in mind, right? So there's a flawed state in mind. That's your barrier to enlightenment. You'll never achieve enlightenment, never ever, as long as your ass points to the ground, until you actually resolve the false state. So it's an absolutely true statement that the truth sets us free. It is the truth that actually liberates us. So we have to have an accurate knowledge or accurate awareness of the self, an absolute accurate awareness of the self. There cannot be any, you know, half-assed fudging. So for guys, and so there's two sides to karma, the good and the bad, right? So Sugar was treated appallingly by a group of humans who were just beating their ego. And they formed a pact. This guy can stay, Benny, but he has to keep quiet because he's got a bee in his bonnet. And if he disrupts stuff, yeah, but if he disrupts anything, right, kick him immediately because he's trying to push his own agenda.
Who are we talking about?
Brother John. But hey, don't worry about that, Sugar. Sugar. Karma. So
I know, but Brother John has been good. He's been really good to me. I mean, he's really tried to see everybody's side.
Sugar, that's Stockholm syndrome. You're suffering from Stockholm syndrome right now.
Yeah, Sugar. Now, Sugar.
Yes. Yes.
Karma being built in, because I want to hear your side of it to see, you know, I might learn something, right, from the experience. So, with a faulty ego in mind being the barrier to enlightenment, the true state, right, the person then lives in this false state. And Benny, I'll ask Benny a question. Benny, the enlightened state is fucking much better than the ego state, is it not? Put it on the ball. Yep, that's it. Yes, it is. Now, he means that sincerely, you know, because he's enlightened. Now, so there's a measure of karma. In your case, Sugar, where you were being kicked around by these people, right, you were put into a false state scenario. You knew the true state. You've managed to be able to hold your sense of rightness, right? You know, validate that you are a true person, all that sort of thing. So that builds your character up, right? So you improve your position, and it's like improving your truth pennies, right? So you're moving closer and closer to the enlightened state. So you get it, and that is a really significant and fantastic outcome. On their side, right, they're loading up more false notional ideas about reality in the brain, and therefore the barrier, they've increased the hurdle that they've got to get over to get to the lightened state. So, do you understand?
Yes, I
But
do.
also, yeah, but also, if you actually spend time with them, you'll find that they become moodier and crankier, and all this sort of shit goes on because they're living away from the truth.
Yeah.
So karma is 120,000% built into the design of the human. So what's your take on it?
Well, as I've always experienced it, is I don't have a big spiritual position, but that karma is set in. It starts from the very beginning when we come into existence, and everything that we do has an equal and opposite effect at times. And you can also, like he said, put the pennies away. If you're doing good, you're putting good energy out into the world, and good comes back to you. Hold on.
Well, that's an absolute true statement, and I'll say it very explicitly. If you're loving your neighbour, in other words, feeding the good wolf or responding to the herd instinct, right? When you behave like that, it's like giving out love, and when you give out love, it comes back to you in return. So you have a really strong and positive. Oh God!
I'm sorry. I have to take care of the baby real. I have to take care of the baby real quick. I'll be back when she's comfortable.
No worries, no worries. Benny, I don't want Cerebus in the room. Period.
Benny, I don't want Rob in the room. How about that?
Yeah, well, I understand that. Benny, we have to move quickly.
Remove him from broadcast. Remove him from broadcast.
Get him out. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Cerebus, you can just sit there and shut up. You're a shocking liar. Absolute shocking. So Benny says, Cerebus, now I punish you from being broadcast. I punished him, Rob. Kicked him in the ass. So we're not about punishing people in this room. We're not the bully people like you fucking people. What we do now, Benny, I'm going to say this, and I'm going to only say it once. If Cerebus starts to try and intellectually interfere with Sugar, I want him kicked out fucking immediately. Benny? Is that okay? Yeah, but if he does intellectually try and muck around with Sugar, fucking want him kicked out immediately.
Hey, Rob, this toasty guy is kind of making me nervous just having him sit there like that. It kind of makes me wonder what he's going to plot.
Oh, yeah, one at a time. I just want to make sure.
He's really good. He's really good.
Yeah. Sugar. I like to make my own mind up. I see behaviours. Now, maybe we'll talk to Toasty.
Benny, you said you wouldn't kick me. Please give me the same consideration to serve.
Oh, you want to be unbroadcast?
Been waiting.
Is that what you mean? Hey, what are you saying? What are you saying, Brother John? All right, play your silly fucking games, you baby. So what we'll do is we'll talk with Toasty the Roasty. Now, Benny, I'm sorry, mate, but I'm going to have to insist on it. So it's not you, it's me. No. What? He's lost audio. How convenient. That was the trick that Cerebus bloody pulls. Okay, you're welcome back, Brother John. Now, yeah, so Benny, please, without long discussion, if I say kick someone, kick them out immediately, and I'll explain. Yeah, thank you, Benny. Appreciate it. Kick them out immediately because they're doing a dance and they just want to focus their attention. But today I want to focus, the attention on these guys themselves. Now, sugar. Yeah, dance trolls dance.
Rob, shut up a second.
Oh, I'm not sure I want to. I'm not sure I want.
This is not the Rob dance. Hey, Sugar. I take it Sugar's still dealing with the baby. Is it a boy? I don't think she ever told me.
It's a girl.
I will respect Rob Benny as much as he respects me. I think that's fair. Doesn't everyone else?
Oh, geez, I'm rabbiting on. Okay, okay. No, get rid of service, will you, please? He's, he just won't listen. So fuck him. Piss him off. Please, Benny. Please, Benny. Please, Benny. Please, Benny. No.
Rob,
No.
he's pulled out a broadcast, so I think
Benny,
it's
he
listen. He's forced to listen to you, Rob. That's better.
Oh, all right. Okay, I'll play that game. But don't give him a voice. If you give him a voice, then I stop. Now, okay, Toasty, let's have a chat to you. How are you, Toasty?
Hello, Robbie.
Yeah, pretty good. No complaints.
Good, good.
Well, got any grievances, or is life good, or what's happening in your world?
As I said to you the other day, I've got food in my fridge. I've got electricity in the outlets.
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. You didn't say that to me the other day.
You asked me how I was, and I said,
Yeah, but wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hang on. We deal with specifics, right? Because it reveals the character of the person.
okay.
Yeah, Rob is trying to get one in on you, man. He's making stuff up like this. He fabricates stories.
Yeah, well, that's what we'll find out in the fabric of the discussion. So what you just said to me was you said, as I said to you the other day, blah, 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 blah.
That's
You
right, yeah.
you did not say anything to me the other day about blah, 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 blah.
No, I didn't say blah, blah, blah. You asked me how I was, and I told you that all things considered...
Don't repurpose it. Don't repurpose it.
No, I'm
right?
not, Rob. No, I'm not.
What I'm trying to show you is why I'm suspicious of you.
Okay, so
You
then let's
make
hear
up
it.
you make up a story, right, about reality that is not reality. It is an absolute fact. No, wait a minute. It is an absolute fact that you did not say those things to me the other day.
Well, one of us is having a faulty memory then. We'll leave it down to that. I'll put my
No, we
hand
will
up.
not.
Listen,
We won't
Rob,
move on. No, Toasty, we will
can
not
move
move.
on because
We
I'll
will
say
not move. We will not move
I
past
don't
this
want to move on
point
it.
until you acknowledge that you said something that was incorrect.
No,
We
Rob,
will
I
not.
can't acknowledge that because if I was going to come in here and make up a story, I'd come up with something a little bit more fruity and salacious than repeating something or claiming that I said something to you the other day and then repeating it. That would be lunacy. And secondly,
Benny, this guy is just like Chaz. Can you piss him off?
I've
You and I,
got to go, Benny. I've got to go, Benny.
Toasty, you and I are done. I don't want to speak to you again.
We haven't even started, Rob. We've
But
had
I'm a very quick judge of character. I've worked you out. Okay, Benny, get rid of him. Benny, please. Benny, please get rid of Toasty.
Benny, don't get rid of Toasty. Benny, don't get rid of Toasty. Benny, don't get rid of Toasty. Benny.
Thank you, Benny. And thank you, too, for... Yeah, I know, Benny, I know that you want to bloody save these pricks, but I think it does them more service to kick them in the arse. And the harder you do, then, because it's the nature of the ego. They can't help themselves. All right, Brother John, you're next.
what do you want, Rob?
No, you came to this room. What do you want?
I
Benny,
came.
100%. I
Benny,
want
Benny,
100%
Benny,
honesty.
Benny, Dick Rob, Benny,
I
Benny,
want a voice. I want Serb to have a voice. I want Joe to have a voice, and as long as everybody's respectful, everybody should be able to have their
No,
voice.
Brother John, it's not. That's not going to happen in this house. If you're not happy with that,
There's no
go to.
respect in the house. No respect in
Yeah,
the house.
yeah, go. Just piss off. You're going to do it on my terms, or we ain't going to fucking do it at all. Period. Get it through your fucking thick head.
What's your terms?
Right. It's about you. We're just going to talk about you, or what's upsetting you, or what you think.
No, what's
what
your
you
terms, Rob? You said
What
your terms. I can't
these are
submit
the
to your
terms.
terms unless I know them.
These are the terms. It's going to be about you. It's going to be about your worldview. If you've got a problem with me, you're going to express that problem. But step by step by step, when you raise an issue, right, we're going to examine whether you have a faulty idea in your fucking head or whether you actually hold the truth, right? And it's about you being 100% honest. And I've got a really good bullshit detector. So if I detect you're bullshitting, I'll tell you. You will then you will go get rid of service, Benny.
Rob,
You know,
shut up.
block him out. See, what you just did then is he muted the conversation. So, right, so, see, Benny, these are the things, this is the ego mind. This is why when I spot a problem, I know fucking exactly what's going on. And, you know, they're not ready to receive the truth, so piss them off. So,
Okay, so I came in the room. You asked me, what do I want?
yeah, what are you
Right.
here for?
But that doesn't matter to you because under your terms,
No,
it has to be
you're
about.
not being honest. That's the first warning. You guys came here with an agenda. I know that explicitly. I actually even know what your agenda is explicitly.
Oh, you could read
So
minds
what
now?
I'm asking you to do, Brother John,
I know you could
is
read minds.
honestly state why you came here. If you continually bullshit, I've got a fucking 100% accurate.
I
bloody
came here to
bullshit
see if I had
detector.
anything to participate in the conversation that deals with the situation that's going on with sugar. That's why
Okay,
I'm
good.
here. Okay?
Okay, good. That's all we want. Just fucking honesty. I accept.
All right.
I accept that. I accept that. I'll put it to you though that I think that you're trying to preserve the group's argument and you're trying to defend the group's position against sugar. Well, here in this house, I respect sugar's truth so far, but let's see what your truth is. So, what did you hope to achieve by coming here? Who were you trying to convince, and what were you trying to convince them about?
I don't think I'm here to convince anybody of anything, or even myself. Just from what I'm seeing, Sugar knows very well from the get-go that I tried to help her drop
Hold
this.
it,
And
hold it. I
hold
want to
what?
stop at that point. I want to stop at each point that I'm interested in. So you just made a statement. You want to help sugar. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think you've helped sugar in your role in the community by sitting on the fence?
When it came to helping Sugar, I don't see how you're saying I'm sitting on the fence.
No. Well, isn't it true that she's been given a hard time by a pack of people in the community? And I think, and we've got a video. Actually, Benny, we might even actually run the video. But there's a video that we collected that shows Renee, Hermit the Crabby. Who's the other person? Who's the third person, Benny? Renee? Oh, holy moly. Yeah, no, I've got it. Holy moly. So the Christian hypocrite.
Rob, would you say there are more than two sides to a story?
No, that's an absolute lie. There's only ever one absolute truth of a story. That's the nature of reality. And the way time works, right, in these minute little fucking time slices. Block that bloody clown service, please.
Well, then, if that's the case, then we're really never going to get to the bottom of any absolute truth of what's going on between Sugar and Mark. Because, I mean, there's a lot of hearsay, first of all, but there is also a lot of damnable evidence, and probably maybe on both sides. I don't know.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, but we're never going to have the absolute truth.
Yes,
Brother
I can
John.
give it to. Wait a minute, I can give it to you, and Sugar can confirm. Sugar, do you mind?
Brother John, I've never denied the.
Hang on, Sugar, please, please, please. Can you let me just give how I understand the absolute truth, and then you can, because Brother John, you didn't live the experience, she did,
And
and I picked it up. I picked it up. Well, I observe things, and I'm fucking very sharp. I tell you.
I'm observing things too, Rob.
Good. Now listen. Right. Now, here's what I say happened. This Mark from England set out to have a look at some girl's titties on the bloody internet. Now, that's not the absolute truth, but you get my drift. That was his agenda.
Okay.
How do I know that specifically? By the way that he treats, because his story is, I like, I'm loving the girl, and, looking for love and building a romance and all of that sort of thing. So that's the story that he gives you, fucking naive.
Okay, and what's wrong with some guy wanting to see some titties on the internet as much as some woman wants to see some cock on the internet?
Okay, then he should have told me that's what he wanted, but that's not what he said.
That's right. Now, hang on. So, but when I heard that, right, and I disrespect you, Brother John, for you saying what you just said, right? It's not appropriate for a male to go and con another woman. It's sort of like what bloody. Well, here's the comparison.
Okay, I've already said he did not con me. It was completely consensual. I have said that from the beginning.
See, so you're right out of the gate, Rob. You're not seeing right.
Look, this is how he sees it. That's how he sees it.
No.
He sees Mark conning you.
Brother John, don't turn it into.
That's what Rob sees. Rob sees Mark conning you.
Brother John.
You're able to be conned, Sugar?
Please, yes, I am. But guess what?
Benny, get ready to kick Brother John. Brother John.
Please don't kick him, please.
No,
I just want to get to the
up.
bottom of it.
Sugar, please keep out of it until I ask you to support or deny the evidence, right? And please, when we make a statement, let's have everyone have their say. So please, Brother John, do not fucking jump on something that suits your position, right, and accept it as truth until we've had a chance to have a chat about it. So what we're talking about now, right, is Mark doing what normal human males do, and is it a good, respectful thing, right? So that's the big question.
Who decides that?
Shut the fuck up, Rob. Sugar.
I know they're going to let all those pictures out. They're going to let those videos out. Everything. I know they're going to do it.
So where do we go from here?
We go. That was Cerebus. He blocked my mic. Sugar.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. I know you're upset and all the rest. Did he say that to you? Did he actually say explicitly that he gonna throw the pictures on the internet?
No, he did not say that. His mate on Boiling Piss said that he saw my naked pictures. I've said I'm afraid that's what he's going to do, because the lies he has told and the embellishments that he's made and the admissions that he's made are so far out of. I can't imagine what he's going to do next.
Sure. Okay, all right, fine. But make sure you qualify when you make a statement like that. Yeah.
I did.
Well, you did.
I wrote it down.
Okay.
Rob, are you about to now?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so now that's my question. Where do we go from here? Where do we go from now? Instead of let's keep
Wait a
digging up the
minute.
we could dig up the last weeks and
Brother
months
John,
forever.
Brother John,
Where do
I'm
we go
familiar-
from here?
I'm familiar with this behaviour that you're exhibiting at the moment. It is
No.
tough work. It is tough work examining and getting to the bottom of the truth. It just is. Particularly when you've got
You can't
an
do
ego
that when only
agenda.
one side of the
We
story,
will not.
Bob.
We will not. Get that Cerberus off, please, Benny.
No.
So what Cerberus does, which is quite childish, when he comes on, he just turns the mic.
Man, shut the fuck up, you tit.
Okay, shut up. And the reason that they're getting toey is that they now know that this process will expose them. Righto. So, Brother John, let's get back. Because remember, right, what you're basically saying is that a person, a male, that goes onto the internet with the agenda of looking at titties, now Sugar's saying it was consensual. I don't believe that. I think that he was.
Oh, so you don't believe it? You're hearing it from the horse's mouth. You're hearing it from the horse's mouth, and you still don't want to believe.
Don't interrupt, all right? Just sit there and fucking listen, and then when I'm finished, you get a turn, right? It works quite well.
Rob, how can you tell Sugar's truth better than Sugar? That is lunacy. Lunacy.
Shut up.
Seriously, Benny? Now, seriously, Benny?
Benny, I think we'll close this down.
Yeah,
these
Benny's
boys aren't prepared to listen and play honestly. Toaster Grow, can you block or shut him down? Thank you, Benny. Appreciate it. Now, right, I don't think that Sugar, and I'll ask her in a minute, went into that relationship with the agenda of anything of a sexual nature on the internet, like, you know, showing your titties or whatever. I honestly don't think that that's the truth, but she can speak for herself and she can validate that. However, I could easily see, particularly now that I know the downstream more, Mark, and I see his other behaviours, right, and there's stories that he tells to intimidate her, to get under her skin, and the bullshit he tells you people that you get sucked in by, right, I can easily see that he would be the type of personality that would get on the net just for a cheap thrill. He'd find someone and then he'd ask them to take their clothes off. Now, I think if I remember correctly, Sugar, you said that he initiated that topic.
No, I didn't say that. I never said that. I said we talked about it.
Then? What's the truth? Who started the discussion?
I honestly don't remember who started it. It was started by both of us. It was mutual. I mean, I've told you that, and I'm sorry. I know you don't. Well, here's the thing. When I came to Google, I did not have the idea that I was going to have sex with anybody on camera. I have had 4 husbands, and not one of them has ever been able to take pictures of me naked. That is the truth. You can believe me, or you don't.
That's okay.
So for me to do that, it was a big decision for me. I had to feel something really important, and that I was getting that back.
Yeah, okay.
And I felt that. I felt he was giving that back to me.
I understand, but I think he was conning you. Now, the majority position, I think, the normal human male, the one that, you know, is genuinely caring about others, so feeding the good wolf, wouldn't even consider, you know, setting a girl up or entering into a discussion where that happened on the internet. Now, see, Cerberus ran away. That's cognitive dissonance. So, all I wanted to say, Brother John, is I think I'm right, and I think you people are wrong. So that's my answer. Benny, bring Brother John back. No, okay, well, it's total bullshit. Explain.
This is bullshit that Serb didn't have a chance to have a voice.
He left him by his own choice. We didn't kick him.
I know he left.
Yeah.
But he's been trying to get in numerous times.
I've been.
And Benny keeps saying, wait for you to finish the talking, and by the time we finish waiting for you to talk, it's forever.
Well, if you guys talk the fucking truth, it'd go really quick. But you beat around the bush and you try.
You want to talk about cognitive dissonance?
Yeah. What about
You have Sugar here telling you it's consensual. You're telling her you don't believe that. I mean, come on.
Well,
You
you
insist that Mark is conning
Wait a minute.
Sugar into it.
Wait a minute.
No, you wait a minute. I'm talking.
Wait a minute. Wait a
No,
minute. You
I'm
made a
talking
point.
now. I
Wait
am
a minute.
talking.
You made a point.
I
You made a
am
point.
talking.
Mark did con me. If listen,
Hello?
listen. If what I'm being told is true, and what Mark is saying himself is true, that there was no relationship, that he never felt this way, then he did con me because he gave me emotion back that I trusted. So, but the way I see it,
Filthy, dirty prick. You
the way
filthy,
I see
dirty
it,
prick. You stood
he
by
it was
when a
honest.
woman was being abused. And now you come in here, you righteous prick, and you
You
try and
have no
hang,
fucking idea what I did, and Sugar could tell you all the better.
bullshit.
Sugar could tell you all the better how I try to help
It makes
her.
no
So
sense.
you
that-
have
it
no
makes
idea.
sense.
You're a man that says you claim to know the truth. You know crap, Rob. You know shit, Rob. You're so full of shit. All right,
Okay,
Rob?
where? What-
All the
what-
shit you're
where?
preaching,
Where?
Rob, you should be saying to yourself, Rob. All right? And Sugar, for fuck's sake,
Please stop.
you say letting
Please
it, you're
stop.
letting it go. You
Sugar, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine,
Please
Sugar.
stop.
Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. It's not your fault.
I'm not getting
The
dragged
problem
through
lies-
this. I'm not a liar, and I don't have anything to lie about. I will admit to everything I did.
Sugar, get composure, please.
Your brother John's
No, down, please keep out of it. Down, please keep out of it.
Stay
Down,
down.
down,
Play out
down,
people's
down.
emotions, brother John. Go
Down.
You're in here.
Down, down,
Stay out.
down. Toasty, please keep out of it just for a second. Because this is about a real person. She really lives and breathes, and she's upset. And I'd like to address that. And that's more important to me than any of you pricks at the minute.
Our brother John is using his fucking ego to fucking attack her. Okay, he's
Oh,
pissing me off.
yeah, I know, Dan. I know. I understand it all. But the part of the whole process is to actually get Brother John to fucking see that.
Where's the attack?
Hang on, wait a minute.
Where's the
I want to. Sugar's more important than fucking you. Just shut up for a minute. Sugar,
Yes.
Fuck this.
it's not you. You.
Of course,
you are-
Brother John, just walk
No,
away.
no.
It's too hard for you. There's no talking.
Sugar,
there's no talking
Brother
with Rob.
John,
There's no
shut
talking
the-
with
Shut
Rob.
up, Brother
There's
John.
no
shut
talking
up,
with
please.
Rob. I'm
Benny,
not wasting my time
Benny,
anymore.
shut him up.
Say
Benny,
I'm
shut him
fucking
up. Shut him up.
Oh, fuck off, Rob.
Shut
Let
him up.
fuck
Fuck you,
off.
Rob.
Jesus
Fuck
Christ.
you, Rob.
Shut up, Jello. Shut
I'm
up.
gonna block you. I've had enough of your content.
All right, well, good.
Yeah,
Thank you,
I'm done.
Jello.
It is not
Good.
possible to be ego-free when you're trying to
Brother
control
John.
everyone's actions.
Hang on. Brother
You know
John.
what?
Brother
This
John.
room is better now.
This is about sugar.
Try blocking
Please,
Rob.
let me
I
talk.
think you'll
Sugar.
like it.
Sugar.
I can't hear that
Now-
moron speak at all.
Don't get caught up in their fucking emotions for now. I want you to just think for a minute. Now,
Bojo, you
notice
don't have
there,
to mute him. Just,
these guys,
just
right,
ignore
they
him.
got emotional. I understand.
I did. I
that,
blocked him,
right?
so you
That's
know.
just me
Until he
elevating
hides,
things,
until
right?
they hide me
Guys,
from broadcast.
Although it looks
Hey, Rob, you
rather
can hear me. Go
nasty,
fuck it.
I can't hear you, Rob. I'm sorry. I can't hear you.
I must have been.
And no one's
Must-
going
can
to
you hear
hear
me now?
Rob either.
Hello.
And Benny, you just shoot yourself in the foot by allowing this chaos. You just on your channel live, forget it.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares. It's a real person. Nobody cares.
Well,
It's all
I do.
about your egos, huh? It's all about
Hey,
you. Make sure
hey,
everybody
can you
gets heard, but I don't ever get heard.
Hang on. Is that? Can you hear me now or not?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good. Please be quiet for a second, and I'll explain and try and get.
Thank you,
some
Brother
sort of-
John. I'm glad you think it's BS. I'm glad you do.
Don't worry about that. That's the cruelty of the ego mind. That's not the person.
You know, it's just one more. It's just one more friend that's turned on me, and I never said
No,
anything bad about them.
No, sugar, please, listen for a second. In life, right, and we all know this for a fact. The majority of people just walk by while a victim gets a bashing. Right? Do you agree?
I couldn't hear you because the music was too loud. They're
Okay.
playing music over you.
Who are?
I don't know. I couldn't see who exactly it was.
Oh, maybe we need to kick a couple of accounts, Benny. You may as well kick out the blocked ones. Yeah, thanks, mate. Clean shop, and see if with and Sugar. I'll just see if yeah. Can you get rid of
Thanks,
Brother
Jello.
John?
Yeah, loving you was like loving the dead. I never did anything to these people. Nothing.
But that's okay. It's being broadcast, Sugar. So it's okay. It's okay. I just want you to understand how cruel humans can be when it comes to the ego, right? It's simply the reality. And I want you to learn this from this experience, right? I want you to learn it. And
I have to.
remember, yeah, but remember, karma, justice is built in. It just is. And I've
Yeah,
got the
you know,
key.
brother John, if you can hear me, you say I've been heard plenty and you've been sympathetic. No, nobody has been sympathetic because nobody's wanted to ask the questions. The original question, if she
Yeah.
was such a nightmare, why did you leave? And if she wasn't a nightmare, why didn't you just tell her? Why didn't you look her in the eye and tell her? It's two simple things that a lady deserves. And I didn't do
Yeah.
anything that deserved anything different. And if you want to say that I didn't deserve this, well, fuck you then, because I did deserve it.
All right. Well, hang on. You don't let the good get caught up in the bad. So now remember, Sugar, though, these are still the same nice people that you had a good relationship with until it went bad. So that doesn't change.
Yeah, they
All
never
that's
saw me.
happened.
They never saw me act inappropriately. How come they didn't say, "Hey, we never saw her get all batshit crazy like this"? Because I did get batshit crazy these last 3 weeks. I've never
Yeah.
denied that.
You're not doing what they were doing. I mean, they are doing anything they can to play on your emotions. You
I
never
know.
did.
That's right. Yeah, but that's the trolling thing. But this shows how this behavioural trait works, right? So remember, it's not the person, it's just the fucking ego at work, and this is the way it works. And we see nice people. You saw Brother John shouting and sort of saying inappropriate things, and Jello, of course, he's a bit more, of a regular bloody naughty boy. So what I
He has
want you
been
to
very
do
good
is,
to me, though.
hey, sorry, what?
You know, can I say one thing to you, Rob?
Yeah,
You know, this was my position from the beginning. These people will get into anybody's business. They will they will say the worst things to people and have no conscience. But at the time when I said, something's wrong, this shouldn't be, at that time, they couldn't be bothered to just go to him and say, hey, we both know you guys to be really personable people, really good people. Is everything okay? I mean, that would have, when I suggest that, they act as if I want them to give me a colonoscopy, but yet they can go this deep into it here.
yeah.
But they develop friendships, they develop relationships, they know everything about each other. But if it doesn't fit into their agenda, if they don't lead this party,
Hey,
then
Rob.
they
Yeah.
change it.
Rob,
Benny,
you're getting close.
trolls
Rob,
are in. Benny, Aquila's got to go. Benny. Oh, no,
Rob,
he's okay.
Rob, read the text. Read what Toasty wrote. We're getting very close to the mark here. Look at how threatened he is right now.
Who?
Toasty.
Toasty.
Read the main text there. He's trying to deflect.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I just need to finish talking to Sugar. So, look, Sugar, you take it whichever way you like it, but I promise you I'm 100%
I don't
right
think
on this.
I don't think he's talking about you. Is he?
Oh, no, that's okay. No, Sugar, please don't do that again. I'm my own person.
I didn't know.
I'm my own person.
Yeah, I know.
I will make up my own call, and I will not be moved by anyone at all, ever. Yeah, okay. So all I wanted to say to you is I want you to maintain it very strongly in mind. I hold this to be an absolute truth. The people that are at issue here are the community and this guy, Mark. They're the ones that are self-serving. It's all about themselves. So what happens when people make that choice, so in other words, they feed the bad wolf, it has certain outcomes. And what we witnessed here tonight, this shouting match, right, was because they were starting to recognise my interviewing style and how I was going to, piece by piece, make them accountable for every fucking word they said. And because I was doing that, the emotional state went up. That's the cognitive dissonance event. And, you know, Brother John turns from a nice person, nice, calm person, into an angry little ant because he knows he's going to get caught, because that's the way the other part of the brain works. It's a very good identifier of the absolute truth. So, and absolute truth, lies, you're going to get cognitive dissonance. So that's what we actually had. It's just the way it is. It's just the way it is. But when you know the way it is, you can actually manage it a lot better. I mean, in a normal living situation, if I came across people like this, I'd go, well, I wouldn't go away from them. I'd give them a sharp tap, or, you know, I'd hold the mirror up quickly, just so they knew that someone else in the world knew their scam.
Yeah.
And then I'd probably move on until I experienced it again. But in the case of Line here, the abuse in my case, right, runs back about 12 months, and it has some significant impacts on my family.
I understand.
Yeah, so it's, you know, I know that you're suffering at the moment, but let me tell you, I've had to suffer too at the hands of these people. So their behaviour hasn't changed, but I will not stand down from the bully, will not. So I have a very specific technique, so I've developed my techniques. I know pretty much what I'm doing. It might look a bit harsh at times, but the reality is we're broadcasting live now, and the thing that the world cannot deny about Cerebus now, and Jello and Brother John, is the behaviours. The behaviours are very egoic. You don't exhibit behaviours like that, right, without a reason. They are specifically egoic. Sorry, what was that?
They have egoic behaviors.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. But it's just the behaviour. That's the thing you got to remember. It's just the behaviour. So, Sugar, if we can get through to them, right, if that's possible, it seems like it's a fucking challenge, but if we can get through to them, things go back to normal. But they're like a cornered rat, right? They told a lie. It would, you know, make or in their minds, they think, you know, everyone's going to hate me now. But that's not the truth, you know. As soon as you tell the truth, there's no problem. Why would anyone want to hate you? You know?
They're threatening your channel now.
Yeah, well, that's okay. They'll do whatever they do. I just don't care.
Are you saying they're not respecting your sensibilities? Is this what's going on with Jello? Because these are friends of mine.
Yeah, well, what they did is they trolled myself, right?
Yeah, they trolled you deliberately.
Yes, deliberately.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tom, they've not been.
I'm sorry, I don't have a lot of background. I'm trying to pick it up by asking questions here.
All right,
sorry
mate.
about that.
Anyway, that's all right, mate. Just listen then, maybe. So, Sugar, are you okay now? Are you sort of okay? I know that you're sad. I know that you're sad, right? I know you're sad for the friendship. I get that. But are you okay as a person?
Yeah, I mean, I'm good and I'm strong as a person. You know, I will absolutely survive and I'll get through this for sure. But I do have to take my time when I'm sad, you know. And
yeah, I understand.
This just really hurts me.
Yeah, I understand. It does hurt the soul, you know, because it's unethical.
I'm not afraid to be vulnerable, you know. That's what keeps me a loving person. That's what allows me to talk with everybody here. I don't exclude anybody because nobody's better than anybody else in my eyes.
Correct. Now, but what you've got to do, you've got to learn to differentiate the ego behavior. You've got to learn to spot what that is. And then you just won't get caught up by it, you know. You just won't, because it throws out a lie about you. That's the way it functions. Yeah. And you react to the lie. You've got to learn not to react to the lie because it's just this stupid little fucking thing that doesn't exist anywhere, just being a nasty little imp, right, trying to tease you. So you've got to learn not to feed that little ego. And when you get good at that, things will slowly get better and better.
Yeah.
And, you know, it'll get better quicker if we can somehow kick the ass of these people. But remember this, right? We've got a video now. We're broadcasting live. So whoever's watching saw those behaviours. You cannot. It is absolutely impossible to hide these behaviours. And that's why I'd wind them up a bit, right? because I bring them up a notch, because then it becomes abundantly apparent what their behaviours are.
Well, that's what they do to me.
That's what they do.
The same thing they do to me. They know I'm emotional, and they sit there and taunt me and say, "Oh, you're so emotional. You're an attention whore. You know, you're all these horrible things they say to me, and they don't give me a chance to answer. They talk over me."
Yeah, but again, Sugar, don't take it personally, because that's the ego nature. It's a cunning little beast, and it's really nasty.
Yeah.
That's what, and it feeds off you being upset. Know it for what it is. Think of it this way, right? It's just a fucking thought. So imagine, and a thought is really nothing, right, in reality.
Right.
It doesn't even exist.
The thinker
So
can only
treat it
think. The only thing it's ever done is think. The thinker can never hurt you, because its only job is to think.
Sticks and stones can break my bones, but the names will never hurt me. It's that sort of, that's why they say these little sayings, because they actually reflect reality. People have been doing this for years, because this is the way, this is humans. This is what humans are. So these guys shouldn't worry about the fact that they're bad. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yes.
Well, I was just going to say, sometimes words can be more painful, and the damage from words can often last a lot longer than the damage from something physical.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what happens there, Kiz, is that you hear the words and you take them into your mind as if they're reality. When the ego mind is specifically the thing that generates those words. When it does, it's not reality. They're designed, by design, they're a lie about you to agitate you, to conflict. So they send you basically into cognitive dissonance. Now,
I'm having trouble with your term for cognitive dissonance. I'm sorry, but this represents when nobody wants to say something like the elephant in the room. Cognitive dissonance applies to the elephant in the room.
I'll think about that in a minute, mate.
Cognitive dissonance.
Hang on, whoa.
Says,
one second. Yeah, okay, I know. We'll talk about it because it's a good topic. I just want to finish talking to Kazoom. Cool. So what happens is, so it is the ego mind that actually does the lie attack on the victim. So immediately you've got a false idea, and if you receive that idea and accept the thought instead of dealing with it, say, well, maybe I am short and fat or whatever, or if you are fat, you become self-conscious. If you accept that idea, then you brought on board a false notional idea. So in other words, you've created your own ego. So, you know, that's where you got to
sometimes the pain comes from the fact that it's not necessarily the thinking that the person is right about what they're saying about you. It's the fact that they're trying to hurt you to begin with that hurts.
But the actual hurt, because the hurt is quite real, right? The actual hurt happens because you entertain the idea that that they threw at you. If you didn't entertain that idea, there'd be no hurt at all. Zero, zilch.
Well, it's when you give trust in someone. It's when you give trust in someone that they care about you, that they give a shit about you, and then they turn around and do something to show that they don't. That hurts. Yeah. It's not necessarily the exact words they say or the things they say. It's the fact that they're trying to hurt you, even though they've tried to let you believe that they care about you.
Yeah, but what I'm saying to you, that condition, that whole event cannot happen without an ego mind. No ego mind, just doesn't happen. That just doesn't happen. So
Rob is talking about what you do to yourself, is what it sounds like.
Well, what I'm saying is if there's no ego, you just simply would not have the problem. So I'm just saying to Kiz that the problem isn't with the person that's feeling the grief. The problem is with the person that initiated and their ego. If they didn't have an ego, right, they wouldn't initiate those remarks. They just wouldn't. And they do it deliberately to hurt. It's like a, it's a lashing out. Oh, now.
But knowing that doesn't help the person they're saying it to.
Yeah, Benny, get rid of this bulldog, please. Pronto, straight away.
Yeah, Benny, you're there, right?
Hey? What's
Benny,
that? Benny, can you get rid of the bulldog, please, straight away?
right, you're there to boot
Benny, can you
Bulldog.
get rid of the bulldog?
Rock.
Right, we already know what's
Oh,
going on.
bullfrog.
He's here.
Bullfrog. Sorry, mate. Come back to you in a minute. We'll just get rid of this pest.
I gave him too many chances.
Hey, what?
Bulldog? Shit.
There you go, Tommy.
Now, see what Bulldog's doing. Bulldog's Benny has to go, dude. Please.
Hey, Toasty.
Yeah, thanks, Benny. Appreciate it.
Yeah,
Now, this guy here, this guy Bulldog, he's a
How's it going?
he's a nasty little person. Now, what he did what he's doing there, he's trying to create a relationship with people that he's dealt with on the net, but his agenda is very specific. He wants to come in and discredit me or do something, intimidate me, bully me, whatever. But that's his true agenda. So, if we let him back on the mic, you'll clearly see that he's just can't control himself. Benny, don't let him on the mic yet.
Yeah, I can back you up. Yeah, I don't think there's anybody that he respects on the internet. He doesn't treat anybody like another human being.
Yeah, that's right. But that's pure ego.
He's a dick. He's just 100% dick to everybody. Nobody likes him.
Who are you talking to? Who is he talking about?
Bulldog 101 here.
He's I'm sorry. Please don't be mad at me. He is always nice to me. He's always respectful to me. I'm telling you,
Really?
I'm not kidding you. I don't know what everybody's relationship is, and I don't know who's friends with who. And I tell it the way it is.
Yeah, but it's
Tom, you've always been really good to me, right? You and I have never had a problem.
Right.
Sugar, I can promise you.
So he just likes the pretty girls. He's nice to
I
the
can
pretty
promise
girls.
you, he's a guy with an ego on steroids. He's an absolute nightmare. And there are people we could bring to the table that will say that this man is a troll and that he terrorizes people, or he tries to terrorize.
Just as I am telling the truth and somebody is lying, nobody is going to convince me that somebody is bad unless they're bad to me, because I'm not going to believe anybody's lies. Isn't that fair?
Wait a minute, Sugar.
That is fair.
Sugar, hang on. Just muting Benny, please. Sugar, what you just did, Benny. Yeah, thanks, mate. What you just did, and it's up to you to make your call on people, right? But he's a real cunning liar in my thing. But don't make the assumption or make the broadcast comment that I'm making up lies or I'm a liar when I speak.
No, I know you're not a liar.
I'm quite capable of actually demonstrating with evidence the true character of this person. In fact, I might do that.
I understand that, and I hope that you'll understand my position as well. Is that I don't have that. I don't have the guarantee that everybody I talk to is as honest as you.
Sugar, it's okay. All I did is I found a misspeak, and I just wanted to make sure that you were aware of that. That's all. That's okay.
I do. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Appreciate it. That's all. Because see, what this guy relies on is that he picks up people that he's been not so-called nice to. So he's saying, I'll put up evidence. Benny, block him or whatever. He's saying there that I'll put up evidence. So what he's done over the time, they've been quite clever and cunning. They've sort of got these videos, and they tormented me 12 months ago, and I got really angry. Benny. And so they've got where it just ground down to a shouting match, because it was like your situation, Sugar. They were telling lies that I knew were truth, and I was reacting to it and got caught up in the whole spin. And John May, Brother John, Cerebus, they're all and Chaz, they're all party to it, and so it was like a three-ring circus with me being the middle person. And it was a negative experience, and it led to, an assessment in healthcare. I learned only yesterday in a chat that Cerebus is suggesting that he actually called the CAT team, or not the CAT team, but he did something. He initiated something that led to that actual outcome. So, I'm well versed in these people. I know my position, and again, I won't move. I won't be moved by it. So.
Yeah, a lot of preaching to the choir, I guess, amongst all the males in here, but the pretty girl hasn't
Please
been
don't.
mistreated by
Tom,
poor
please don't
guy.
do that. Please don't objectify me down to that. I've shown loyalty to everybody that I have come in contact with. Please.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, Tom, just leave that.
I'm
Relating it.
trying to say the
That's
bulldog
easy.
is doing that.
Yeah, I know, but you know
Oh,
what?
yeah, yeah.
He never has
What he's
asked. He's never been sexually inappropriate with me, and I know
saying.
that's
No,
hard to believe.
I wouldn't expect that from him. I give him more credit than that. No,
Well,
I'm
I
not. I'm
wouldn't.
not
I
trying to
wouldn't
say
It's
because
better
that.
than a lot of men
I
around here.
wouldn't. Hang on, Benny. He keeps coming up, Benny. Why is that? Yeah, keep him there, please. Keep him on a short leash.
Shortly.
Well, we can give you a video that shows John May doing something inappropriate, right, with young boys, and what he was doing, he was drunk, and what he was doing is asking them to pull their wee-wees out on the internet, right? So we have that video on John. So he's not quite the person, but again, it still doesn't matter. It's not about the person. It's not about the person. These are simply egoic-driven behaviours. Once these people wake up, they're good to go, They're good to go. But he's saying we have a video too. And yes, you do. And I'm quite happy to sit down with you and you can broadcast it to everywhere. But the rules are this. When you broadcast it, when I stop at a point in the video, I want to give my explanation. And I promise you, you'll be exposed again.
Who's saying they have a video? Which video? You mean?
John May has a video
Oh.
that they put together of me. So
Okay.
last year, 12 months ago, they wound me up as tight as a drum. I was as frustrated as anything with them, and I got angry, So they have a capture of that overflow. But it's not ego. It's just pure frustration from having lies spoken about me. And I didn't know at the time that that these guys were actually trolling me. This was sport to them. Yeah. So John May says, he said in the side chat, he said, your ego. But I promise you, he has no clue what an ego is, only what he's picked up from me talking. I have a 100% understanding of exactly what an ego is. He doesn't at all. So this is what I mean about the subtle projection of
Projection, yes.
Yeah, well, what he does, he makes a blanket statement as if it's true, and then he sets out to defend that statement. My video says different. Yeah, so what he's saying there is he's talking about me getting angry in the video, but I promise you, and I can prove it, it's pure frustration at people telling lies. So, you get into this dogfight because the ego is such a stubborn thing. The way you destroy the ego is you must sit down and do it piece by piece, laboriously. And then, sugar, that's where folks like yourself, you don't like the conflict. You just wish it was over, all that sort of stuff. But if you take that posture and you then accept a lie, you're doing your spiritual self a disservice. You are, I promise you, because the reality of the spiritual journey is about getting rid of all of the false ideas about the self. And yeah.
Well, you sound real like early psychology, like Freud and Jung.
No, I hate those dudes.
Really? So,
yeah, I only go by Jesus' teachings. That's it. Zip, nothing else. Oh, except the story about the two wolves from the Cherokees. That's it.
did you so there was did Jesus talk about ego? Is that what you're saying?
Well,
like he he had this
well, absolutely. He used the vernacular of the day, but
the
absolutely.
self.
Well, he doesn't use it in our terminology, right? You've got to work out what he's actually saying. But when you understand the true state of ego, you can actually clearly see where he's talking about it in his writings back in the 1st century. And he's 100% accurate, 100%.
Yeah,
Spot on.
because from my understanding, it's a lot of people who recited to scribes their experience of him.
Sorry, say that again.
Like he never actually recited anything to a scribe, but
Oh, that's true. I agree
the
with that statement.
apostles recited to scribes what their experience was, and they wrote it down for us to read.
No, that's not true.
Because nobody was literate, basically nobody. It was a specialization to read and
Yeah,
write.
that's true. The
I mean,
guy that
we're
wrote the
considering this.
collection, yeah, but I only use the Gospel of Thomas, Jesus saying. That's it.
Thomas.
Yeah, Gospel of Thomas. So Thomas was the scribe that wrote it down, not Jesus. So you're right when you say Jesus didn't write it.
Yeah, Thomas was literate then. He was the one that was literate himself.
Oh, you know that? Is that what you're saying, or?
That's what I'm. That's what's insinuated from what you're saying.
Oh, yes.
As he wrote something down himself.
Yeah. Well, no, Thomas didn't write anything spiritual at all. There's no, like, he's not a wise teacher. All he did was record what Jesus said. So the wisdoms belong purely to Jesus. So it probably should be called the Gospel of Jesus as written by Thomas.
But like all these other gospels are experiences of Jesus from Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John's perspectives.
No,
When you're
that's
not
not
talking
correct.
about Matthew, like it's,
That's
you
not
know,
correct.
they recited it to scribes. If somebody wrote it,
Yeah,
you're
but
saying that Thomas was literate.
it's still not correct. What you just said is absolutely 100% not correct.
Okay, so are you telling me that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John were literate and they could write on
No,
their own without help?
what I'm saying to you is is that after the fall of Jerusalem, the Romans, and in particular a guy called Nerva, was the architect that created the Gospels of Mark, Matthew, Luke, and the Book of Acts and the works of Josephus. So that's exactly what happened, and this is where we're told about a different Jesus, one who's basically like a cult of personality.
Minerva?
Nerva. He became an emperor after the Vespasian dynasty.
Okay. I mean, so far you sound smart and you might have something to teach me here.
Mm-hmm. Well, no, the only thing you need to know really, or learn and get good at, is just the Jesus teachings. All the rest is really irrelevant to a person's life experience and journey. All you need to know is what Jesus taught, and you're good to go. You'll become an enlightened person.
All right, so where's this concept of ego mentioned? Like, what's the phraseology in the Greek? I mean, derived from the Greek. The English derived from the Greek.
Benny, put the dog on the leash. Thank you, Benny.
I mean,
now,
like,
notice this. Hang on. I want to make an observation. Let's see what's being said in the side chat.
There's a lot going on there. Yeah.
Park your thought. We'll come back to it.
It's cool. Yeah, catch up with the side chat.
Because it's very revealing. The thing is, you can't big fatty circus party. So that's an interesting comment from Toasty Grove. who's trying to convince me that he's a good person. That good people don't chat like that. So you can pick up a lot in a thing. So that wasn't the exact now. No, nothing to do with your
Well,
situation.
you always are calling people fatties in the side chat. So
Oh,
how
yeah,
can you say that
yeah.
good people don't do that? And that's what you do all the time.
Yeah, but I know precisely why I do it, and I'll explain, right? So I call Fatty Jello fat because Fatty's got an ego, and I, wind him up a little bit, right? That's what I use the Fatty reference to get his attention,
So
get him
you
a little
troll
bit.
him too, basically.
Well, they started. They're the bullies in the first instance. I just give it back to them in spades. There's a girl called Renee who treated Sugar extremely badly. And she was righteous in her manner, just like Brother John is. So what I did, I called her frumpy. I couldn't call her fat because she wasn't really fat, but she was carrying a little bit of extra pounds. So again, it was to really get to the ego, to get some sort of focus from her. Yes, she did have a fat face. I know, mate. That's why I did it. So I
So
don't
you have to
lie.
get past the face to talk to her for real.
And hey, Benny, I grabbed a picture of Jello from 12 months back, and by golly, the amount of weight he's put on, and it's unhealthy weight, was very obvious. So I've got an old photo of Jello. So being a troll isn't good for your health, I don't reckon.
Well, he doesn't move around much. He just stays in the
But
garage,
that's it.
right?
Yeah, exactly. So he's isolated and locked in. But that's his ego. He's sort of lost sight of, what world's all about.
Are you sure it's his ego and not like a
Yeah,
condition?
yeah, absolutely. Because his ego is the thing that keeps him attached to the screen. Right? I'm here for justice and understanding, but he's there because he's attached to that world. That's become his world, his reality, and as a consequence, it's unhealthy for him. So that's him. There's a guy called Chaz Wold. I called him Fatty.
Chaswell Almighty. He's
Yeah,
not.
now
He's
he's
not
got
a guy.
what's that?
He's not a rotund guy. He's a
Yeah, but he's fat.
Oh, you think he? Oh, have you seen him on cam?
Well, I asked him, he's fat, and he said, yes, I'm
I've
fat.
seen him on camera before. He's very obese, and that's why he never gets on camera because he's fat.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that's understandable.
Oh, now, here's an interesting comment, right? This came from this bulldog clown whose ego that I'm winding up. I've got him fully under control. So what he said, your wife, Rob, has stacked on a ton of weight. Now, my wife hasn't stacked on a ton of weight at all. No way. But you see how the ego, and see him, and this is an interesting thing about this ego phenomena. It will not see the world the way it actually is. It'll repurpose information coming into the mind. So I wonder whether he actually really has a thought in his head. Yeah, I know, Benny. We know that extremely well about the ego, how it blinds people. Well, that's the thing too. The ego is blinds or shuts out the truth, right? It prefers its false notional ideas. And this is the barrier to enlightenment. This is the real barrier. So what this guy does, he said that because he wants to agitate me. He wants to try and upset me, but it's impossible because I don't have an ego. It's just, you cannot upset me, Benny. We can't be upset, can we? It's impossible. It's just the nature. So Benny said yes. Benny's
I
in,
think we've got to.
and we're immovable. And we're immovable. Yeah, mate. What?
We got a little dichotomy going between like the internal influences and the external influences as far as ego goes. Are you sure you want to be applying it on a social basis rather than an internal basis? Like
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah,
interpretation?
good observation. Yeah, well, see, mate. Right. The thing about an enlightened person, right, they don't see things abstractly. They just see them for what they are. So when someone's got an ego and they're bullying people, you're more inclined to walk up and slap the bully in the face. Or you're more inclined to do something or take some action. It might not be slapping him in the face, but you're more inclined to actually go up to that person and try and make them aware that they're the problem, right? They are the problem. So if we look at this bulldog guy here, right? And so I use the public forum. Benny, put the bulldog on the leash, please. So Benny, Benny, you there, mate?
And my volume just went way down.
Well, he's always got something to say, Benny, but he'll just say it when we're ready. That's all. We just need a bit of context so that, because see, what Bulldog does, this is what the ego mind does. It wants to get in and get 2 or 3 quick slaps, and then it wants to run away.
Well, who can controvert that?
Yeah, they're clever. Well, it's not clever. I call it rat cunning, but I'm smarter than them, so I don't permit it. So here, let's have a look at this. So we've got your wife, Rob, has stacked on a ton of weight. Well, she hasn't. The real reality is, and if anyone were to see her, she's just a normal-sized woman. But he repurposed it because he wants to, you know, attack the threat to his ego. That's me. I'm the major threat to his ego. Now, he goes on, he says, I can see the lard dripping off her. Now, a normal person wouldn't be that obsessed about being nasty. They'd be here to have a discussion, and if there was a topic they disagree with, they keep their focus there. But in his case, he keeps the focus continually on the threat to his ego mind. That's the way the ego mind works.
And he's trying to work on your ego by calling your wife fat, right? He's trying to threaten your ego.
Yeah, well, see, he's working from his own perspective of reality, right? So in other words, he's a person with an ego, so he has faulty notional ideas about reality, and he thinks that all reality fits what he thinks reality is. So he then tries to function that way. You know,
so he's limited in the eggshell. Yeah, the ego as a shell that keeps him from seeing anything, right, or receiving anything. Yeah, good.
Well, he's just you know, it's all about the self, lies and egos. And now, see, he goes on and he says her ass looks like a potato sack. Now it's actually sack, Bulldog, S-A-C-K.
P-S-Y-C-K.
Yeah, but can you see, you know, the patterns of behaviour here? And then I thought that was that. Sydney says she has a double chin, but I can see a triple. Now, what this Bulldog's done is somehow he sucked in this guy called Sydney, the Ask an Atheist person. And Sydney, the Ask an Atheist person, because he doesn't like my position on religion, it conflicts with his worldview, he's more inclined, right, because of his ego mind, to accept information from other people that are of a like mind. Now, Bulldog says there's no Jesus, which is absolute 100% bullshit, and probably Sydney says exactly the same, but they have no evidence. Fucking zero.
Yeah, that's kind of neat coming from somebody who has a let's see, you got a Star of David in there. You've got the Fruit of Life, I believe, and the Yin Yang from the East India, China derivative.
So what that is, I built that through the journey because I realised quite early. So the thing about someone that's enlightened is that you get to see the big picture, right? And so I drew a logo based on what I thought were the 3 primary elements. They were earth, economy, and spirit. Those are the fundamental sub elements of life, right? So there's a spiritual reality, that's true.
Monetary
There's an economic reality. I mean,
and
but I
earth.
don't look at it as monetary. It's about getting, you need to have food for the engine, and so there's an economic reality, and then there's the reality of the earth. Outside of that, nothing much matters. But when you actually look at those three, they have relationships. So when Earth interacts with the subject of economy, it should always be about respect for the Earth, or
I need
abiding the Earth.
I'm sorry, I can't understand anything until I have a definition of Earth.
The globe, the planet, the nature, everything about what we live on.
Everything that all the politics and religion, as far as it's been carried out on the ground, like all of the wars in our history and everything. That's Earth.
Oh, just 1 second. I just want to address something. So ask the atheist, because he's on the fucking back foot and got his ego nose out of joint. He said, Rob, you just fibbed about me. So I fibbed. And he was respectful then, because he did say fib, because I could have misspoken. So thanks for that. I said that the female in the photo, that's the female, now he's disrespectful, so he's hot and gold. That's my wife, and he knows it's my wife. In the photo, had a double chin, right? And that's the true statement. So he's trying to show that he's saving face. He's trying to say, I have integrity. I was not influenced to say that by anyone. But what had happened, this Bulldog character had put up a quote, trying to get under my skin. Well, so here's Bulldog again. He says, I say triple chin, but that's a lie, because he's a chronic liar. And then he, if you pick him up a lie and you show him a lie, he say, I'm only joking. Nah, but he's very malicious. So with Sydney though,
He's only malicious, right? It's whatever you can say that works on you to get a rise out of you.
That's right.
Right?
That's right.
I mean,
Yeah, but I was just going to say though. Bulldog put up a statement that said she is fat, or he said fucking she is fat and ugly. Now, if you looked at the photo, my wife is, she may not be the best look. Well, to me, she's very attractive, but
but that's personal shit. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to get in the way. It's like,
relax.
Right.
It's our personal shit. We put it out there. It doesn't matter. So, and when you look at the photo, hang on, wait a minute. When you look at the photo, right, it's very evident that to the every average day person, that she's not fat, and that certainly is an absolute lie. And she may be a little ugly. This Sydney really said that Bulldog's assessment was just a subjective assessment, which is a load of bullshit. He said it to get a rise, and that was clear.
That's true. Yeah, that's a fact.
I know. But it was so blatantly fucking obvious, and I got pissed off with this Sydney guy, because he wouldn't acknowledge the obvious. He was just trying to repurpose it to let Bulldog off the hook, and it was fucking no. Yes. That's exactly what went on. Exactly. Okay. Sorry, mate. You were asking some questions. So he says no, and if we let Sydney in, he'll fucking probably bullshit some more around things. But what I said, because I've got perfect vision. Well, not perfect vision, but my senses don't.
Well, I found myself feeling the same way in response to people, like real people in the office, and I came to the conclusion that everybody has a very strong functional role in a group setting in a small society, like of 5 to 25 people. You've got trolls for a purpose. They're necessary.
1 second, mate. 1 second. I just want to read the side chat, and I'm going to take these guys to
Good,
task
good. Yeah, keep up with the side chat.
in the live, right? Because I just won't tolerate bullshit. So what happened then? What happened is, Rob, I don't feel you are being respectful to your wife. So that's
Yeah.
just a, you know, if my wife was here, right, she would refute that immediately, right?
You're egging him on. You're giving
Yeah,
him fuel for the fire.
no,
You're
no,
just
no, no. Relax, relax, relax. I know your reaction.
okay,
I
okay,
understand it.
okay.
Trust me, trust me. Just refer to the female in the photo, right? Now, what he did then, he deliberately, so it shows me his agenda and where his mind's at. Just refer to the female in the photo. Now, he knows that that lady was my wife. So he's trying to play mind games as if he's got some sort of intellect. And he doesn't realise that he's behaving under the control of his ego. The second comment he says, that lady in the photo is fat and ugly. So we're going to test that theory right now, live. Now, Sugar is not fat and ugly. Now, we weren't even talking about Sugar, but this is the cunning fucking behaviour of the ego mind. He's trying to create friction between Sugar and myself. Sugar is caprice. Now, in fact, if I look at Sugar, Sugar's probably about the same size or not that much different from Sandra. Now, and you know, she's an attractive lady.
Seriously, Sandra's that little, huh?
Oh, well, maybe not. I'll let you be the judge. So we're going to have a look at that now.
So we're gonna see the picture.
Yeah, well, what we're doing is we're doing a bit of a lab experiment on the ego mind. So we're testing whether these people are being honest and genuine in their assessment. So this guy, Bulldog, says, and he's in the side chat, you know, yeah, see, I get a soft on when I see the picture. Do you see that? So what he's trying to do is he's trying to, yeah, you understand, right?
Yeah. Okay, on the outside, yeah, you're talking about. I have to get to that.
Yeah. Hang on a minute, mate. I'll just get this picture. And what you just did, right, is
like
what a lot of people do. When you get to the sticky end of calling out a ego, people don't really want to have it. They don't want the ego. It's almost as if they don't want the ego destroyed. But on the other side, they want to see people fight and argue. They don't like a controlled debate.
Huh.
Let's go.
Sugar doesn't look like Sandra. I just thought it might be a poignant question to ask is, do you think you're seeing too much from the individualistic point of view with the ego rather than the sociological point of view, like what's going on? Like it kind of seems like you're looking from the inside rather than the outside. Do you have
I am
answer?
specifically looking at it from the inside because that's where all, you know.
Because it's way too much from the inside, from my perspective. Because
What's the external factors that we
I mean,
should be?
ego is good. Like, there's a lot of overlap.
Okay, sorry. I'll stop you there. Give me an
Okay.
example of where ego is good.
Ego is a good term to use. You know, it applies to
No.
every
Hang on. Whoa, whoa,
individual.
whoa, 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 whoa. Wait a minute. I got to stop you, and I got to control the way that you deal with the question. You made a statement that ego is good, right? You must now give an example of an instance where the ego is.
Okay, right. We need to back up a little bit. I said the term ego is good, not ego itself.
I'm not sure if
The
that's correct.
term
Benny,
ego.
hang on, wait a minute. Benny, did you hear his discussion? So I thought I heard the ego is good,
Uh-huh.
and now what he's saying, he says the term ego is good. I'm quite
Yeah,
happy to deal
so
with
I need to articulate it that far. You're not enough on the same page. I need to articulate it to the point where when I say the ego is good, I'm saying the term ego is good because you're the one that's using it. You know, I thought that
okay.
was
Well, what's
implicit,
the point of
is that you're
discussing
the
a
one
term?
using it,
What's the point?
right?
What's the point in discussing a term?
All right, because it applies from inside and outside both. And it can be utilized for both of us. Like when we're both using it, in the same context with the same definition, that there's a point of communication. Like the word applies to the same thing. I point to a tree, you don't say stone,
Okay.
right?
Hey,
You
Tom.
point to a
Tom. Tom.
stone, I
Tom.
don't say
Tom.
tree.
Tom. 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 Benny sort of reminded me that we're probably off topic here, and it'll just get into a long-winded discussion going fucking nowhere. And that's I don't miss to disrespect you.
Well, it could if you
It's
continued,
it's
but we're
something
done,
that
right?
we should do. We should
We're
do
done with that
privately.
already.
No, we're not, because we haven't.
Oh,
You
yeah.
misspoke. But Tom, what I want to say is, if you want to come back and have a chat on that, it'll be a reasonably lengthy one. But I'm more than happy to do it.
It could be lengthy. I wasn't expecting it to be. I thought we were just clearing up this use of the term ego, and getting
Anyway,
on with the main
hang on, we're
thread.
getting off track. So let me just get this picture, and we'll get this done and dusted out of the road.
Oh, the picture is the main deal. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Benny.
Your wife and whether or not she has 2 or 3 chins. Okay, all right.
Oops, bugger. Hang on, I'll try that again.
All right, so the drama is more important than what we talk about, our little pet concepts and, deities.
Yeah. Well, see, I know all that stuff. I mean, and I know it perfectly. So for me, it's just spending time with you for your benefit. But for me personally, I want to deal with these trolls just at the minute. I might get bored with this.
I mean, because if it takes time to get into like what your definition of ego is, if it's different than mine or anybody else's, that's a little bit of a problem. Because you want to use a different term that matches what they think ego is. You got to present it to the layman.
All right, dude. Oh, out of here. See? Try again.
I mean, the utility of language is its accessibility.
Okay, now you can see the lady concerned. You can see that she's got a double chin. Sorry, dear.
She's skinny, but whatever. She's got her head pointed downward, so she's gonna have a double chin. Everybody does, no matter how skinny they are. If you're looking up at it, I mean, girls anyway.
But does the term "she's fucking ugly and fat" fit that particular woman?
It's 100% subjective. Besides she's obviously not fat. All right, ugly is subjective.
Hang on, that's a common reaction, right? That's a common reaction. But Tom, please pay attention. Right now, do we not have scales?
Yeah. Wait, are you talking to me?
Yeah. Do we not have?
We have scales.
Okay. Are they not the ultimate way that we actually measure whether a person's obese or not?
Yes, they are what we measure obesity
If we put my wife on scales, I know absolutely that she would be put in the normal range for normal weight females. Do you not accept that?
I accept that as true. She's
all right,
normal weight.
So hang on, mate. Can we not then conclude that Sandra is not fat?
Given you can provide evidence of how she weighs, I guess, based on what you said.
Yeah, but what I'm a little bit
provide
put
evidence.
out by is the fact that you're not able to make that call just by looking at the photo. I don't understand it. There's something wrong if you cannot see that she's normal. She's normal.
We see that she's normal, and I think that you can utilize that as well as a scale almost.
No,
If
I
enough,
understand that, mate.
if
But
you
what
have a
I'm saying
ratio
is
of people who think she looks normal weight, yeah, it's probably as good as a scale.
yeah, well, I understand that. So, Sugar, is Sandra normal weight?
Yes, this has to end, gentlemen. This woman is completely lovely. She looks just fine. She is regular weight. Please, let's not take this conversation.
Yeah, I like her.
No, Sugar, fine.
Very
Fine, don't worry.
Do you need this much
We
justification?
don't have egos in the house here, so we're not bashful. So don't worry about those sensibilities for us.
I was trying to take the subject away from like the personal drama. This is just personal drama between you and
Yeah, but hang on,
trolls.
Tom. We'll do that. We can do that very efficiently. We can just do it when we be honest, right? And just report what we see honestly. So Benny, is she fat and ugly?
Everyone just
She's not fat nor
just say the
ugly.
truth.
Now see, this is Benny's an enlightened person. We just see the world as it is, right? So if I see a fat person, I'll say that.
Wow. Cello set me up. Just
You
right.
see, she's not
Set
fat
me up
in
for
my
this.
in my public opinion. Now,
I was properly prepared.
Tom, I want you to learn something from Tommy. I want you to learn something, Tom.
Yes, sir.
You listening?
Yeah.
Okay. I want you to learn something. It's important that you trust your senses and you report. If they report something to you, right, they are accurate, and just say what it is. Don't get caught up in the bloody sensibilities. It's an important thing. All right, so we've got 2 or 3 now. Bulldog, of course. We might let him off the chain.
Like I didn't know that already. Like that's what I'm asserting here.
Yeah,
Fucking...
but Tom, you didn't make the call that Benny and I make very quickly, and Sugar made it very quickly, about what they were seeing in the picture. You made it that it was subjective. That's bullshit, because the senses are not subjective. They're totally 100% objective. So you were not reporting what your senses
Okay, I'm
saw.
saying that,
You
yeah,
repurposed it.
the photo's wrong. I mean, the photo could be better, as far as the double chin part goes. I mean, it's all the double chin. Seriously, there's a good point. I mean, in the end, he's got a good point. It's like you don't take a photo from below unless he's looking upward, because otherwise you get a double chin no matter who she is or he. I mean,
Bullshit.
it works for everybody the same way.
Is she fat? Is she fat? Is she fat? No, she's
It's not.
not. No, she's not. No,
I'm
she's
not.
not.
Of course.
Tommy, I'm calling you out. Is she ugly? Is she ugly? Is she ugly? No, she's
Of
not.
course he's not ugly. I'm nowhere
Well,
near
there you
him.
go. So we now know that Bulldog was just saying nasty things to get a rise out of me, don't we?
Of course. What else does he do?
Right. Yes.
That's all he
It took a
does.
fucking long time to get there,
So
Tommy,
what?
but that's the truth. Now the truth is objective. It always is.
Alright, I told you this. Okay, the truth is objective. What? How on earth do you come up with objective? Alright, let's come up with what's objective.
Tommy, park that one. We'll do that in the other.
Oh, park it and save it for the all-important internet drama. Oh, we've got to have some
you and I
fucking
can sit down
drama.
and where there's no drama and have a chat.
Well, it'd be better than drama, wouldn't it? Don't you think?
Oh,
Isn't it
yeah,
like we could be
hang on,
light-minded?
you're
Not
being selfish.
light-minded, but light-hearted.
Tommy, you're being selfish. I've been bullied by these people for 12 months or more.
And you're not being selfish.
No, not at all.
This is
I'm
your
trying to
problem,
help.
though.
No, why so?
I'm not butthurt about Bulldog. I
You're
don't
what?
talk to him when I don't have to, but I'm not butthurt about him.
Oh, yeah, but
He's
mate, you have
not
to know the full
stalking you
story.
the way he's stalking you.
No, you have
He's
to know the full
really on your
story.
case. Like there's
Right?
something wrong with you. There has to be if somebody's
No,
bullying you.
no. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. So what you're saying is that it's a victim mentality. So the problem sits with the victim. Is that right?
And the solution sits with the victim too.
Wait a minute.
I just added to it. But yes.
No,
How about yes? How about yes instead? How about yes? I just said yes.
Tommy, I'm not gonna let you off the hook, right? You made an accusation, which basically paints me as the problem here.
Basically, yes, I introduced that, but
Yeah.
I don't stand
Now,
behind
how
it.
do
This is
how do
for
you know
argument.
that? Hang on, how do you know that, Tommy? Back up your decision. Back up your decision.
All right. Why does he exist in the first place? Why do you always have a troll?
Wait a minute, Tommy. We deal with one thing at a time. What's your first comment? Why does who exist?
Why does somebody have somebody picking on them? Let's see. Why is there a bully and a victim in the first place? All right.
Because no, wait a minute. Let me answer.
Okay, I'm not answering.
Don't make a statement, Tommy, and not let me call you to account. Why? So the question was, or the statement was, why is there a bully and a victim scenario in the first place? Right. The answer to that is, and it's extremely, yeah. Hang on. It's extremely explicit. Right. There is no other fucking explanation bar this one. The ego mind is the only thing that creates the bully victim state. And so therefore it's always the bully that initiates the big victim bully thing. It's always the bully. So in Sugar's case, she became the victim of a troll by the name of Mork the Dork, and everything pursued from there. I became a victim of Bulldog because he liked internet trolling and he thought Jesus was real, and I said he's not, and that started the whole thing. But he has a super ego, this false ideas about who he is and his reality, and he's a drunk. And so he initiated it, right?
You're
Vladimir, hang on, wait a minute, let me finish. Vladimir, who's a sidekick of his, is a kid that gets his kicks out of trolling other people. We can
I know him too.
Yeah, well, you know what I'm talking about.
I know all these trolls. I'm one of them, I guess. Jeez.
Yeah, well, Tommy,
Fucking up so much.
it's always the bully that starts it. Always, without fail. There is no error in what I said.
The bully
so
starts it.
Your claim, hang on, Tommy. Your claim that I'm causing it is an absolute fucking lie. But anyway, go on, mate. What else you got to say?
Yeah, I wasn't speaking about you in specific. All right.
Well, it doesn't matter.
In a general scenario.
It doesn't matter, Tommy. It doesn't matter.
A bully and a victim.
What you were saying, Tommy, you were trying to suggest that the victim was as much responsible.
To blame.
No, they're not. They're absolutely not. It is the ego mind that actually creates the scenario. The victim has fuck all to do with it. I mean, Sugar's a perfect example because these pricks actually got her to fess up and say she was responsible for something that she never did. Absolutely nothing. Well, in terms of the whole initiating of the event and the intent and all of the rest of that all sat with this other prick. And that he has an ego mind. She kind of doesn't, but she's got confidence issues or whatever. But
you're using this niche term, ego mind. You really have to explain this to everybody who tries to talk to you. We do not know what you mean by
Tommy,
mind.
Tommy, I told you I'll explain it to you privately. That's the
We
end of it.
all have our own language. Nobody else.
Tommy,
Do other
I'll
people
explain.
understand?
Tommy, I'll explain it to you.
All right, this Tommy shit. Now you're the bully.
No, I'm not bullying you. You're just not paying attention.
But
I have to repeat myself several times.
all right, you've got this contentious attitude when we could have a very more harmonious attitude. You know?
Get fucked. Hey, Tommy.
Okay,
Tommy.
clarify, please. Like, I'm
Tommy.
making these little requests, and you're saying,
Tommy.
no, you're taking my orders.
Tommy.
You know exactly what's going on.
Tommy, get
No,
fucked.
Tom, take my orders. Yeah, acknowledge me as superior.
Tommy,
Yeah.
Tommy, get fucked. Do you understand that?
Oh, I I already knew somebody named Rob Beasley before I even got on Google,
Yeah.
and I was like, holy shit, this is my one worst enemy, Robert Beasley. You don't think they could be the same guy, do you?
I don't know. I don't know the other guy, mate.
Wow. Yeah, because I'm talking about a district attorney.
Oh, that's not me.
Okay, because he just became a judge too. I was like, yeah, yeah. He said you might feel the same way about him though. I was talking to Jello, I think.
Oh, Jello's a nightmare. I don't like Jello. Well, I don't like his behaviours, right? Because he's like these pricks, Bulldog and the rest of them.
He trolls a little bit. He's about humor, comedy.
Yeah. Hey, Tommy, we might shift pace for a minute. I'm curious about Aquila. Benny, do you know Aquila? Yeah. Good wolf, bad wolf? Oh, okay, that'll be interesting. Let's have a chat to Aquila. You've come to support the Ask the Atheist. Let's see why. Tommy, nice to have chatted with you, and if you ever want to come back and have a chat, or assuming that I'm still around.
You're about to boot me.
No. Don't fucking make assumptions.
Hey, I was the star of the show. Come on. Everybody
Tommy,
let me talk.
I'm not booting you, but hang on, Tommy, we need to speak to other people, right?
Hey, all right, if they want to speak, they can pipe up, right? Can't they?
Tommy, don't misbehave.
Are
Hello,
you...
Aquila. How are you?
Hey Rob, I think you made a pretty valid point today. And, the trolls and their tactics kind of speak for themselves.
Oh yeah, they do, and that's what I did with with Jello and Brother John and Cerebus. You know, if you just watch the video, if you pay attention to the detail, right, the detail is fucking blatantly obvious when you know what you're looking for and you're prepared to put your fucking mental blinkers off and just take it for what it is. Brother John's behaviour was, a little bit erratic, and then he got quite cranky, and I deliberately wound him up a little bit for. Cerebus was playing childish games, right, because he's got to get in and get control, and Jello was doing the same. He was jumping in and trying to just get a voice, which was a nonsense voice, which was just about discrediting. I mean, if they had stayed, we could have dealt with them one by one, but they got to the point when they noticed that I was holding a tight line of inquiry, right, and I wouldn't allow them to move to the next point until they validated any claims that they had.
Rob,
Hang on, mate,
using the term ego.
All right, okay. Shut up. Now, but in the process, and particularly when you hold the tight line of inquiry, the lies become apparent, right? The lies become apparent. Because if they were doing something good, we wouldn't be having this session. Because of the nature of it, because it's based on the fucking ego, there cannot be anything but lies, and you've just got to slowly and progressively pick them out, and then it's laid bare for everyone to see. Everyone can see it. Well, except for Sydney the atheist, because he's got his fucking ego bias blinkers on.
His thumb up
He's
his
not
butt.
fat and ugly.
It's fat and ugly. Fuck him.
What's that? What did you say, Tommy?
Hey, Sid is fat and ugly. He can
is
go
he? No,
put his
he's
thumb back up his butt. Stop typing.
No, he's not. I think he's a normal sized person, isn't he? Anyway, so you got to.
In reality, yeah, but
Tom.
nobody's talking about reality.
Tommy, don't turn into a troll. Now, hang on, we've got something from Bulldog. The detail in that pic. Whatever. I'm going to have to debate with Sydney over the double or triple chin. It will go down to the wire. And Sydney says, "Lol, Tom. Why didn't you lol Bulldogs comment, Sydney? You disingenuous prick."
Bulldog, I'm going to have a debate with Sydney over double, triple chin bullshit. Okay, so that's where they're going. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
Rob, I'm not trying to say describe ego to me. I'm trying to say describe ego to everybody, because nobody really has a concrete idea of what you're talking about. Until people know what you're saying by ego, so you might as well use a paraphrase in the place of ego, even though it takes 5 seconds longer.
Yeah, that's it. So ego.
Right, yeah, describe ego, paraphrase it like some quick something that signifies what you're exactly what you mean by ego.
Tommy, no.
Yeah, Robbie. Come on, Robbie, please.
No, won't happen, mate. See, the one thing about hang on, Tommy. The one thing about enlightened people.
Tell me about it.
Wait a minute, Tommy. One thing about enlightened people.
All ears.
Enlightened people.
Life and
We're immovable. We're immovable. You cannot.
Immovable.
Stationary.
Static.
You cannot get us to do what we don't want to do.
There's a lot that we only do because we know we can do it. We're not gonna run into any surprises, right?
Tommy, look at the ball. Look at the yellow ball. Immovable.
The immovable yellow ball, the center, the fulcrum, the pivot point.
That's right. And Benny is.
Have you heard about the Chinese words or the characters for strength and weakness? Because strength is like it's like a star, except it's like A. It's just like ask an atheist the A in his name. That's a Chinese word for strength. Except that the two sticks in the middle, they unite where the perpendicular one goes through its strength, because there's a center. You can get to all 5 places from a shorter distance, right? Weakness is a box cut into thirds. There we go. Weakness has no central point from which you can get to the rest of the endpoints. It's a strategic position, centeredness.
Hang on a minute. Aquila, right? My definition is 100% correct. So the traditional explanation is fucking inaccurate. Benny, is that right? My definition of ego and cognitive dissonance spot on?
You're saying fuck Freud and Jung in his offsets, the offspring?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, unless they agree with us. See, Benny says, of course.
Willem Reich.
And the thing is, you idiots, if you pay attention,
what the fuck are you
we can demonstrate it very explicitly, right? We can push people into cognitive dissonance. We can point out their ego, and we're 100% right every single time.
You have a different definition of cognitive dissonance too, man. I don't know what you're talking about. Same with ego. I mean,
Private session. Tommy,
sure,
Tommy,
it matches up a little bit, but what exactly do you mean
Tommy,
about it?
Tommy, private session,
What are you saying?
private session.
Like, no, that's all I'm saying is this is the problem. Like, why
Well, I
doesn't
heard you.
everybody know what you mean by cognitive dissonance? Because I have a definition that it's
Because 98% on the planet are unenlightened. That's why. They don't want to know. Or at least their ego mind doesn't want to know.
they don't give a shit. They'll just listen to you and argue with you, even though they don't understand what you mean by cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, but
They'll
the
just
thing
define it how they want.
is, dude, they work it out because beyond the words is the reality and the experience, right? And that's undeniable. So if I force someone into cognitive dissonance, which means that I I capture or I put a truth idea in mind that they that conflicts with their notional idea that's held in mind, that's wrong, has no basis in reality. So if I put the reality position in place, right, with that person, there are behavioural outcomes that are undeniable. They're not, you can't dispute them because you can repeat them every single time because that's the nature of who we are. Our bodies and the design of our bodies does not change just because we wish that it change. So false idea in mind about the self, true idea held presented at the same time, cognitive dissonance. Behaviours follow. And with the behaviours, there's some experiential stuff that cannot be denied. So it's just the way it works, mate. It's not complicated. When Cerebus
Cognitive
left to hang out
dissonance.
earlier, Rob said, hang on, yeah, when Cerebus left to hang out earlier, Rob said cognitive. So cognitive dissonance to Rob is when you're leaving a hangout or something, I think. No, Sydney, right? It's got a very, and I know that you're luring me into the discussion, but I'll entertain it because it's current. What happens with cognitive dissonance? So you've got the false idea in the mind, the true idea is presented, that then triggers the behaviours. The behaviours, because it's about the self, then it's about fight-flight response.
No, the true idea is not presented.
Tom, do not interrupt or else you'll get kicked. So you must let me finish my point, and then when I finish my point, then you can actually attack it. So what happens in the fight-flight response, you get two actions that are available to the person that's suffering cognitive dissonance. The first attempt is that they try and take on a fight. So we see behaviours like them being very nasty, very petty, trying to character assassinate the threat or the deliverer of the threat. Then they will also blanket out certain information, completely blanket it out or repurpose it, just like you did, Sydney, you fucking idiot. You blanked out, right, the reality because you wanted to preserve the faulty idea that you had in mind, and it was related to your relationships with Chaz, and I don't know whether you've got a relationship with Bulldog.
You blanked it out, you fucking idiot.
Well, that's me. That's all right. I have my reasons. Now, so we've got those two very key behaviours, right, where the personal attacks. So this is what Bulldog's doing here. You know, the name calling, the petty stuff. That's all part of the fight response. Now, the other option, if they can't win the fight, and they'll try and win because the ego mind wants to dominate. That's the way it goes. You know, it wants to be the alpha person. If it can't win the fight or it sees a threat is not going to go away, then what happens next is they run from the room. So what Sydney said is this. He said when Cerebus left the hangout earlier, Rob said cognitive dissonance. Right? Now, I meant it when I said it because what happened, Cerebus saw, because he's not an idiot, he saw my line of inquiry and that I was going to be really tough. and hold people to give evidence. And he realised that if he stayed in the room, I would actually expose him, because I've got a few things about him that I can prove where he's actually lied, right? So, you know, the ego mind's is very, you know, cunning. And so,
The
yes,
ego mind.
definitely cognitive. He ran from the room. Otherwise, if he wasn't cognitive dissonance, he would have just sat there and waited for his stay, you know, if he had a legitimate case to build. But he couldn't stay because he knew that he didn't have. Oh, so that's the other thing too. The ego mind wants to be the controller. So this guy Bulldog always wants to be the control freak. And this is why when I will never entertain these people in their hangouts. I've been the victim of their bullshit and their stuff. They don't allow you to investigate something or to, you know, respond or give an offence.
I'm telling you, it's because you're using these obscure terms. Fucking obscure, dude.
It's very simple.
It's the ego mind and all this bullshit. We think
Well, wait
Freud.
a minute. I'll try again and make it simple for you, right? I will.
Cognitive dissonance. I have a completely different definition.
You must shut up. Listen.
Oh, Rob. Okay. Rob, I'm shutting up. Just for you.
All right, mate. Well, that's your ego mind speaking. Now, I'll try again. It's really simple, right? All right, stop that. That's ego too. Hey, Benny, can you just shut up the Right, now I can deal with actually each and every one of you, but I'll decide whether I bother, but I'll just hang around for a little bit longer. Benny, can you keep them on a bit of a tighter leash? Because I'm actually now nearly ready to deal with them, and I was going to deal with, well, I'd like to start with Aquila if I could. So what happened then, Tom, right, and you did it yourself. They did it in concert. And what the group's trying to do, it's sort of like the mob mentality at work. Because these ideas that that I'm presenting conflict with the ego notion of reality, there's a strong tendency to want to, you know, gang up, or, you know, you just don't want to fucking hear it. So Tom, we'll try again. I'll try and be as patient and as quick as I can. The ego mind specifically. Now stop me when you don't understand something, right?
All right, I'm unmuted, and I'll listen. I'll listen for now. I'll stop you if I don't understand anything. Please let me do that. I like to do it that way.
That's fine. Okay, I appreciate that. Right, so the ego mind specifically is a collection of notional ideas created in the mind that have zero basis in reality, and they relate to the self. And that's all they are. So think of it as a bag full of these ideas that are false. Is that, you got that?
Okay, politicians are power mongers. That's part of the ego mind. Or are we weighing everything?
No. No, it has to have some relationship to the self. So it's notional ideas about reality with relation to the self. Because remember, it's a self-survival mechanism is what it is.
Okay, so you're talking about something other than, and actually you're actually describing it as the opposite of a true way to gauge things altogether. Anything that is not going to actually help you, you call ego mind. It's no good.
No. It has to be a faulty, notional idea. So in other words, an idea in your brain about the self.
About yourself.
Yeah, that cannot be proven in reality. So I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example.
Ego mind. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, but that it is just a collection of these faulty ideas,
I'm
notional
all
ideas.
ears. Let's hear about these faulty ideas.
Yeah. So an example would be a person that that goes into trolling, right, as an activity.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have an ego mind issue per se relate on that experience yet. But what happens when they get in there? They perhaps learn from someone else, and then they start the practice of trolling. And the practice of trolling is putting out lies about a person so that the person barks up and gets upset. That's the basis of trolling. Put out a lie, get a reaction.
Just can't wait. Yes.
Yeah, so...
Right. Yeah, I understand that perfectly.
Yeah, but
Yes.
wait. I'm coming to the false idea. I just want to demonstrate the false idea that gets stored in mind that then it becomes a problem. So
Oh,
in that experience, right?
should I not talk?
Listen to a story about a man named Jed. A poor mountaineer barely kept his family fed. And then one day...
Oh, holy shit, dude.
Yeah, hey, listen, Tom, I'll stop it there. We can pick it up later.
Well,
all right, Toasty, what's up?
There, the folks said, Jed, move away from there. Said,
what's up, Toasty? Talk, Toasty. Come on.
Yeah, if we get a chance, that would be good. Yeah, I'd like that. That'd be good.
What'd
I've
be
got
good?
to pick it up later.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah. You talking to me or what?
yeah, we can't. Yeah. Now that we can't keep things under control, yeah, save it for later. You know what we were talking about.
Oh, Benny, good. Glad you're back. Got to keep these little things on a leash. I want to go to Aquila. Now, if Aquila doesn't come to the mic, I just want to piss him off. Then I want to move to Sydney.
Sydney, there is no way in hell that amoebas could have evolved into human beings. No way in hell. It has to be by design. There has to be, like, either ETs cultivated this shit, or, like, we were, developed within the first 3 million years of the...
No, I'm
or
not.
3
Sydney.
billion
Tommy,
years.
take a break, mate.
Look, I'm trying to get Sid to talk. That's all.
No,
Trying to get him to pipe up. It's not working.
Tom, no.
No. Okay, Rob. All right, Rob.
Take a back seat or, go to another
Rob,
room.
it's all good. Especially because you're not a judge or a district attorney. Because I would hate you. Oh my God, I would hate you.
Oh, don't be hating people. It's the behaviours you want to deal with.
Man,
Hey,
I
Benny,
would.
can you get Aquila, please? Please, Benny. I want to wrap this up. We'll need to take a bit of a break. Yeah, Benny, can you kick Aquila? He won't come to the mic.
Anyone other than Tom, please. Oh my God.
Shut up, Tommy. He won't talk, so I want him gone. I want to move through this quickly. Well, he's not.
Are you done then? Forget about it.
Tommy, shush.
Dude. Somebody be
Relax.
piping up and he was going to pipe up.
Well, hurry up. Well, listen. No, I'm not gonna leave.
You know,
Well,
it's you and me now.
Benny, can we shut this one down and then they can come back later in about an hour? We'll do another hang in about an hour. Yeah,
Fucking
okay,
DA.
appreciate that. You can talk. Now wait a minute, hang on before you go, Benny. Benny, let's see. This is the character of this Ask an Atheist dude, right? Tom, this Rob guy is a Looney Tunes. So because I confront him on an ego issue that's fucking all
Oh,
his,
wait, he said this? Oh,
he did say that.
shit. Yeah, yeah, he didn't need to tell me, you know?
I'll say, Tom, you've decided. Anyway, Benny, can you shut the room down, dude? Oh, okay, Benny. No, that's okay.
Contagious.
I'll say, let's bring the atheist on. Let's do that. So bring him in. Now, Benny, very strict rules on this prick. Come on, atheist, man up.
Very strict rules.
Now, Benny, can you control the bulldog, please? Keep him on a tight leash. Yeah, well, we want to talk to Sydney, but I want bulldog on a tight leash, please. Way you go, Sydney. Speak. Man up, you pussy. But hang on, my rules, right? So when you make an accusation, because you've got some opinions about me, when you make them, we have to explore each one separately to understand the basis of it. All right? So that's just the way it works. Sydney, away you go. Come on, hurry. Come on, Sydney. Come on, you can do it.
Hey,
You're
I
a
didn't
big
have
boy.
anything bad to say about you, man.
Shut up, Tommy. Shut up. I'm not going to put up with you. Benny, next time Tommy speaks, kick him out. And Tommy will... Benny, you're not keeping control. Bad Benny.
Bad boy.
No, it doesn't work that way, Sydney. This is not about me. It's about you, right? And that's it. I'm an immovable character, so what we're going to do is let you see yourself for who you really are. So come to the mic and let's hear your accusations. Well, let's see. Put it out there, Sydney. Put it out there. Well, I got a question that we can kick it off. Is my wife fat and ugly? Well, no, actually, Sydney, it's absolutely true. Benny, isn't it true about the immovable stuff? Yep. Yes, it's true. But can you ask the room who has down block? Oh, not me. Probably Bulldog. Or maybe maybe Toasty, maybe. I don't know. Down has blocked it, nearly everyone. I doubt it. Come on, Sydney. Come on, little Sydney. You've just had your little giggle like a silly little fucking girl. Why don't you come to the mic and just put it out there and say why you do what you do? And we'll just see whether I'm the one that's a Looney Tunes or whether it's you that's actually got an issue. Are you afraid to, Sydney? Hey, Phantom. How art thou? Well, you are like a silly little girl. You were sitting there laughing. We've got it on tape. And Bulldog was laughing. You know, it wasn't just the normal laugh. You can tell a lot if you pay attention. You know, it's, you know, just like a silly little schoolgirl's laugh. Toaster, can you please unblock down? Hey, Tom. Toaster, unblock down. Okay, but he's asking me to kick you. Who? Yeah, well, it was exactly the same factor, Bulldog. If you actually play the bloody tape back, you'll see that the style of laughing was precisely the same, right, between the two humans. And in fact, we've got a third one. Tommy was exactly the same. You can't hide things, boys. You just can't. Come on, Sydney. Come on. Step up to the plate. One subject at a time. Strict examination. Find out what the truth is. Truth is absolute. Aquila, I am the least, well, to give you an example about how I respect women, right? Of all the people in these hangouts that left Sugar out to dry, I was one of the few. Oh, Benny, of course, Benny. We're the enlightened. We don't, let people get a kicking. So I was the one that jumped in to, make sure that she wasn't unjustly treated. So no, your point is you haven't got anything to substantiate that. What you did is you used your fucking ego mind to repurpose things because you're trying to stick up for your fucking idiot friend Sydney. That's what went on. Now, I should have snored.
Did Down get in yet? I think he's still blocked.
Yeah, I don't know, Sugar. I don't know what someone in here is blocking him. It's not me. It's not me.
I know it's not me. Can whoever has him blocked, please? He hasn't been bothering anybody. Please
Who is he?
unblock Down.
Link us
Please
his profile so we can make sure we don't have him blocked.
I don't know how to do that.
Put a link on the inside chat. Copy paste. You know how to do that.
No, if Sugar says she does.
Control C on the text.
I have a baby in my hands. My baby is asleep in my arms.
Oh.
Is that grandchildren, is it?
That's my granddaughter, yeah.
Ah, special moments in the now, right? You
Yeah,
don't get too many. You don't get two more special moments than being in the now with a baby, do you?
That's what life's about. That's good. Oh, good news.
She's really good.
Good news. Those religious people that say that we're born into sin, that's all bullshit. We're born perfect.
She's born perfect.
Yeah.
I don't understand it. How we can be
jealous of you, Not really.
I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready for this, but I'm so happy that we have her. I think she's kind of saved me.
Oh yeah.
Among other people.
Great thing. You could tell her the two wolf story.
I do. You know what? I tell her all the secrets now. The first day that she was born, I took her to the window and I told her a secret that she can keep in her head forever. The grandmothers in our family do that to the newborns.
Cool. Keep her smart.
My turn. Well, we hope.
Start her out right.
Well, she's only got to learn how to deal with faulty notional ideas in her head, and she'll be kicking goals all her life.
Her name's Reagan Rebel.
Reagan
Rebel. It's not political. It's not political at all.
So why? Why the name Reagan Rebel?
Her last name is an Irish name, and so it's kind of all sounds very Irish. Her dad's Irish.
Oh, sorry, Sugar. Don't forget we're live too. But
no, I know. That's why I didn't give the last name.
Yeah. I only just thought of it myself. You sort of forget.
She'll know
I
that
I forget
by the
sometimes
time she's two.
Yeah.
You'll make sure the little one knows that.
Come on, Sydney. Come to the microphone.
She's just a baby.
Oh, how free from aches and pains we were.
Phantom. Oh dear. Team Enlightenment's growing.
Who had him blocked?
I don't know.
We don't know yet.
Who had him blocked?
We'll leave.
I don't know.
Yeah, so Phantom's just testifying to the bad behaviours of Mr. Bulldog. And Sydney, might I recommend that you actually have a look in the side chat now? I'm not the only one that witnessed some bad behaviours from Mr. Bully Dog. The video's out there, and what it shows is clearly the bullying behaviours, all the wrong things about the ego mind. You know, where it just entertains itself and doesn't give a shit about anybody else. It's just about itself entertainment. It's
Oh,
about
I get what he's just saying there.
king of the kids. Yeah, well, I'd expect that, Sydney. I'd expect that from you, Sydney, because you filter shit out that you don't want to have upset your reality. Yeah, I know that Bulldog. So Bulldog says he's got a video of me, and he does. I mean, this persecution's been going on 12 months. And what
So
he's
we
talking
got all these people who are outside reality, like trying to like coax people out of their sense of reality. The
Hey,
fuck,
Benny.
man.
Yeah. Benny, I don't know Jex B. Do you know Jex B? No. Okay. We better be just a bit cautious. But, well, you know, I don't care one way or the other, but would you just ask the person to come to the mic and then we can make a call from there? Yeah, Bulldog's got a video and it's clear and to the point. But the thing is, what he doesn't want me to do is actually speak, you know, put my side of the story. And I can explain explicitly everything that's on that video and why the actions that you see are there. So 12 months ago, these clowns wound me up, and I didn't realise. I just thought they were regular Joes. But now I know that they troll, and that's what they do for kicks. And it was a topic serious. It was dear to the heart for me because I'd spent 2 years writing a book on what is this thing called God, and so I just wanted to promote it. And I just unfortunately ran into the troll brigade, and so yeah, you get upset at certain times, but certainly not now. Since being enlightened, you just can't upset me. I might raise my tone or get frustrated, but you just can't put me into cognitive dissonance.
And so you promote shit to your friends?
Who's that? What's that?
You promote things to your friends?
Who said that?
You were trying to promote something, and
Oh, the
people
book.
got on your
Yeah,
case. Yeah,
yeah,
people didn't like that. They trolled you.
yes, exactly, correct, exactly. But I didn't know it at the time. I thought they were just regular folks, you know. And I was just trying to, you know, because it's the bullying phenomena.
But they weren't. I mean, they weren't just the same.
What's that?
I mean, they weren't just normal people.
Yeah, they're normal people.
I
Everyone's a
mean,
normal person.
well, I mean, normal people, but wasn't that what you expected? Didn't you expect that? Trying
No,
to
I didn't.
promote something? I mean, do you like trying to like get your friends into pyramid scams and shit? Like people just know you come off that way if you're trying to promote
Hang on,
something.
Tom. I got to pull you up. What was the comment about the pyramids stuff?
They thought you were roping them into a pyramid scheme or trying
Wait a
to
minute.
rope
Hold it,
people
hold it,
in.
hold it, hold it. Tom. Can't let it go. So I just noted something there, and I want to understand it a little bit better. So so how is promoting a book, right? So you write a book, right? And the next, you get a publisher. The next step is in getting the word about. So it's like the marketing phase of selling the book. How is that a pyramid scheme?
All right.
Explain yourself, Tom, please.
Uh, I'm not trying to say that I know exactly what is, except
1
that
second,
people see it as a pyramid scheme. Oh,
1 second.
okay, like, yeah, back me up before I make my point. All right, so,
Tommy,
like,
I'm
you
very
haven't
quick.
heard shit yet. I haven't told you anything yet.
I'm very quick, right? My mind is like fucking
Oh,
grease light.
yeah,
Tommy,
you're a little.
I'll demonstrate it to you,
All
right?
right.
If you pay attention, right? Pay
You know
attention.
exactly what I was about to say.
What you were doing then, right, Tom, was you were trying to skirt around the fact that you use the term pyramid selling. So writing and publishing a book and marketing it is what most writers do. That's normally accepted good behavior when you're writing a
Agreed.
book. Right. Now, pyramid selling is a different thing because it's really observed as a person taking advantage of people, or it's got that connotation that they're trying to suck
Agreed.
them into you. Agreed. Now, you used, when you were presenting, the story about me, basically, and this relationship that I had, your mind brought in the idea of pyramid selling, which is a negative connotation of promoting something. The question I've got for you, why did you do that?
Is because this is how people are gonna take you. So even if you're promoting something small or something.
Wait a minute, Tom. We have to deal with it in the minutiae, right?
All right.
Right now,
That wasn't an answer.
You're trying to repurpose. I want to know why you. Oh, wait a minute. Hang on. I need to be fair here, so let me just give me a moment to think. So, what your defense is you're saying that there's still an error, Tom, right? You're making an assumption that, and you weren't there, that's an impossibility, right? You're making an assumption, right, a false assumption, that that's what the group thought.
Keep going.
Well, the reality, so back in reality land, right, is all I'm doing, right, is I come to the group and I say I've written a book and it's about Jesus, and I can.
Wait, that's how you presented it? That's a completely different subject, and you presented it this way. This is about Jesus. I'm writing a book about Jesus.
Okay, mate. I got it again, Tom. I'm very quick.
You didn't actually say that, right?
No, I understand, Tom. I know exactly what you're doing, and I know exactly why you're doing it. So I just want to stop the conversation there, because it just becomes a long-winded one if you persist in not acknowledging, the errors that you're making in mind, and there's a reason you're doing it.
I was just trying to let you know that people see it as a pyramid scheme, worse than a pyramid scheme if you're saying it's about Jesus.
Tom, I don't hold anything against you. I'm just trying to. I don't hold anything against you. Here's Benny, are you there?
Tom.
No, I was invited. You're not going to kick me because I'm invited.
Benny, are you there, please? Yes,
I was invited.
I want him gone immediately. I want him gone immediately.
No.
Benny,
No.
I want him gone immediately.
No.
You want
Benny
gone?
Doesn't go.
Who?
No, I don't want the unbroadcast. I want him completely gone.
Shut up, man. Fucking stop. Fucking.
You're unbroadcast, Tool, so it's not going to go anywhere. Hey.
Yeah, can you broadcast?
Can you kick him immediately? Immediately.
Shut up, dickhead. Fucking moron. I'll just keep muting you. I'll mute you. I'll hold mute you. Alright?
Benny, get rid of it. Get rid of it. Benny, get rid of it. Now, notice. Benny. Benny, can you get rid of him? Good on you, mate. Thank you for that. Okay, now, did you notice too again the childish little giggles that came from the troll patrol?
That's Troll Patrol.
Yeah, no,
the Troll Non-Patrol.
Now, Sydney, you're in moral danger. I promise you.
Oh no, Sydney's in moral danger even though he acts better than most Christians.
Well, he's on the surface, but the behaviours that I'm seeing now are the behaviours that I saw in Bulldog all a while back. And look at the man that he's become, sort of thing. Hey, so Benny, can you just bloody put the dog on the leash? Yeah, well, you can lull it away all you like, but now that's another one. Get rid of Rose.
Rob.
Well, straight away, immediately, Benny, immediately, please.
You want Sid to talk,
Oh,
don't you?
don't give it Rose. Rose is all right.
Rose has to go. Well,
Rose, but Rose looks pretty. The profile picture looks pretty. Let's keep the pretty picture there.
No, wait a minute. Oh, it's not. That's right. Get rid of her. Well, see, I knew that, Benny, because the timing issue, right? And the muting, right? So you got exactly the same behavioural. You got the same. So please, Benny, kick him immediately, please. You got to be quicker at that.
Man, such
Thanks, Benny. Appreciate it. Is this Benny? Is there some reason for the slow response in kicking them out, or you just sort of seeing if they're the right people? My browser is kind of slow. Okay, mate. Understand. But you got to keep a tight leash on them, right? These sick people, sick mofos. Well, sick behaviours. Now, where do we get to?
Are you sure about that?
Yes, I am. Tom, I don't want you to interrupt for a bit, if you don't mind. And Tom, I don't take anything personally, ever. So don't worry about that shit, right?
I'm going to hold you to that. I'm going to hold you to that.
All right, mate, you do that. I promise I won't let you down. Now, Benny, put the dog on the leash.
Which dog?
Bullfrog. Now, Sydney, come on. What's holding you back, Sydney? Now, this is what Sydney said in the side chat, because he's just caught up in his... And I mean when I say it, Sydney, you are at moral risk. The behaviours that I'm seeing are a problem for you. Now, lol, like a bloody girl. Adolf Beasley. Now it's B-A-S-L-E-Y, and no, I'm not Adolf Hitler, and I'm not an antichrist. But I tell you who is a real antichrist, bloody that Putin prick. So where are we now? Rose is blah 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 blah. Let her speak and find out. So let her speak. Who? Oh yeah. Well, Phantom, you saw that we were right in the end, right? The reason that, what we saw as behaviours that Vladimir was using, he was jumping on the mute button. So, and Benny, when I say quick, I want them gone, I know exactly why, and I know exactly what their agenda is. We will know 2 seconds. Yeah, right. Enlighten me, Rob. Not sure I bloody want to. Sydney? What comments are Rob reading? Now, I just got to take a short walk, so if it turns into a debacle when I get back.
Well, then I guess he'll shut the shit down. Like we give a shit. Oh my god. I was up all night. I couldn't even sleep because I was trying to imagine Rob Beasley's wife with a triple chin or a double chin, and I couldn't even tell. Oh, was it a triple chin or a double chin?
Oh man, this is so funny. I'm sitting here, if I can just laugh, I'm sitting here laughing my head off, with tears running down my cheeks.
Good stuff. Yeah, what's Bulldog got to say about this?
Not much.
He's like, he's got to hang out on air and all of his audience. Oh, he's here dissing trolls in the presence of trolls.
Josh Bales.
What's he bail? He bail hay or he bail marijuana?
Bales.
Don't know.
What is that, Benny? What's that Bales thing about? So what do we got here? Lithium time. Now, you see there, this is Bulldog. This is the cruel nature of the ego.
The ego mind.
Well, see, the thing is, these guys are responsible for me ending up in a healthcare situation where
Rehab.
yeah, sort of, where I was wrongly diagnosed, but I ended up having to take lithium, right?
Oh, yeah, bipolar or something. Yeah, something like bipolar.
I was assessed bipolar. But the reason that I actually ended up in this situation is exactly this bullying from this group. They're actually fucking responsible for that actual outcome. And
So you couldn't get away from the group?
well, no, I wouldn't. Because it was a situation where it was absolute trolling, right? So they would present the lie, and I'd fight it. And I'm a stubborn person, right? If you fucking lie to me, I'm gonna fight you, tooth and nail. So it got to the point where I got all worked up, and everyone sort of thought I was, unwell, and ended up in care and got put on lithium. But I had an appeal against the whole scenario, and I won that appeal. So I was released. But I continued taking lithium because apparently you've got to wean off it. But what I'm saying is this guy, right, he takes that information and tries to project the mental illness issue.
I would have already told you you need to be taking lithium. Like before you even told me that, I'd be prescribing you lithium. You know that, right? Yeah, I know. Yeah, I have a lot of experience with bipolar.
Okay, so what you just did, right, you just said that your observations of me are that I'm bipolar. Is that right?
Yep, gauged you. Yeah, I gauged you as bipolar.
Wait a minute. We've got to qualify a couple of things. You said that you've got a lot of experience in bipolar. What's that experience?
How much?
Because I don't see bipolar at all.
So wait a minute. Tom, we've got another person that's actually, I think you're in the professional side, Sugar, or some association?
Yeah, I was a paramedic for 25 years.
Okay, now, Sugar makes the observation based on her experience that she doesn't see the bipolar. We need to now hear from you why you see the bipolar. You've got to justify your claim. Oh, sorry, but before you do, tell us what your credentials are.
Credentials is I've got family that are bipolar, stepdad or daughter You know, they were bipolar. They took lithium. I recognize the behavior. My brother's bipolar.
Yeah, but isn't it true to say that you get manic swings of behaviour or something to that effect?
Yes.
Okay. So now speak to your evidence that says that your observations see those behaviours in me.
Doesn't require that aspect. That's not relevant.
No, it is relevant because
I didn't
you
say that
firstly
encompasses it.
wait a minute, Tom. Wait a minute.
All right,
What you
Rob.
wait a minute,
Okay, Rob.
Tom,
Okay, Rob.
please, I can't move
Rob,
on.
yes. Rob.
Yeah, okay. Well,
Rob.
sorry,
Rob.
Tommy.
Rob.
Well, one of the things about cognitive behaviour, see, Benny shut you down. Thank you, Benny. Is cognitive dissonance is that when you put pressure on the person with the truth and it conflicts with a false idea, then you start getting a little erratic. But all I'm trying to do is get you to stay on point. You said that your experience is based on having family members that are bipolar.
Right.
Now, what I want you to do now is take the next step, because you've made an assessment in your own mind. Explain your assessment and how you arrived at your conclusion. Thank you.
I have experience by means of family. There's the
Yeah, but
medical side and
what
there's
were your
the family side.
observations, right? Hang on, wait a minute. So you can be a trained professional, right, or you can have family experience. Granted, those are real things. But you made an observation. So what was it? What were the behaviours that you saw that led you to draw the conclusion?
The exact
Hey, welcome back,
behaviors I saw in you. Okay.
Yeah, well, what are
All
they?
right. Main thing is you're domineering.
Hold it, 1 second. I'm not going to allow you to go too far
You're
without
not gonna allow me to
Wait a
do
minute.
all
Wait,
that
wait, wait,
much.
wait,
Right.
wait, 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 wait. Tommy, I prefaced it by saying I was going to keep it
Domineering.
tight. Tommy.
Uh-huh. Definition.
I'll just ask Sugar, right?
No.
Domineering,
I mean,
gossip.
yeah, well, let's be clear that we're not saying that there are no bipolars, people with bipolar that have ever been dominant or have domineering personalities, but that's not one of the defining traits.
Correlation is not causation.
No, that's not how it's described in the DSM. I mean, I didn't write the book.
Yeah. So, Tommy, your position is starting to look a little tenuous. What's your other observations?
All right, you got these little niche terms
Okay, so
that
how
nobody else knows.
I know that you've got to be in the bonnet about that, but how does that equate to bipolar?
I've seen it in bipolar people.
He's got that one. Tom's right on that one. That is one of them, but there's lots of others. One doesn't mean that I mean, lots of people believe that and they're not bipolar. So that is one.
Yeah, but I'm okay my side because I can go and get the. So I had an appeal with a medical
Just because
panel.
we all have something like that, so that doesn't mean that you're bipolar because you have one. I have at least 4 of these, and I'm not bipolar.
Yeah, I understand. But in
Yeah,
my
a lot
case,
of symptoms.
I can actually prove that I was reviewed by a panel, and I was exonerated from that care situation, and allowed to go back under my own. Like I was the governor of my healthcare. So I know that I'm clear of that particular, and I also know that when I was actually in that experience, I was the calm guy, right? And I was actually supporting and caring for other people when they would sort of go a little bit high and off. I was able to calm them down and just bring them to rest. And I held that state. For the whole 19 days that I was actually there. So I'm very comfortable in my position. What I'm trying to do is point out.
Good for you, man.
Yeah, but Tom, what I'm trying to point out to you, please, it's really important. Do not make assertions, right, unless you are in a position to make those assertions. So what we've examined thus far, you pinpointed one likely thing by using those sort of terms, that I use abstract terms. But, from my perspective, there's no issue. I know perfectly the enlightenment experience. It's just that the majority don't. So, what do I do with that? That's just not my fault. So, Tom, do you sort of understand this? Do you accept that you may have jumped to conclusions a bit?
Well, all I have to share is what I have a direct perception of, and Sugar does too. I just have, it's my family member that needs help, and her perspective is she's all into, also, beyond experience, she's also into, of course, looking out for the statistics. Whereas I've just known some diagnosed bipolars that were, I spent a lot of time living with these bipolar individuals, and so I think that gives me a little bit of, gives my statements a little bit of weight, as long as I'm true to them.
Yeah. Well, okay.
I would agree. I think family exposure is absolutely valid because they see it even more than clinicians
I just think it has
sometimes.
value. It's not absolute truth, or it just
Absolutely.
has value, at least.
Yeah. Well,
as
Tom,
is mine.
I promise you this. I can get medically, I can go back to that panel and I can get a medical assessment and prove it. But even if I was, I wouldn't give a shit, because the people that were actually in there, classified as bipolar, I found some of them quite intellectually quite smart. And what I saw in them is just people that were frustrated more than anyone that had a condition. They were just frustrated by, it seemed, everyone else not understanding them. So
I've never had disdain for bipolar, even classmates in elementary school. I never naturally had disdain for bipolar kids in my class. It didn't occur to me to. I mean,
I just don't think that lithium is a good treatment myself. Yeah. But anyway, let's go to the side chat. We've got before you put it, people. See these guys, these little vulture trolls. Tommy, the reason I picked you up. Hang on, Tommy. The reason I picked you up, Tommy. The reason I picked you up, and we had to have that discussion, is that these people, right, the bullies, they just look for little bits and pieces of information that they can actually attack you, right? So, Tommy. So, I'm not going to sit by idly if you make an accusation that will pick up on. So, really, from that point of view, there you go. Look here. That's my house on Bulldog's screen. Right, so right now, there is a person out the front of my house shining a... So this is the trolling instance, right? Trolls. That'll be a guy called Vladimir. That is... I'll just screenshot that, just so that we've got that for proof. Oh, look at that. Did you notice as soon as I said that, it went off screen? Now, that was orchestrated by this Bulldog. So the level of harassment that it's accelerated to, and I hope what's
harassment.
Yeah. Well, I hope fucking Sydney, you're watching, and you're paying fucking attention, you prick. Now I did that deliberately, all right? So I haven't lost my composure or anything like that. I just want him to pay attention to certain details.
Yeah,
what happened then? What we witnessed to, and Benny, we need to keep this video. Right, because now we have hard evidence, and that's an important thing too. As we've gone through this escalation of bullying, they've got more and more clumsy, and in there, and I think that's part of the behaviour.
I thought that car looked really pretty from behind. Thought it had a sexy back.
Oh, jeez.
That
You
was a pretty
humans, sometimes, yeah, you humans, you always play it down. That's actually quite a serious offence, right? That's stalking.
Yeah, I like see it like you're making it sound immediate, but I doubt that this is like what you're recounting something that happened in the past or what? Like,
Oh,
is
you
this
point,
immediate
mate. Hang on,
now?
Tommy, got to pick you up. Sorry.
Vlad showed something and you
Now look in
picked
the
it up.
side chat. Look in the side chat. Bulldog. The Bulldog account said knock knock. Who there? It was streamed. There was a picture. Tommy, pay attention. There was a picture of our house. Our
Oh, that
house.
was your house.
Exactly.
Oh,
And it was a
I didn't. Yeah.
Tommy, it's a live feed of Vladimir, the other troll that was in here, driving by my house right now, or at least right then, right, taking a video camera down the house. And what they're trying to do is intimidate. See, this is the bullying behavior. So what we have is we have absolute blanket evidence of the bullying behavior that's been going on probably for about...
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, right, Tommy. Tommy, pay attention, mate. Right, pay attention, and also
Sure.
don't misspeak. So if you
Oh
think
yeah.
something, just fucking check it out, right? Now,
Yeah,
so
you guys are
I
mad.
want to talk to this atheist prick over here.
Mumbo jumbo.
Now, see what Bulldog's saying is pay attention, go outside. Now he wants me to leave here, but I won't. And maybe they're painting the fence, or I don't know what they're doing. Couldn't give a shit.
Faggy fucking
All
fags.
just doing all this. Now, see here. This is this guy called Sydney, right? He was a witness to that event, right? He was a witness to it. We can prove it. I can go outside and take a photo that it is in fact our house. This prick Sydney, right, because of his fucking ego, continues locked into his ego, and he says domineering much. And he's making that assertion based on the fact that I'm actually taking control of the situation. Absolute control. And I'm doing it.
Rob, you're trying to take control of this situation.
Yeah.
No,
No,
Rob.
I am taking control.
Wait, Rob.
Yes, mate.
Yeah, you're trying to take control over the situation.
Yeah.
That's all. That's all I have to say. Go ahead.
No, what's your point?
Wait, Rob. All right, you have to.
Phantom Prophets just said this
The
will be
floor is
within
yours.
30 days. Have no fear,
Like
Rob.
how many times have you said that? The floor is
What's that?
yours. How many times have you told somebody?
Tommy, that's very mischievous.
The floor is yours.
Tommy.
Come on, Rob.
Your ego.
No, Rob.
Hey,
come on, that's your ego.
Tommy, can we get rid of Tommy? Thank you very much. Tommy, I think I now want to spend time with these turkeys. And, you know, the door's open. We can have that chat anytime. But what you're doing is mischievous. And you've done it 3 fucking times. So 3 times you should go out, in my book. But Benny's more loving. Now, so I want to pay attention to this Sydney guy for a minute. So whether you believe it or not, that was my house, and we can prove that. And these guys are just trying to amp up the control, but it just won't work. It's impossible. Where we got domineering much? Don't want to hear that. What did he say up here? Rob, you are being torn to shreds. You have to beat the denial. So this is Sydney. You know, because he doesn't like my atheist position, because I basically told him that atheists, it's a useless fucking undertaking. They never achieve a damn thing. He started to, repurpose the things in his fucking mind to suit his worldview. So Sydney, come to the mic any time and just let's dig deep into your comments. I'm sure that we'll be able to expose your ass. Rob, you are being torn to shreds. Well, no, I'm not. Not in the least. I'm totally in control of the situation, and everyone can get a voice, except if you're just talking shit. Now, where was that? You have to beat the denial. There's no denial. It's just an absolute understanding of reality. And please open your eyes. Now, that's an interesting thing. So, in this is what happening. Sugar, you will have seen this in the bullying instances, right? 1 minute, they're sort of, stroking your hair and, saying do this, but, they're not letting go of the fact that you're wrong in their worldview. But the next minute, they kick you in the ass as hard as they can. Yeah? And don't worry if you don't come to the mic, that's fine. Now, Phantom Tom, he's the...
I'm here, I'm sorry. I'm here.
Oh, no, I was just saying, in the bullying behaviour, there are times when they try and project that they're very caring for your situation, but the real reality is they're just very nasty to you. They're very nasty.
Yeah, they were all really great friends up until the big incident, and then from that point on, they all took their positions, and every once in a while they would say, you're wrong for all of it, you're taking all responsibility. And we're tired of hearing about it, but they'll just sit and they'll participate every place else. They'll talk about it, but I can't talk about it.
That's right, but you will never take any responsibility for that ever, will you?
I take responsibility only for what my actions were.
Yeah, I understand that, and that's the right thing to do, as a mature adult person to do. I mean, we've got this guy Sydney in here, and he's supposed to be a fucking, he should be at the wisdom level, and he's behaving like a bloody baby. So we're just examining Sydney. Yeah, sorry.
Well, I happen to know Sydney very well, and I'm not quite sorry that the baby's toy. Hold on.
Yeah, well, that's okay. I mean, I'm big enough and ugly enough to make my own calls. So what do we got here? So I do not agree with bullying, but this guy, wait a minute, this is interesting. He seems to be acting like a bully and calling people names. Well, no. A bully isn't, I mean, I speak the truth, actually, so if I call the Ask an Atheist a prick, it's because he's behaving like a prick. It's all right, Sydney. You just got to change your behaviour so you're good to go again. It's not permanent. This bulldog keeps on digging. Let him dig away. He just broadcast his stalking to the whole fucking web. Yeah, that was stupid of you, bulldog. You screwed that up royally. But that's what I found, Prophet. I found through this journey that the more they escalate, the clumsier these idiots get. So that's karma for you. Simple Google will hand over IP, especially if you have friends that work there. Oh, yeah, that's an interesting comment. All right, well, go get them, Phantom Tom. Fuck them. They won't pay attention. Put a nail file in a cake and I'm good to go. Yeah, so this is Bulldog just trying to be funny and bond. Even if you use proxy, we can timestamp logins. Godsend. Taking pictures is against the law. So, well, if that's the case, oh, that's good. Tommy's gone. If that's the case, then taking a video of someone's property would be against the law, you'd think. Tom tore you a new one. So, Tom. Oh, okay. So, I don't think so. I mean, if we got other people that were genuine people's assessment, I know Benny and I don't think they agree with you there, Ask an Atheist. So notice how you'll just take any, so you don't even assess the performance ability of the individual. You just don't give a shit about that, right? You'll just make the call that suits your ego mind. I'll do a jailbreak. Well, hopefully not. I mean, hopefully you go to jail for a little bit of time. Benny, you always make me laugh. All they care about is their fucking ego and being the center of attention. Yeah, and that's true. That's absolutely true. That's the ego mind. But don't forget, it's just a bloody faulty thinking in your brain. Piss it off and you're good to go. All I want is ego fluff, please. Sydney being hailed as the leader of the atheist community on G+, but he met his match tonight. Is he being held as the leader of the atheist community? Fuck me. You're not, are you, Sydney? Oh, fuck me. You're not ready for the job, mate. You were too angry for your own common sense. Go get him, Phantom. How could you feel? How would you feel if someone called you a prick? Yeah, well, it's a term of endearment. It's like, think of it this way, right? It's like a prick in an ego bubble, right? So no drama. Besides, he called my wife, or he insinuated that Bulldog was right about calling my wife fat and ugly when he knew different. He didn't stand up and, protect her. He was a scumbag. There is a difference between calling someone and stalking their house. Yes, but it's by association, right? Because what he's doing, he's validating this Bulldog and his bad behaviour, right? He does, and he can't deny that. And by association, he's condoning the fucking stalking shit. So you can't get out of it. If you're consciously aware of a bad behaviour, it's not appropriate that you sit on your ass and do nothing about it. That's how bullying gets its way in this world. So in Sugar's case, there was a whole community that ganged up on her. And within that community, there was at least 3 or 4 people that are normally regarded as good people, but they did fuck all to support her. So don't give me any shit. There's a difference between calling someone prick and stalking their. Oh yeah, sorry, that came from. Well, still, it was a good point, Phantom. And Sid stalks his house. Yeah, so this is Sid's mate sticking up for Sid. Ask as an atheist. Yes, well, by implication, there's an issue for you, Sid. You stalk the house, blah, blah, blah. Not to mention the video evidence I have of them both loud and bull asking kids to get their cock. Yep, we got that video talking about choking. Oh, geez, I didn't know about that. That's a nasty twist. I'd have to see that before I comment on it, but not nice. Not nice at all. They ain't laughing no more, or at least not for a long. I hope they change their ways, but this is for them to decide. Well, unfortunately, one of the things, Phantom, I think, so there's 2 approaches to dealing with ego. You walk up in front of it straight up, and then you force it into a scenario where you force it to be confronted in front of others, just like what's happening now, people. So this is all part of the plan. To help you get to be better people. So there's that way, and then the only other way that I can think that works is when you cast doubt into the bag of notional ideas. So if you can manage to do that, and it's like the prick in the balloon scenario. If you can cast that doubt in there, then they'll take care of it themselves, because we're all quite capable human beings at the end of the day. When Rob goes, he's humming, that's when he's glossing over my message for some reason. Nah, I don't remember when that came up, Toasty Roasty. So you'll have to give me more detail. I don't think that they are pedos, but they are sure ain't safe around kids. Well, that's a true statement. I agree wholeheartedly. I don't think they're pedos at all. But what you got is you got mature aged people, using their maturity position to you know, get kids to do things they shouldn't do that might last a lifetime in memory. Because I imagine those kids going to school, right, and maybe if it got spread around the internet, and then there'd be some drama. So, you know, it's just not the right thing. And it's akin to the whole pedophilia concept, because you've got maturity knowingly and selfishly abusing immaturity. And that's what it is. So, Sydney, hope you're asking. This is your friend Bulldog, and we've got it on video. And yet, when you looked at it, you repurpose it because you don't want to believe the truth. You want to live in your own silly. See, it's like atheism. That's the other thing I felt about atheism. I thought, fucking hell, it's a belief because you just don't have the answers. So you believe something, and then that's your position. It doesn't work that way. You've got to work harder, like I did, and you get the 100% truth. When Rob goes, yeah, all right, done that. I don't think, don't think that. Yep. So they're all just behaviours. So don't shoot the bad people. You know, fix the behaviour, show them the ego, and everyone's good to go. He is our leader. No. Now, Bulldog can't stomach the idea, but it's his ego, not the person, can't stomach the idea of not being the controller. He just can't. It's a massive thing for him. I've had this clown dancing like a puppet on the internet, you know. Dear. Sick sense of humour. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, possibly. Well, I stalked his house and took that photo. Yeah, so Sydney's just sort of making, you know, he knows that that's a true statement. He didn't stalk the house and he didn't take the photo. But Sydney, by implication, you are helping these arseholes persist. And you've been shown evidence that's clear, and you've repurposed it to you know, which shows me clearly what your agenda is. So go outside and confront the stalker. So maybe they were planning a bashing or something. I don't know. So bad luck. I didn't go out. Sid, was that you? Wait a minute. Sid, was that you stream video to Bulldog a minute ago? Crazy, lol. No, it wasn't Sid, Toasty. And this is, you know, this is what worries me about you. All these little misspeaks. Too many of them. Too many tiny misspeaks. So I don't know that I'm going to spend too much time with you at all. And the lols and all of that. So just tell me what you're up to. Sid, you are not the man I thought you were. If you are stalking people, sorry, Sid. That's tongue in cheek, right? Now again, Aquila, we're not saying he's doing any stalking at all. That's not what's being said. What's being said is that Bulldog. So it came through on the Bulldog profile. We've got it on video. It was Vladimir that was out the front, or someone else, right, with the video camera. They were taking a shot, and we can prove it 100% that it was my property that they were doing it. They did it in the context of this thing, and it's about intimidation, and you know, whatever else they got in their mind. Bullying is probably the best word. And you, Sydney, because you don't see the truth and then hold the truth dear, right, you, by implication, allow the behaviours to continue. So go outside, blah, blah, blah. This is the stream, blah, blah, blah. Sin, Rob, you need to confront the stalker. So, see, he's desperate for me to go out and see this person. So maybe they did have a bashing, maybe even a shooting, who knows. Don't give a fuck, boys. Not going to get me off your case, ever. Well, you know, I do need to move on. I think I've given you as many lessons as I fucking can. I cannot lie. Yes, Rob thinks it was the usual suspects. Yeah, well, you just did lie. What you do, Sydney, is you don't throw out an assumed position that proves your position. What you do is you ask for clarification, and then you don't get you don't get caught out as a fucking liar. First one I've mine. Oh, hang on. First one I've mine. You given a shout out for a while. In the comments, Rob, can you please play Sound of Silence by Simon and Garfunkel? Yeah, we'll see, Toasty. I know it's getting boring and all of the rest of it, perhaps, and probably a little bit unnerving for those that are still awake. But, you know, that's just the way it's got to be. If you want to get to the truth of a situation, you've actually got to dig in and fucking find it. I heard I could score a kilo at that address, was checking it out. Now, see how that's despicable, Sydney? Right? Absolutely fucking despicable, and it just shows the level of the fibre of your ego mind at the moment. We don't do drugs or any of that sort of shit. And I actually heard from someone that Vlad might be tied up in a drug little group. So, but I don't give a shit. It won't put me off. Righto. Now, where do we get to? So, despicable Mr. Sydney. What a low life you're being at the minute. It's all fixable, Sydney. Be gone tomorrow. Truth will set you free. Oh, atheism isn't a belief, it is a non-belief. Sorry, it isn't. No, that's absolute fucking crap. If you have an idea that's unconfirmed or an assumption and you hold that to be true, that's a belief. Atheism has a number of those in their kit. Like Bulldog, right, thinks Jesus is not real. Now, the evidence is heavily weighted to the other position, but he takes it on board as if it was a fact. So he's got a faulty idea in his fucking head that hasn't been proven in reality, so it can't be anything but a belief. And that's exactly the atheist issue, Sydney. Now, Sid, why are you bullying this Rob guy? So this is Aquila trying to protect his mate, play it all down. Oh, okay. All right, dude. I said you. Well, he is in a sense, right? He's because the bullying behaviour is this: you project out a lie about the individual. That's your attack. That creates the dissonance or the disturbance in the person who's holding the truth. And then you agitate, right? So he is a bully. Absolutely he is. No doubt about it. Don't worry, Aquila, he will turn the other cheek. Jesus preaches these things and Rob lives the life of Jesus. That's true, I actually do, but it's the real Jesus. And we don't turn the other fucking cheek. So what we do is, I wonder if he swore. Hey, Benny, I wonder if Jesus swore. Well, actually, I do know something about that. The Nazarites, who are the Nazarite, what I was saying, I was wondering whether Jesus swore. The Nazarite tradition, or what the Essenes practice, where I hold Jesus came from, they actually had very strict rules about admission. So if you didn't fucking toe the line, you were kicked out, and you didn't get back in for up to a year or 2 years. It's not a nervous laugh, Sydney. So Sydney's still hanging on to his ego mind. Not a nervous laugh at all. Oh, and I see where you made the mental connection. You're assuming that I'm troubled by the fact that someone's stalking me. Well, I'm not. They've been doing it for a while. I just don't care, I've got no control over that shit. Even if they're coming to beat me up, I've still got no control over that. So I have to get beat up. Rob, why do you think Sydney doesn't want to talk? Oh, okay. So the reason Sydney doesn't want to talk is he's afraid of exposure. Because I will control him fear. Well, that's because that's the ego mind. People like you and I, Benny, we don't. You smell the fear. We don't have the fear. They have the fear. That's because it's about fear for the self. Yeah, that's right. Of course. Now, hey, Sydney, pay attention. Yeah, well, Bulldog, the taste of fear. What it means is, no, hang on. You won't experience. So when you're enlightened, right, you will not. It's an absolute story. You will not taste death. Now, what that means is you will not fear death. Who's a Christian realist? Oh, okay. Yes, yes, yes. Well, I don't know. No, I don't like that, Benny. I'm just a realist, right? Because the Christian part of Jesus' story is bullshit, you know. So realist, yeah, that's it, dude. But anyway, what did you say? What did you say, Benny? That adrenaline you crossed. That's adrenaline. Hey, Benny, Phantom's got your really cool sense of humour. Now, where do we get to? Sydney. Yeah, so Sydney, right? It is fear because Sydney knows, right, that I will control him very tightly and force him to actually tell the truth. And I won't be satisfied going ahead. So he's already worked that out. So that's why he's shit scared to come to the microphone. And maybe he's feeling a bit cognitive dissonance, so he doesn't want. He's afraid that I'll make him go angry, which I will. And he doesn't want to be seen like a dickhead. And he doesn't. Oh, and the other thing is ego. He doesn't want to be seen to be beaten. So that's exactly why he won't come to the mic. Exactly. You can make up any fucking story he likes, but that's actually the thing. Phantom Tom is on the warpath. Yeah. Oh yeah. Rob is a realist. Rob is a realist. Benny's a realist. Benny's a realist. Yeah. Well, seeing that the piss week Sydney is so afraid to come to the mic, let's now move along and talk to the main. Well, I don't know whether he's the main catalyst. Well, probably he'd like to think he's the super controller. No, it's not Sydney. It's not fake. Scaredy cat. Scaredy cat, Sydney. It's absolutely accurate. It's absolutely accurate. Now, Benny, you're going to have to keep a leash on the others because once Bulldog thinks he's got a victory, they're going to want to jump in and go, ah! Yeah, the two wolves feed on cats. Now, see there, Sydney saying, Rob, you are a fake, you are a fraud. Now, if he'd come to the mic, we could get him to actually explain why he takes that position. And then I'd be able to shoot him down on every point. Oh, some he might that are irrelevant, but he might get an early win perhaps that I can't respond to. But if he stays the course, there's no way fucking on this earth that he'd be able to prove that point. He just doesn't like the idea that there's a person that's like Jesus, like Benny and me, you know, that could be a real outcome. That just blows his whole atheist position out the window. So that's another reason that he feels uncomfortable. Right, I don't think that's actually Sydney. Oh, okay. Nah, the behaviours seem right. I think it is really Sydney. See, Sydney, you can't fucking hide your behaviours. They're in the body of the text. I'm pretty sure it's him. Okay, so enough of your troublemaking, Toasty. All right, Mr. Bulldog, come to the mic, come to the mic. What do you got to say? Be careful, though. Benny, keep an eye on the eject button. When I say eject, fucking kick him out. Yeah, thank you, Benny. Way you go, Bulldog. Come on, Bulldog. Come on. I am extremely sharp, asked the atheist. Extremely sharp. Come on, bully. Come on. Come on. Oh, so he only wants the videos. So what he wants to do there... Yes, Sydney. Yes, Sydney. You want to try talking the truth one day, mate. And we'll see what you're made of, and then you'll fucking learn something in life. Here's the other thing, Sydney, right? Your position where you're currently at, the enlightenment journey is actually a very strong reality. It is the best outcome you could get in life. It absolutely is. You're not going to get there unless you know, readjust your thinking. Well, nothing stops you, but you got to work this shit out, right? And I worked it out. Hey, Benny, are you able to say how old you are? You don't have to. "21?" Yeah, all right, mate. Hey, Benny, someone gave the specific date out. Now, Sydney, right? Sydney, in the game of life, right? Benny is midlife, and he's fucking miles ahead of you, right? Miles ahead of you. You're an old man, you should be mature and wise and all the rest, but fucking Benny is miles ahead of you. Absolutely miles. I'll see if I can get the video of you in the psych ward. No, but I already said I've been in the psych ward, Bulldog. 19 days I was there. No secret, nothing hidden. Well, it looks like their chicken had come to the mic, dude, so... And that's to be expected. I didn't expect that they'd come forward today, but they've had a good lesson, lots learnt. Hey, what's he saying? Rob, are you disputing that I took the photo? What photo? Don't know what you're talking about. Nah. Hey, watch Bulldog. If he tries to put a video, because it's not about your evidence. This is my evidence, Mr. Bulldog, and it's about examining you under my critical eye that knows the ego. Oh, okay. Well, hey, Sydney, you can clear up the confusion. So what Sydney's just said, now he's confused, lame-o. But really, I'm not confused. I just don't know what he's talking about. So he said, Rob, are you disputing that I took the photo? And I'm just asking what photo. He converts that in his twisted mind to, oh, now he's confused. Well, I'm not. I'm just asking for the photo. See, now he says, come on, Rob, make it snappy, lol, lame-o, you know. Now that's very childish, Sydney. What photo? I'll say it again. What photo? What's he saying? What is normal? To find the measuring stick that you claim I don't measure up to. Give that some thought. Who are you talking to, Phantom? Oh, it wasn't a photo. And that's mischievous of you to represent it, though. What happened? Now, we can... Actually, Benny, you can testify, and we've got it on video, idiot. You idiots, it's just such easy work, you are. Yeah. So what happened, right, and I'll say it again, on the Bulldog icon, there was a video taken by Vladimir, and I've said that too, so, you know, you must have missed that as well, of my house. So we had it playing. Right, so yeah, well, I promise you, mate, these behaviours that these guys get involved with are far worse than what I saw in that healthcare situation. So yeah, so on the Bulldog icon, and Benny's going to attest to it. We saw a picture of my house. We can get the fucking video if you're stubborn. Yeah, we all seen it. See, Benny said we all seen it. And I drew attention to it. And obviously you're not listening, but that's the photo of my house. It was taken by Vladimir. I didn't say fucking you at all. So, oh, all right. So what are you talking about, Sydney? You dickhead. Hey, Phantom, all good? Or do I need to answer a question? Now, what Sydney's done, so this is this mature leader of the atheist community, right? Sydney Winston or something. But anyway, this dude then responds, Rob, your house is in some need of repair. That's actually correct. and he laughs about that. So, you know, he laughs about the fact that we're, you know, doing it poor. Well, we own the bloody house, so that's the start. But we'd probably be in better nick if I didn't have to go through all this drama. So it's had dramatic impacts on the family in a number of areas, right? So, now, so aren't you egg-sighted, right? Egg-sighted. Egg-sighted. Troll-lol-lol-lol, Rob. So that's really interesting too. That's the egging incident, right, which they claim never happened, and I've got photos that proves it did happen. So we're actually egged by these folks. And then he says, "Troll,
Rob, this is a troll. This is a troll to get you to bring it up again and again and again, just like Chazwold is pulling on you. They're all part of the same troll technique."
Yeah, okay. I'm hearing you, mate. Now, I still think it's Sydney, but it may not be. There are aspects of it that make me think it's actually Sydney, but you know, would he actually stoop that low? Maybe. Yeah, Toasty. I might tend to agree with you. He's writing trollolol. Well, I hear that, right? I hear that. Yeah. Okay. Come to the microphone, Sydney. Last chance. It's all going to be labelled against Sydney, so Sydney can see this. In fact, I might, Benny, I might get a link of this video and shoot it to him. This is Troll. He's got to go immediately, Benny. Benny? Yep, thank you, dude. Appreciate it. Okay, sorry, thought you were saying I was waffling. No. Well, you get this cross chat going on, Phantom. Yeah. All right. What I'm thinking is that we probably just need to get Sydney's account out of here, Benny. He's
I disagree. I disagree. Sydney is the most genuine person out of all these stupid trolls. I disagree.
Yeah, mate, but you know, you said it yourself. There's some doubt on whether it's the authentic Sydney. I think it is yourself.
It is the real Sydney. I can tell by clicking his profile.
Oh, okay. Well, he's been offered the chance to come. See, he's obviously having conversations with John May and Chaz, and he's making fun of the egging, which really happened. He's making fun, hey, make up your mind, Rob. So he's playing childish games. So I don't care if he stays or goes, really, but so Bulldog, come on, bully, bully, come on.
Bull
frog. Bully, come on, come and talk. Come on, you can do it. This'll save you. Jesus saves Bully Dog. Headlines. No, it's not. It's not broken. Come on, you can do it. Come on. This is the type of language or the way you're speaking to those young boys. Yeah. Sorry, Sydney, just sort of ignoring you at the moment. You've had all the information that I'm prepared to give you. Sydney, if it is the real Sydney, I won't engage you at all going forward unless you genuinely want to learn a bit more about enlightenment. It is the real Sydney. Well, it must be. Yeah, I thought so. I mean, the character of it looked exactly like him. The thing that threw me was the trollolol comment, and I thought, wow, how low you stoop. Could that be the real Sydney? Will the real Slim Sydney stand up?
That's right. You know what, Rob? What's making me nervous is not Sydney. It's this Toasty guy and what his motives are.
Oh, yes, yeah, I know. Toasty, you can come and talk if you wish. I'm pretty sure that he's nefarious, if that's the right word.
Motives for what, Ralphie? For being in a Google Plus chat room?
Rob, is ego already, Rob?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Who's that?
It doesn't seem to matter how many people vouch for me, I still get tarred with one wide stroke of the brush.
You cannot. No human on the planet can hide their behaviours. And if you know how to read behaviours, you can understand the truth about that particular person at that point in time. Now, I'll add to that to say, though, that everyone's got the potential to be the best person going around, and they equally have the same potential to be, a pain in the ass. And that never changes, it's just a matter of choice at any point in time. So, when you make a choice, right, then everything that follows downstream from that single duality choice tells exactly what the choice is that you made at the outset. That's just the way it works. And you cannot hide it. It's not possible. So, you try and project, right, that you're a good guy. Come on, get to know me. Well, and then you put up a reference of Rose and Benny. Now, Benny, what's the rating on Toasty? 50, 60, 70, 80, 90?
Tom, look, Tom Prophet's giving me his endorsement in the chat on the right.
You're trying to overcompensate, Toasty.
No, listen, if anyone's trying to overcompensate, Ralphie, it's you.
Wait a minute. The one I trust.
You don't seem to want Rob and I to be able to get close enough to have a proper conversation, and I'm very suspicious of that.
No, that's not true. I'm actually controlling that situation. It's got nothing to do with anyone else. I've put you at arm's length because I'm I'm extremely suspicious.
But have you ever heard the expression, I think the woman does protest too much? Well, I refer that to my good friend Ralphie.
Nah, doesn't matter. I make up my own mind. It's got nothing to do with Ralphie. Now, here's Benny's assessment, right? Now, I know Benny's always like me, 100%ers, so he says Toasty can be a good guy when he's not influenced, right? So what that means is that when you're alone, right, you'll be yourself, but when you're with the group, you'll conform to the group mentality, basically. And I've seen evidence of that.
Well, Benny barely knows me as well, so they're hastily formed judgments.
No, we're enlightened folk. When we make a call, it's pretty spot on, and it's based on what we see, the behaviours we witness.
But with respect, Rob, I would wonder how one could make a very sound judgment call on someone's enlightenment when all you've got is text in capital letters to go by. So I'm not trying to cast any shadow over the integrity of our good friend Benny from Europe, but I don't think you've had a full. None of us have had the ability to be able to get a full rounded picture of his character, given that it's a very one-dimensional contact and liaison that we have with him.
No. I know Jesus perfectly, or at least I know Jesus perfectly, and I know an enlightened individual perfectly. And I've had, quite a bit of experience with Benny. So you're absolutely incorrect in that position from my perspective. Him and I are 100%ers. That's it. And we're also immovable, so you can't get us to shift from that unless you've got something. But we live the life, so we just know. We just know that we're doing the right thing. Yep, that's right, Sydney. That's exactly what I said, and I'll say it 1,000 fucking times if need be. Yeah, so Toasty, no. No. See, the thing is, mate, at the end of the day, you know your agenda. All we're saying is that if your agenda's selfish, well, go play with someone else.
I haven't
Not
got an
exactly.
agenda, Rob. I don't have an agenda.
No, listen to what I'm saying, right? I didn't say about the agenda. I said, well, see, everyone's got an agenda of some sort.
They
Otherwise,
haven't.
you
They
know.
have. They haven't. My agenda is to just be on here and socialise. Simple.
No. That's not the way the human works. Now,
Well,
all I'm saying, wait a minute. There's only two choices: selfishness, selflessness, right? So, am I in it for the good of people and truth, or am I in it for myself and lies? So, that's the simple answer, and you'll always get to that answer if you get honest inquiry, you know, on why people do what they do. So,
yeah, but Rob,
all I'm saying,
you're getting solid endorsements. You're getting solid endorsements, left, right, and centre, from people that have spent more time. I mean, look at what Tom Prophet's writing in the side chat. Rob, have a little looky, have a little squizzy in the side chat and see what Tom Prophet's saying.
No.
That's the equivalent of putting your fingers in the ears, Tom. Rob, putting fingers in the ears and saying no.
Yeah, but you're not listening to me, right?
Well, you know,
I'll
okay, there's
explain.
pots and
So
kettles.
that tells me that you've got an ego, right? When you won't listen to what I've got to say and you jump in.
But what does it tell me when you won't listen to what I've got to say?
Well, if you're not happy, you know, go away. Yeah, see, Benny's picked it up now. Benny's saying, and I feel the same, Toaster has an agenda. All I wanted to say to you, though, is simply this, right? Check yourself. If your agenda is about the self, and that's why you do shit, don't do it. If the agenda is about the community, then do it. That's the dichotomy of good and evil. So evil is selfishness, good is selflessness. And so when I pick up, so I always look for markers about, is this person operating for the self? And if I spot it, you know, I'm going to tell you. Who's this person? Benny, do you know this person?
Oh, Progressive Front. I don't like the sound of that name.
Oh, well, that's okay. People will be political. Welcome. Oh, yeah, I don't like that. Get rid of that person, please, Benny, quickly. Benny?
I called it.
Yeah, good call. Benny, come on, Benny. Come on. Get rid of the ugly face. Thank you, Benny. Yeah, so, yeah, but both Benny and I have got good bullshit detectors, you know, and I'm at sort of the stage of this process, right, because I wanted to finalise a few things and just work them out. And I think I have, to my satisfaction. I don't think there's anything else I need to sort of know. So, you know, I don't know how much longer I'll be hanging around the old internet. So, you know, if hang on, that's what I was going to do. Honestly, please, Rob, trust me, trust Toasty. Might be wrong, but I doubt I am. But sure, why is he so determined? Yeah, I know, Phantom. We'll see, that worries me. Why is he so determined? Right? That's a big question mark in my mind. I have the best bullshit detector, and that it redefines when pointed at Rob. No, well, you actually don't, Sydney, because if you did, you'd know that I talk. Phantom. Oh dear. Hello, Sugar. Welcome back. Means that you so determined, I think, Rob. Yeah, that's right. I like Jesus. I agree with him. Yeah, I like Jesus too. When he said, "Why do you look at the speck of sawdust in your brother's eye and paid no attention to the plank in your own eye?" Yeah, Aquila, you're being a little bit mischievous there, and I'll just read the saying because it is a good one, extremely good. But I'm going to read the real one. So Jesus said, "You see the sliver in your friend's eye, but you do not see the timber in your own eyes." when you take the timber out of your own eye, then you will see well enough to remove the sliver from your friend's eye. That's precisely us. That's precisely us. We have no timber in our eyes. We just don't. Yeah, and we're able to, you know, remove the timber from our friend's eyes. Right, sugar? Now, where are we? How am I being mischievous? Well, because I know shit. I can just tell. What you're trying to do, Aquila, is you're trying to suggest that I've got timber in my eyes. You know, I'm like being the dictator or whatever. I'm not. What I'm doing is I'm controlling the conversation because I know how people behave and how they'll throw conversation off track, and nothing's ever achieved. Just have these raveling, you know, messes of conversation. When you come in here, if you stick to the rules, you have a good conversation. And I'm inviting people to the mic, but they won't come, and I explain exactly why they won't come. Everyone was offered a turn, so, and we've got that recorded. So you can't go talking shit outside later, because you just won't win. Oh, this is interesting. This will be an interesting discussion, because the other idiots won't come to the mic. Soccer, welcome.
Hey, Rob.
Howdy, do. Soccer. That's a good icon. What do you want to know, mate?
What do I want to know?
Oh, one second, Soccer. One second, Soccer. Rob is showing his complete lack of intellect. He did not read Aquila's post correctly. No, I fucking did. What he was trying to do... Oh, well, actually, maybe I did miss something, so let's go back. No, I did. I read it correctly, absolutely correctly. Right? What his intention was, he was trying to suggest to the group that Rob's the one with the, you know, the timber in the eye, yet he's making the... Easy, Rob, stop letting the distractions dictate the path of the debate. Be guided by visions and positive thoughts. And positive... No, but that's the point. Well, you know, they talk shit all the time. They make stuff up. Hang on. He said, Jesus, I agree with him when he said, why do you look at the speck of sawdust in your brother's eye and pay no attention? Yeah, that's right. But what I did, that's the bullshit one from the Roman version. I went and actually got the real one from the real guy. And that's what I read out. So I understand the contradiction now. But still, the same message is being conveyed in both. And really, it's about... And what your mate was doing was trying to push forward a position that says that I've got the timber in my eye, and I fucking don't. Yes, I am being serious. Now, I must go to soccer. I think... Did I say I was going to ignore you or not?
Well, yeah, no, I invited you to hang out yesterday to talk about the epistemic flaws of your entire position, and you refused to go into a hangout with me.
Correct.
You wanted to go into a room that you had mod controls on, so you can kick me whenever.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, correct. That's right. Correct.
Yes, I know that's right.
Yeah. Yeah, that's okay. Now, the rules are, right, and they're very, very specific. We do not allow long-winded points of view. So I accept, you know, if you're explaining a point to validate your premise, that's fine. But if you make a premise and then you try to project it as being true, and I have an issue with it, we must stop at that point, and then you need to explain that premise and your basis for it.
And that goes both ways, right?
I agree.
Okay, so if you start going off on a tirade on something and I disagree with it, I can be like, Rob, hold on a second, stop there. You need to clarify this point.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, cool, good. Next rule.
What's that? No, that's it. That's all.
That's it. That's the only rule.
Yeah.
Okay, that's pretty awesome. Okay, you know, there was an interesting thing. I mean, because this idea that you were talking about earlier with Toaster there, and what's Toaster's agenda. I'm curious. What in all this? What's your agenda, Rob?
Peace.
World peace. Okay.
Well, no.
Not world peace, just peace in general.
Well, the way world peace works is that you must solve it for the individual. So when you solve it for the individual, then it fans out and it delivers world peace. So that's it.
Sorry, do you want? Did you say that as soon as you solve peace for yourself, then it fans out on everybody?
Yeah. Now, what I mean by that, so you've got to have the correct spiritual teachings, and so you have to argue for that to be. So there's only one form of correct spiritual teachings. There are not multiple ones. There's only one, and because that's the nature of reality, right? You know.
Well, actually, that's not necessarily true. I want to challenge you on that one. Is
Okay,
that yeah? You said that there's only one correct path of spiritual teachings. That's not true at all. There could be no correct paths to spiritual teachings. There could be no correct. Yeah, well, no, because to say something spiritual is to talk about some type of transcendent concept. And it's entirely possible that there's nothing spiritual at all. There is no greater picture or ultimate purpose or way that some teleological way that we're designed to act. So the actual true dichotomy there, the true position would be that there is one spiritual position or there's no spiritual positions.
Yeah, and either or, but my premise is that there is only one path to spiritual enlightenment.
And if I was to say that there's no such thing as spiritual enlightenment, then there's no paths.
Yeah. So okay. I'd counter that by, well, yes, you could say that, but still reality is going to persist. The only question becomes who's right and who's wrong.
No, yeah, I mean that's a very good question at that point in time. So I say that there's no such thing as spiritual enlightenment.
Yeah. So what would you like me to do with that statement?
Well, I mean, are you defending a position that says that there is such thing as spiritual enlightenment?
Yes.
Okay. Can you demonstrate spiritual enlightenment?
Yes, Benny and myself.
What characteristics of your behavior is completely unique to one who is spiritually enlightened compared to someone who is not spiritually enlightened?
Yeah. So someone that's not spiritually enlightened has ego issues. Someone that is spiritually enlightened does not have ego issues because basically they don't have have the ego context at all. There's no context of an ego.
Right. So if I was to remember from our previous conversations that the ego is somebody who has an ego state of mind is someone that holds a false idea in their mind that is not matched by reality. This is using your definition of ego and reality.
Yeah, related to the self, though. It's got to have a connection back to the self, because the reason that idea exists is it's born out of the self-survival instinct. So it's the self-survival instinct that creates these ideas about the self that cannot be matched to reality. So they could be a false statement about reality, the real world, but nonetheless, there's still a false idea that are held in mind. So the ego is the collection of all these false ideas that can't be proven in reality.
False ideas that can't be proven in reality.
Correct.
Okay. Never mind. I don't want to get into the discussion of how you define reality here, but okay. So here's the thing. So you have this position now. Okay, you have this position that starts off with that you have two primal instincts: survival of the self, survival of the herd. And you say that people that go for the survival of the herd are enlightened. People that focus on survival of the self are have a state of ego mind.
Correct.
And then what you do is you lump a bunch of vices into the category of ego, things like greed, resentment, inferiority, all these other things, lies. You put that in the category of self-survival, and you put in the category of herd survival, things like joy, love, hope, humility, things that we would label as virtues. Yeah. So you've come to this. So your entire position starts from a premise that essentially there's good people and there's bad people.
No, that's
No,
incorrect.
that's what your position is. Is that
hang on,
okay?
wait
Sorry,
a
go
minute.
for it.
Wait a minute. Room control. I've got to stop you. It's when we get to this contentious point, we need to deal with it before we move on. We can't just make a sweeping statement on your side that I find a little bit or misrepresented, and then so we deal with it, and then we move to the next point. So what you said, sorry, what did you say again? Just make it statement.
You had an objection to it. What's your objection to it?
Can't remember the statement now. So tell me the statement.
No, come on. I don't really have a lot of time for this tonight. Okay, so you have this two position. You label things as. Okay. Do you want me to repeat what I was saying? I'm gonna repeat what I was going to say, Rob. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so you have these two. Okay.
It has to be. It has to be what.
Do you not want me to repeat? Do you want me to repeat this? Or? Okay, thank you.
But it has to be what you.
So. Yeah. Can I go?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So. Yeah. So you come up with this idea. Okay. You came up with this idea that you have this ego state and you have this enlightened state. Now, there's nothing miraculous or unique or even really interesting about the idea that you're putting out there. That there are tons of moral systems. Or ethical systems that start off on the very same premise, and they come to the same conclusion: is that there's instances of good humans and there's instances of bad human.
Hold it. That was the point. What you just said is that it's because we've got to be really precise here, so we don't make any errors. Because it's when we make these globalized bloody statements.
Okay, quit filibustering and address the issue.
Wait. So what you said is that there are good persons and there are bad persons. That's an absolute incorrect statement.
No. Actually, that's not what I said. That's not what I said, Rob. No, I'm gonna clear up the point. I said there are good instances of humans and bad instances of humans.
Wrong. Still wrong. It's not good enough. Right.
Okay.
What it specifically is, because we've got to be 100% accurate. There's no room for fucking half-assed explanation. What it is, so consider the human again. We've got these two instincts in all humans. So we are all equal in that respect. We just are. Doesn't matter what sex you are. These two instincts are right there for everybody. The only thing that we're talking about when we talk about these spiritual outputs, if you like, behaviors, if you like, whatever, is that we're talking about specifically behaviors. So if we say something's wrong in a person, we really just need to say that person's behaving badly. So they're operating from their ego mind. And if we go to
Rob,
the other
I'm going to interject on you on this one here.
Rob, the other side,
like you said, we're going to interject. Rob, we're going to interject when we talk about this stuff because the problem is now is that what you're doing is you're repeating exactly this. Rob, I thought you said. Rob, you said earlier. Let me just go back to the one rule that I wrote. There's one rule that.
Soccer. If we go to the other side, right, then we have behaviors of the good wolf. So what you say is we have instances of good behaviors.
Okay,
we have
Rob.
Sorry. Wait, let me finish. Finish.
Rob. I'm sorry, Rob.
Finish.
Rob.
Okay,
no.
Benny.
No, you said no long-winded tirades. You said no long-winded tirades.
Now, you got to learn to let a person finish. It's not a big deal, right? I'm just saying to you that there are instances of good behaviors, instances of bad behaviors, so it's important that we say that person's behaving badly, that person, but the potential for either outcome is a constant. So a person within an instant can become a good person. It's wrong to classify them as a bad person. It's bad behavior.
Rob, first off, I don't appreciate you. Hold on. First off, I don't appreciate you hiding. Yes, I heard you, of course, because I listened to everything you say.
What did I say?
You said exactly the same thing that I had said to you 5 minutes before. Is that we're not talking about the person.
You made.
Rob. Okay, so now you get to invite me. So now you get to interrupt me the entire time. I made a statement that we talked about these two.
Lied, Soccer. We
are you
can't
gonna?
go past light. We can't go past light.
Okay. Okay. First off, I didn't lie.
Stop
Because
it all.
what we talked about here is we talked about bad instances of bad instances of human behavior. However you want to describe it like that. The point that I was making is that there are two positions. There's different traits that people can have in their behaviors, vices and virtues. You've labeled all the vices into this category that you talk of the ego state of mind. And I talk about the vices as in bad instances of human behavior. You talk about virtues as in the enlightened state of a human being. And when I talk about virtuous behavior, I talk about a good instance of a human. We're talking about exactly the same points here because I follow a system that is pretty much the superior version of what you're trying to panhandle right here. Okay. So that's the point that I'm trying to get at here.
Soccer, you gotta go. Soccer, you have to leave. What you just did is preached your version of the truth, and you won't accept that I need to interrupt and correct you, so you can piss off, mate. Off he goes, Benny, please.
So anyway,
no.
So
your behaviours have to change, or you go. Benny, he won't change. He won't change, Benny. I promise you. He needs to learn proper etiquette so that we can make a dialogue go. He's broadcasting ideas that are bloody wrong. If I interrupt him to pull him up on that point, he just carries on like a fucking pork chop. So please piss him off. I've got no time for him.
Okay.
He won't change.
Okay. There was one rule.
Change.
There was one rule.
He won't change, Benny.
There was.
Benny, I promise you, and I'm getting a sore throat. Please kick him. That's it. Thank you, mate. Now, the reason I did that, I'm more than happy to have the debate with him any time, but it's a two-way street when you have a debate, right? Well, Sydney, you're the guy that won't come to the mic, so don't call me chicken shit. Who's that? Not socks. Get rid of not soccer.
The one rule you put out was that we could interrupt if somebody went on a long.
Benny, he has to go.
And you broke your own. You broke your own rule, Rob. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, mate. All right.
This is
Benny,
why.
Please, Benny. Benny has to go. I'm not joking. Benny, kick him. He'll be fine. There's another day, right? But the point is, what I'm just saying is that he wants to dominate and push his own agenda, right, without listening to the other party. He's got a very fixed mind, so he's hard to deal with. Now, he's got another account here, and so this is the ego mind, right? He just won't go.
One rule. You had one rule, Rob, and you couldn't even follow your own rule.
Sorry, mate, you're going.
See, Rob is terrified. Rob is terrified of the conversation.
No, I'm not terrified, you silly dickhead. And actually, I'll give you one more chance. But you must follow my rules to the letter. And that's this. If I interject and want clarification on a point, you must stop and clarify that point, and we will not proceed 1 inch further until we've resolved that to my satisfaction. So I'm quite happy to engage you, but I'm not going to have you sitting here giving a fucking tirade of your position without being held accountable. And I also know, right, and I've got a bit of a husky voice, that you're going to be hard work. You're going to be a hard work. Right? You are.
Soccer is completely correct. You know that.
No,
okay, as long as the rules are reciprocated both ways, because what I tried to do was let you finish your point there, and I sat there quietly, and then when I started, you're interrupting me again. Okay, I'll wait for you. I'll wait for you to finish, Rob.
Stop. Right, stop. If you pay attention to what I'm doing and go in the process, you'll find it'll work to both our advantage, right? But we will get through it. It will be a little bit of hard work, but it requires you to fucking wait, right, until... So if I'm giving a rebuttal on a point, let me finish that rebuttal. Then you counter it if you disagree with that point, and let's not move forward until we get to a point of consensus.
Right, and I'm gonna hold you to the same standard.
Yeah. So I'm going to kick it off. Right? So I just want to say again, clearly, right? When we talk about spirituality, we're not talking about the person. That's an inaccuracy.
Never said that. Here I'm going to correct you. I'm going to correct you on your point again, because we can't move on.
Benny, that's the troll. Benny, that's the troll. Get the troll out of here.
Yeah, we can't move on until we address this issue. Okay, and that was that. No, I'm not talking about the person.
Doing it again.
Rob, I thought we were addressing this. I'm not talking about the person. I'm not talking about the person. If you say that I'm talking about the person again, you're misrepresenting me.
You're doing it again. Soccer, we've got it on video.
I talked about behaviors as in good and bad instances of humans.
Benny,
that's only in relation to the behaviors.
Benny.
Rob, come on, this didn't take long.
Piss him off, please. Benny, take him out. Not literally, of course. No, I'm not a chicken shit. I'll take you on any time of the fucking week, but you got to do it my way. I'm just not interested in your bullshit way, right? When I interrupt, now that guy's got to go too. Christian's the troll, so out he goes.
Bulldog.
Yeah, see, Benny. Thank you, sir. Now, last chance, Soccer. When I speak, you shut up immediately until we can get a decent flow going. If you don't do that, you have to go because you're too much fucking hard work.
I know I'm too much hard work because I expose how flawed your entire argument is.
Well, follow my rules and we'll see if that's true. We've got Lammy, that's another troll, Benny. So, Soccer, we're under attack from these bulldogs, little puppets, trolls.
You're dodging.
Hey, what?
You're dodging. Stay on topic. Who cares? Benny can manage the room. You're talking to me now.
Soccer, in my house, my rules, follow my fucking rules and you'll find it'll work out a treat.
You know,
now,
Rob,
I'm going to start again. Soccer, when I speak, you shut up. Soccer, when I speak...
Actually, Rob, I want to get 10 seconds first.
Go.
Give me 10 seconds.
Go away.
I want 10 seconds first. Before you start, I want 10 seconds.
No, not permitted. Bob's a troll. Get rid of Bob. Go away, Bob.
Fuck you, Basie. Such a bitch.
Yeah, I just want 10 seconds. Rob. Before you start off, I just want to have a quick 10-second start. That's it, okay?
Benny, you haven't get rid of Bob, please. Benny, can you share the controls or something? I can get rid of them quick.
Okay,
Bob's a bad one, Benny. Bob's a bad one. Now, the answer is no. The answer is no.
Why not? Why won't you give me 10 seconds to talk?
No,
why does the conversation have to go by your pace? See, this was the problem that I had with you the other day. Is what I was trying to tell you, Rob. Rob, give me 10 seconds. Come on.
No.
Okay, you know what? No, if you're too much of a chicken shit to address me, I'm not even going to bother putting myself through this. Okay, you're not up on a pulpit lecturing me. Okay, this is supposed to be a discussion. Okay.
My rules or no conversation at all. Your choice. Good, go. Now, Sydney, you stuck your little beak out there for a little bit. Come out in the real world. Bulldog is on mic. We're not blocking him. He's just like you, too shit scared to come to the mic. Because you know that I'll bloody control you people so that I get the truth out of you. That's why. Who's that one? Oh, is that Dan? Welcome back, Dan. Yeah, come on, Sydney. Sydney, come on. Oh, I don't know, mate. No, not a control freak bulldog. Just come to the mic. You'll find out I'm actually not. The only thing that ruins conversation is fucking ego minds, right?
Rob's house, Rob's rules.
Thank you. Yeah. You see, Sydney, you see, Sydney, the real you comes through. So your issue with me is the fact that I back Jesus. That's the thing that's really the bee in your bonnet. You can't hide shit. Rob,
Hey, Rob, for the record, I don't think I don't believe. Hold on. For the record, Rob, there's no evidence that Jesus was a real person.
yeah, well, I bring, and I don't really give a shit about the record, but I bring two lots of evidence. One, the standard attestation method that the historians use.
Historians don't use an attestation method, Rob. I work in this field. They don't use an attestation method. You can't say that Thomas Jefferson is real because of an attestation method. You say he's real because there's records to show he's real.
No, they use multiple attestation, don't they?
No, they don't. That's not a historiographical method. The field is called historiography, and there's a certain methodology you have to follow, and that's not one of them. Attestation is not a method in validity studies or case studies of validity. You've got a certain methodology you have to follow, and I'd be happy to go through those. You have a qualitative or a quantitative methodology process that has to be followed for quantifying the data that you're going to use to make it to prove a claim.
Hang on, I'm just looking at good old Wikipedia, and it says criteria of multiple attestation. The criterion of multiple attestation or independent attestation is a tool used by biblical scholars to help determine whether certain actions or sayings by Jesus in the New Testament are from historical Jesus. So it's something born out of the three. I think there was three historical Jesus inquiries.
Yeah, I can't speak for Bible people. I can only speak for the field of history.
No, this is biblical scholar, so it's not really got the.
A biblical scholar is not a historian, Rob.
Well, nonetheless, simple but put, the more independent witnesses that report an event saying, the better. See criteria of authenticity and the historicity of Jesus. So what that translates into is you've got the Pauline letters. So he's a Pharisee working the Pharisee agenda. You've got the letters, the position in Rome, the Gospels. 70 AD is about the dating around that marker. So you've got the 50 to 57 AD, you've got a marker there with the Pauline letters. And then the third one you've got is the Gospel of Thomas, which is given varying different dates, ranging between 140 AD and 40 AD. And in each instance, these documents, these records created back in those days, talk about a person called Jesus. But I use a second method, right? And the second method is the Gospel of Thomas sayings, and I say, well, they are a collection that say they were written by a guy called Thomas. They say that they're from a guy called Jesus. So in each of those four elements of the investigation, each one of them, right, they're all using a reference to a person called Jesus. But here's the real kicker. If I test these 114 sayings in the Gospel of Thomas, they are 100% spiritually accurate, and you will not find anywhere in history, any earlier use of the words, that's a troll, Benny, troll, out with the troll.
Rob, can you please prove how I'm a troll, man? Because
no, go away. Well, I don't want to talk to you.
No, I want proof. I want proof.
Benny, please, Benny. Just get rid of him. I know he's a troll, so.
Do you have evidence? Rob, you don't have evidence by the sounds of it.
Righto. Come on, Benny. Benny, please. You got to be quicker. Benny, you there? Yeah, thanks, Benny. Sorry to, speak in that tone, Benny, but, it gets a little frustrating, So is there some way I can get...
I have to agree with Rob that when you have known super trolls like that Rob can't do anything with, they should be kicked. They're not known trolls like Bullfrog. They're these wannabes. They should be kicked out.
Yeah. So okay, so we've got we've got the three sources or three documents that all talk about a guy called Jesus, you know, and they all come from around about the time that he's said to have lived. But the big kicker for me is the Gospel of Thomas, because when you know and interpret the sayings in that text, they are 100% authentically accurate about the spiritual, you know, what spirituality. So this is another one, Benny.
Rob, if you're a real man, you would talk face to face with me, but you're not. You're
Yeah. So what they're doing, what the trolls are doing, this is instigated by Benny. He has to go, mate.
Rob.
Thanks, Benny. Don't give them a voice, Benny. That's what they want to do. They want to sort of, you know, create, you know, agenda and fear. Right. So now what my senses are telling me, these idiots don't have much more of an option than to step it up and actually come to the house and, you know, do a physical attack. So that's just what I'm saying. I want to keep tight control, because that may well be the outcome, and who knows what happens then. Right, so we've got these instances, these, we've got the Pauline letters, we've got the letters that were written by Rome, we've got the Gospel of Thomas, and in the Gospel of Thomas we know, this is an absolute fact, that 61 or 3, no, another one, dude.
Rob, can you please be a man?
How is it that these guys come in unmuted, dude? Hey, Benny, can I have room control at all?
Rob, nobody...
Shut up, go away. Go play with someone else. Now, Benny, do I have controls now? No? No. If I may? Yeah, I do, mate. Bulldog says, no. Hey, what are you talking about, sugar? Now, yeah, thanks, mate. Thanks for that. Bulldog, I've got control of the room. Now, so now your goose is cooked. Yeah, notice that on that very point, the point that I got the control, the very point that I got room control, Sydney left the room because he knew it was game over. He had no, Bulldog. You control freak. You'll never get controls if I've got a say in it, ever. Relinquish. So, right, we've got those three different sources all coming from the... So they come from different people or different... So Thomas would have belonged to the Essene group, I think. Paul belonged to the Pharisee grouping. The Gospels belong to the Rome context. The Gospel of Thomas sayings themselves are 100% accurate spiritually, 100%. So that says that this man, or whoever spoke these sayings, is a spiritual leader. You will not find any mention of sayings like that before 1st century AD. They just don't exist. Because why? That's when they
You want fucking trolling, Rob? This is fucking trolling. Me acting as Rob B.
Rob. So you just won't find those sayings. They don't exist, but they're spiritually authentic. They absolutely are. And then if we go back to the Pauline letters, the fact that they were written to 6 different communities by this one dude called Paul within 18 years of the guy's life, it makes no sense whatsoever that they weren't talking about an individual that those people knew. Those people all knew. So, yes, they are, Bullfrog. 100% right. Benny, we're enlightened people, aren't we? No. Why? question. Why? Well, because I want to stay down. I don't understand. No, Benny, I've got them, so it's fine. Benny, that's a bit. Benny, 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 Benny. You can go sit and lay down. I've got the controls, right? So everything's okay. Benny, 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 Benny. Yeah, that's okay, mate. No drama. All good. But don't give that guy the. Did he ask for the controls? Did he ask? Yeah, don't give him the bulldog. No. All right. He didn't ask. Okay, mate. Well, no, I can manage it on my own. That's fair enough. So all good. Besides, I'll probably wrap it up soon. Get a sense something's happening. Can I? No, but he can step up to the mic anytime he likes. Anytime he likes. Yeah, Down's here, but don't give him to him either. He did the wrong thing by me last night. Down.
How did I do the wrong thing by you, Rob?
What you did, right, and I'd said it earlier on that I wanted a really tight control around the room.
Yeah.
And because you were bored with the conversation or whatever your agenda was.
Want to broadcast Cerberus?
Yeah, that's right, exactly.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. Okay, great, and appreciate the honest response. Bulldog, see how it works? Just be honest, move on. There's no drama, no problem at all. It's only you that gets wound up tight as a fucking drum. Who's sleep?
Now I got wound up about some of this academic stuff though, because in the field of history there is a bit of difference than what Wikipedia is saying. So, but I don't want to go into that again.
Well, it's up to you. Up to you. I mean, I'm quite happy. But see, Rob's house, Rob's rules. I'm quite happy to explore any point. But the thing that pisses me off is when a person will start to pontificate. And I mean, you'll think, well, shit, Rob, you're fucking doing it. But no, if you actually pay attention, I'm just trying to make a point on the topic. And then when I'm done, I'm done. And when I find a flaw, if you speak something that I think, well, shit, that's not right, I really want to stop the conversation at that point.
Hey, Rob, what I would like to see, sorry to walk on you, I'd like to see Tony come in here tonight. I think Tony should stop by.
Tony?
Yeah, Tony from last night.
Yeah, he's good, isn't he? He's a good dude.
Yeah, well, he was kind of recommending to you last night that you allow these trolls in, so Tony should join the room and try to engage with these trolls, and then he can see what you deal with.
Yeah, well, that'd be interesting. That's actually a valid point. What I'm doing though is I'm controlling their voice at the moment, because what they do, one of the big issues, and they'll do it consistently when I'm in the room, is if you give them the mic, they'll want to pontificate, and in other words, sow the seed of doubt in a viewer's mind or anyone's observing. That's what they want to do. Well, that's why I put a tight leash on them and don't permit them to do that, because it's just mischievous behaviour. What you're after there, and I understand it, and it could be quite exciting, etc. But it's not educational. It never becomes educational and never improves the individual if they're not forced to pay attention to the other side of the story. It just becomes it's like the atheist-theist debate, right? You have this fucking backwards and forward shit going on. You know Christian Hillbilly, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we managed to rein him into a measure of controlled discussion and maybe got some ideas into his head just because we kept a tight control. Yeah, so see how quick I am, Benny? Yeah, so there you go. Well, what do you want to talk about now? Anything at all? Or Bulldog, you're always, you know, you're welcome to come to the mic. Yes, Benny. Oh, no, sorry, I was just wheeled down, mate. Hang out.
Nope.
Oh,
Nope.
okay. Hey, Benny, do you wanna sort of take a break? Do you?
No,
Or
I
close
can't.
it?
I can't make a hangout, Rob. My computer's having some issues right now.
All right, okay. I don't, you know, I mean, Benny, if you want to take a break, just take a break. There's no drama here. I don't care if I'm on Hangouts.
Yeah, Benny, leave your account in the room though if you do walk away.
Silence is golden. Phantom Prophet. Yeah. Hang on, what are you saying, Phantom? Bulldog don't realise that V-Lad is going to sacrifice the Bulldog. Well, that's true. Hey, Phantom is a very smart man. Phantom, you may be the enlightened one to save the Blad. Watching them tear themselves apart is going to be fun. Sacrifice. Coming, unless things change, of course. Yeah, but that's right. But I've caused that outcome, right? I've created the cognitive dissonance state in these fucking idiots. And so they will self-destruct. It's unavoidable. Hey, Bulldog, karma's a real thing. And she can be a real bitch. But that's up to you. So can I share controls with some other people? No, Benny, no. You don't need to. I've got the controls. It's okay.
Exactly. Rob's house, Rob's rules.
That's right. Oh, okay, yes, you can with him. No. Hey, Benny, are you joking? You're a worry sometimes, Benny, for an enlightened fella.
You're not giving controls to Bulldog.
That's right. You can give him the controls, but I'll leave the room and he can do his ranting and raving. Hey, yeah. Benny, do you know how many viewers? Oh, shit, that's high. That's not too bad.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
It is. It's for Hangouts, that's not bad.
I think Nadia only gets about like 15, so eight's not bad. Rob, I see you competing with. I mean, I think we need to compete with Nadia and try to undo her. You know.
Yeah.
I don't think she brings. Rob, I don't think she brings anything substantive to the table. You know, people are watching her because of the train wreck that she is, or that the train wreck that they make her out to be. I guess is what I'm saying.
No, I like Nadia. No drama there. But again,
people are trying to feed her depression and they try to feed her angst on purpose because they want to. You know, it's entertainment for them.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure if that's the case. Oh, well, I understand what you're saying, and I've not witnessed it. So I haven't seen any of the trolling stuff. But when I was with her the last couple of nights, I've been in twice. She seems a lot better, a lot stronger within herself. I've just got a sense that,
Yeah, she did for a little while, but not anymore. And something's going on. She's a little paranoid at the moment. She was accusing us of giving her phone number out today, and no such thing.
That was the trolls. That was the trolls. You should have turned up Bullfrog here. I think you had something to do with that, Rob.
She blamed us, so I don't.
Bulldog. Now watch this. Watch this. Bulldog, did you give out the phone, or you or your boys give out the phone number? Now. Why, Benny? No, he's just, this is him in his mind, right? This is him being super controlled. I can manage my things. Rob won't beat me. Make Google your friend. So that's a little veiled threat. So they're up to something there. No, hey, Bulldog, asked you about Nadia. Did you give Nadia's phone out? Come on, Bulldog. Come on. Come on, you can do it, Bulldog.
I think both Brett Keane and Nadia got phone calls.
He said no, and that might well be true. People, did you know that their phone numbers were given out? Did you know that their number is there? Nah, Benny, no.
You know, I have my private chat here, and I have everybody's as well. I did not know that. If you're in your, so I don't know why they even have it in the profile.
They have what in the profile?
Oh, yeah, I'm with you.
Well, I don't know where these phone numbers come from, but
what Sugar's
on the external
saying is,
chat, if you go into the phone thing, everybody that's in your list, their phone numbers are all back there. I had no idea all those phone numbers were back there. As a matter of fact, I should check mine right now.
Well, Google shows your phone number to everybody else.
Yeah, I see that now. Huh. Ain't that some
Well,
shit?
Sugar, where's that at in the profile?
I don't know. In the profile, it's on the profile page, I think. Well, you have a choice whether you put it in or not. It's in, where you put your interests and all that stuff. Your city that you live in, where you work, on that page.
I'm not sure what that is. Can you share your screen so I can see what you're talking about? Like, go to somebody's page as an example.
Yeah, hold on, just 1 second. I can just show you on mine.
Well, Rob,
Rob,
this is kind of important because this is Google invading people's privacy.
yeah, but I mean, what the hell are we going to do about it?
Well, there's got to be a way to take it down, and let's see if it comes from somewhere.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So let's see. I know exactly because I did have mine. I accidentally had mine, my phone number in there at one point, and here, let me screen share.
Yeah, I just want to see what section it's in so I can make sure mine doesn't have it.
I'm sorry, I'm a little slow on this stuff, but.
No, it's okay. Or if you wanted to screen share my profile.
Hold on. It says not in audio. Let me bring my bandwidth up one. Come on.
Are you getting the internet through your phone right now, or through like a DSL or cable thing?
I need to get new cable. They're coming out this week to change things for me. Okay, hold on. Here we go. Screen share. Gosh, it's so slow. All right. So on this page, I think it is. Profile.
Okay, yeah, I'm
It's really slow.
That's okay. I'm not in a hurry.
Okay, so down. No, that's not it. That's not it. Oh, here it is.
It's under posts?
I don't know. It's under about. I'm just trying to get into it. It's just really slow. There we go. Oh, I'm down. Oh, I'm down. Oh, I just blocked a bunch of people. I say, oh, I lost about 8 viewers. Yeah, I blocked them.
Okay, so it says your story, your bragging rights, your induction tag.
Okay, here we go.
Work skills.
I think it's underneath here under about, yeah.
What section though? 'Cause I don't.
You go down further. My computer's so slow because it's really warm. I need to get a new one.
How old is that laptop?
It's like 6 years old.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. It's also the internet here. I just moved in with my daughter and her husband. It's really bad, so I have to have the guys come out. I think the modem needs a new router or something. Real savvy when it comes to computers.
You need to take a vacation to my house.
I know. You know what? I was just thinking about that just like 10 minutes ago. Don't embarrass me.
I see something that says basic information. Oh, contact information. Is that where it's at? Normally?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
Because
Come on.
There's a section that says contact information. That's crazy.
Yeah. But you can take that information out. Look at how slow this is. Jeez. Yeah. Right here, contact info. Your phone number and stuff would go down here.
On the
Can they reach you?
Oh my God.
I had my home. Yeah. I had my phone number in there and everything for the longest time.
Yeah, because when you sign up
all these.
When you sign up for a Google account, it'll ask you for your phone number, like it's required, isn't it?
Yeah, but it gives you the option now to not to not have to put that stuff in there.
Yeah.
There's all kinds of different options now that I don't know how to get rid of this. Oh gosh.
Okay, yeah. Hey, Rob, did you see did you see what you showed us with that contact information part?
Oh, don't really care, mate.
I think that's how people were getting your phone number.
Oh yeah, but I just don't care.
How do I get that out of here?
What's
can't
that?
get the stop. Oh, I can't get the screen share to stop because I can't even see. That's all right. I'll change it. Give me just a second. Had a heck of a day.
So, hey, Sugar, do you like living in big cities?
Yes, sir.
Do you like living in big cities?
What?
Do you like living in big cities?
No, I live in a small town, actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with my. You know what? I'm stuck. I'm gonna hop out real quick. I'll be right back.
Hello.
Hey, Robert, this is Sarah from Nemo. How you going?
Good, thank you.
That's good. Robert, I'm just calling to see if it's still okay for me to come out today at 2 o'clock or not.
If you don't mind, I'd probably prefer to leave it till next week or the week after.
Okay, let me just have a look. I'll need to do it the week after. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Awesome. I'll book us in, so it would be the 29th of October.
Yeah.
At 2 o'clock. All right, Robert.
See ya.
All right.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
What are they coming over for, Rob?
Yeah, it's just a lady that I do a bit of a program with.
Sugar's back.
Hey, there was one thing that we didn't do. I don't know whether Benny's still around. I don't want to sort of get him up. But we have a video of 3 ladies. Oh, yeah. Benny, we had that video. Is it possible to do that video now, of the 3 people that were being nasty to Sugar? The video. I don't know. I didn't kick, or did I kick him? I don't know. I can't remember.
Kick who?
Toasty. Roasty Toasty.
No, Toasty left on his own.
Yeah, he left on
Toasty
his
left right at the same time as Bullfrog.
own. Yeah, 10 seconds ago. Well, I don't know. A lot happening, Benny.
Hey, Rob, isn't that interesting that Toasty and Bullfrog both leave at the same time?
Oh, yeah. Look, I'm extremely suspicious of Toasty.
You know what I thought was funny, Rob, was Saka saying that you're breaking your own rule or whatever, and I wanted to say you guys are breaking your own rule. You're telling me that I can't say anything, I can't talk. They're giving me all these rules, and they protect Anoya, from having to look me in the eye and talk to me like like a proper female, and they break their own rules all the time. That's such hypocrisy.
Oh, absolutely. Well, see, that's the ego mind. It's the place of all hypocrisy. It's the place of all hypocrisy. But again,
I can't remember the last time anybody ever got me to feel hate. I don't think I've ever felt this much anger in my entire life, ever. And I've been abused and all kinds of things. I've never felt like this.
Yeah, but the upside, Sugar, is that, like for me, right, I had a terrible time too. The upside is that but you come out of it a better person. You just do.
Well, she already is a better person than all the people that were mind fucking her. You know, Brother John included.
Oh no, but what I mean is that sugar, you are carrying some baggage of your own.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I know that's a plus, but the heartbreak of losing friends and
But that's okay. That's
you know,
natural.
that
That's
kind of stuff.
natural.
But
But you've got to remember, if we can wake these people up, which who knows, it might be impossible. You know, they'll come back. The friendships, or and they'll apologise as they should and all the rest of it. But
I don't know. I've always been
yeah,
so
well,
forgiving, and I've always taken.
I
don't know.
Well, but what I was just going to say is the sadness is natural. Sadness is, true sadness. You've just got to wear that, basically. It's there for a reason. So you just embrace it.
Yeah.
You don't overthink it. You just let it wash over you, and then usually after it, you're good to go again, if you're right.
Well, when you speak of karma, Rob, it makes me wonder, of course, I've not been perfect my whole life. I did plenty of, things in my lifetime that were not necessarily great. I mean, I've never been a bad person, but, I've made my mistakes. And so when these things happen, I wonder, is this my karma time? Is this my time, my comeuppance,
No, 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 no. The moment that you acknowledge a past faulty idea, or something that once you've acknowledged that in mind, it's finished. It's no longer a prison. So there's no concept of karma. The karma story really talks about the initiate. So and right. So you're talking about when you're selfish, will karma catch up with you? Because we can all be this thing. It does,
Yeah.
and the moment in the sun is that what Jesus calls the disturbance time. So when you realise, right, oh my goodness, that thing that I thought I was doing and I was righteous way back then was actually wrong, and I was being selfish, right? That's actually the karma point, because that's the karma point right there. And then if you don't run away from it, you confront it. If you don't run away from it or ignore it, but confront it and deal with it, then that's the end of the karma. However, if you don't accept it for what it is and you still try to deny it, well, then you're prolonging your stay in the poorer state, not the enlightened state. I don't know if that makes any bloody sense, but
Yeah,
that's
it
what I
does.
mean. So
I get it.
don't confuse it. Don't get it wrong, because then you can start feeling guilt for things that you didn't do. So now you've got a wrong idea back in your head.
Yeah, I do, because I sit here and I think about 4 marriages, and while I didn't fool around on anybody and I didn't get a lawyer, I didn't, devastate anybody's life as far as I didn't take child support, none of that stuff. I think about, oh, maybe I wasn't as attentive as I should have been. Maybe I should have tried harder, and now I found somebody I really like, and they just royally screwed me over, and I think maybe I deserved it,
Now, what you deserve,
good to him.
Sugar, what you deserve is a cruise or a trip to Europe. That's actually.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, nobody's ever done that for me, ever. I've always been somebody's servant.
Yes, yeah. Well, that's more often than not the feminine story, because of these fucking religions.
Well, you should have heard him. Well, see, here's the thing. There's part of it I really like. I do like being a traditional woman, and I take great pride in it. But I am a very strong woman, and they were mocking me in the hangout, because I was listening to everything that they didn't know I was listening, and boy, he mocked me just listening to him say it. After he loved it so much, he loved all of that. He just sat and lied to them like I was such a nuisance, and I followed his lead.
Yeah. Well, now you know a little bit more about what humans do. I mean, this is going on all the time, all around the world. These sort of issues. So now that you know,
They told me it doesn't. They said who has a an affair on the internet, who, and neither of us are married, so I don't know why they use the term affair. Who has cyber sex? I mean, come on. I'm like, I've been here like 6 months, and I know the answer to that question. Seriously, but they just wanted to mock me.
Yeah, well, that's it. That's the ego mind is sort of let off the leash. Yeah. Oh, yeah, so Benny, Sugar was also exposed on that webcam. Oh, question. No, we don't.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Benny.
We don't overdo that. Thanks, Benny. Benny, can we? Yeah, that's the guy that Mork. I call him Mork the dog. So Benny, have we got the video of the terrible trio of bitchy ladies?
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, of course. But I didn't take any. See, no, Alex.
Sugar. Hang on. Benny's got a video. It's not about you.
Yeah, no. He's asking me. Was he also exposed on the webcam? Yes, he was. I mean, it was mutual for both of us. But what he has of me is something that I sent him. So, so embarrassing. Never. I got all the way to this age without doing that, and now I did it, and I feel like such a jerk. Oh no.
Is this real G-Man or false G-Man? Looks like false.
It looks like it. I don't know.
Is that the real G-Man?
I don't have that much interaction with him. It looks like it, but.
Well, we'll see.
No, it's me.
Oh, how are you, G-Man? Welcome aboard.
How are you guys doing?
Pretty good. We were just about to show an expose of bad behaviour. Benny, have you got it or not? Yes, no?
Now, let me get my headphones. Hold on.
Okay. Are you able to stream it into the... But.
I'm sorry, was you talking to me?
Oh, no, G-Man.
All
okay,
right.
Sugar, I'd like you to do me a favour. It's something that you may not want to do, but I want to show Hermione, Renee, and who was the other one, Benny?
Holy Spackle.
Oh, Holy Spackle. Right.
I don't know what happened to her.
I really do want to show this. I want to show these ladies doing what they do, and then I want to explain. So remember, it's not about the person. We're only dealing with behaviours here. I just want to point out the behaviours and why they're wrong. Can we do that?
You should have heard.
Hey?
Yeah, but they're just going to say, I don't want everybody to hear.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't care.
Well, it's tough stuff, kiddo. But I think if you see it through, I think it'll be a positive outcome.
Well, it just feels horrible. I don't want anybody.
Oh no, it's nothing. Nothing about. It's just these ladies behaving badly. We won't let anything go to air that's.
I know, but you know what they did? They looked through all the emails. They looked through everything. I mean, Mark just put up every last thing he could think of, except what he sent. He wouldn't put up his stuff. He only put up my stuff. Which painted a really nice picture.
If we don't stand up to the bullies, they'll go and do it to someone else, and what you're suffering, another human will suffer. Do you want that?
Well, that's why I originally stood up, and they told me to shut up, and I'm like, okay, this is not my atheist community. I've never thought they were my community. My grandmother would have never allowed this kind of behavior, talking badly about anybody else's religion. She would never let this happen.
Yeah.
I mean, they're
I know you're struggling with it, and I know exactly why you're struggling, which I'm quite happy to talk to you about maybe later together. But
I tried to fight for. It's exactly what I told them. I said, this is not right. Some other woman's not going to be strong enough to fight. She's not going to be strong enough to stand up and say, hey, you don't get to tell me treat me like this or that, and then walk away and go, yeah, I never meant it.
Yeah.
Because you know what? Had he said to me, I only want a casual sexual relationship, I would have said, no, thank you. Right? But that's not what he said. Because I was the one that said, look, until I get out there, you're a free man. He goes, no, I don't work that way. I went, okay, great.
Sugar, I'm going to pick you up on a point there. Right, what you just said very specifically is that in that sentence is that he was the initiator.
Well, I don't want to paint him in a bad light. That's not
I
fair.
understand that. Wait a minute. But you can't live that way. That's not an appropriate way to live. You have to live with the truth. So what I'm saying to you is, what you just said, right, was that and I know this is uncomfortable. I get all that shit. I'm trying to sort of take you through a bit of a journey and see why it's really important to actually stand up and put a solid, call the lie at what it is. What you just said is that he was the initiator. I heard it clearly. Right? Now, when I get that clear statement in my mind, you will not get it out unless you've got a valid explanation for your position. I know why you try and paint it that it was a dual decision. I get that, but that's not the truth. So I'm just trying to say, don't.
I know. I just want to give you the proper truth. I want everybody to know. I mean, it was mutual. It was absolutely mutual, but it was mutual based on the fact that the relationship was
Sugar, he was the first one to raise the issue. That's what you said.
No, I haven't said that. I said had he said that he wanted a casual relationship, I would not have gone for that.
Sugar, we've got to stop. Benny, I don't know, is there some way we can get the time marker on this?
I mean, if I said that, I didn't mean to, because I've maintained the entire time that it was mutual, but I agreed to it because of the fact that he had wanted us to be monogamous with each other.
Hold it right there, right? You said, I agreed to it. That means that you were the secondary party. He was the initiator.
Oh, well, I don't, like I told you earlier, I don't remember who said it first,
No,
but
Sugar, your memory.
he didn't have to talk me into it.
Yeah, no, you're falling into their bloody bullshit trap. Your memory, your mind is not faulty. Your senses record things accurately. You spoke accurately when you said agreeing to it. Now, for an agreement to occur, there must be a proposal. He proposed, you agreed. I guarantee that's the absolute truth.
Okay, well, I hear what you're saying, but did you hear me say, I was the one that said, if you want to keep dating other women until I get out, till I actually move there, that's fine. And he said no to that. So that was, and I said, okay, that's great. He wanted it monogamous. And I said, okay.
Yeah, but still.
That's what I said the entire time.
Sugar, what I'm trying to point out to you, I'm trying to get you to see the actual reality. The actual reality is that he initiated, and I'm very comfortable that that's actually what happened. The reason that you want to paint it differently is you're trying to still hang on to, preserving and protecting Mark in the hope that, maybe someday,
Oh God, no way.
Okay.
And after today, all I wanted to hear was, I wanted to hear it from his mouth, because I knew what he had said to me the night before, how badly he wanted me to come out there. And 3 days before, he had told me that he'd be patient. I haven't been in love for 10 years. And when he got upset about something, he just left. And so I knew he was scared. Everybody else, that's all I wanted, was to be able to talk to him again and see if that's what it really was. And they did this instead.
All right, Sugar. Don't get too caught up in the thought again, because I think you're in a good place, but you still got some grieving. That's part of the process. So I understand all that, and that's all perfectly natural. Hey.
I'm mad. I'm mad. I worked really hard within that community. I'm mad because I worked really hard in that community to have a good, to be the good person that I am, you know, to be a good example, to continue to be a good example, because I got tired of hearing this, you know, questioning our morals and stuff when, you know, I never was hateful, I never talked trash.
Sugar, we know who you are, and you know you're fine as a person. So you know, maybe you know have the grieving, but I seriously, you need to think about the guilt part. I would piss that off myself.
Yeah.
So, Sugar, big question, big question. May we run the video? We won't if you say no.
The one with the girls just talking crap?
Yeah.
Is my mic bad again?
Yes.
Yeah, that's fine. If it's just the girls talking crap, that's fine. I mean, it doesn't matter. They're all going to talk anyways, like they've been doing.
Yeah. Okay. Now, Benny, we're going to have to keep it tight control. I don't know whether you watched the video, but we need to keep a tight control on it in terms of anything that might be useless information. I really am only interested in demonstrating and talking about the behaviours of because these are lovely ladies normally, but because of this whole drama that's been built up around the internet, they behave badly because they've basically got into this mob, ego, troll, whatever you want to call it, mentality. So Benny, if you could find that, G-Man, have you met Rob? Yeah, I don't know whether G-Man and I. So while you're getting set up, I'll have a chat to G-Man. I'm a bit drunk right now and stoned. Phantom. Hey Benny, do you think Phantom's an enlightened person? I think he might be. Yeah, the Phantom. Yeah. A drunk enlightened person. He's a book author. Geez, just like me. Yep. Wow. A celebrity. He does poetry. Yeah, poetry's all right.
Sugar, I can leave. Sugar, I can leave if you don't want me in here listening to your to what's going on with you personally with I forget his name. I think that's Mark Yanora, I think you said, or
Down. Can you hear me?
Yeah. No, it's not going to be about that, G-Man. It's simply what we're dealing with, right? Is we've been trying to. So Sugar's been the victim, right? And they won't give her a voice. They, you know, it's basically schoolyard bullying. So all we want to do is show the behaviours of the other side. So we've got a video that shows their bad behaviours, and then what I was going to do is explain, basically, well, I don't like using the word psychology, but I just
what do you
want to
mean?
explain.
What do you mean that they won't give her a voice?
Well, so G-Man, what's your position? Are you spiritual?
I'm a Christian.
Okay, good. Now, I like Jesus heaps, right? I do, but I'm not a Christian. I'm a realist. And I have a different
I'm a realist too.
Yeah.
I'm a realist too.
Okay, mate. Well, we could have an interesting debate, I promise you. But today it's really about, so there's been this community, right? And they've basically been like schoolyard bullies, and they've done the wrong thing by Sugar. So all we want to do is take an opportunity where we can, because we've got a video of what they've been doing, so they get rather nasty in the chats, and you'd be aware of that, people, how they get nasty, you mean. So we want to bring it up. We want to show that nastiness and just explain what it is. So we're not going after the person, we're interested in the behaviour, and we just want that person to perhaps ultimately appreciate, you know, that, you know, they're in the wrong, you know, they're doing something bad. So you're more than welcome to stay or go. It's entirely up to you.
Well, I'll stick around for a while. I haven't been to one of Benny's hangouts in a while. But Sugar, if you ever want to make sure everyone hears your side of the story, feel free to come to my channel. I'll just broadcast myself, and you can just say whatever you need to say. Sugar, because she probably got the kids.
Yeah, she's got a granddaughter, I think, at the moment.
Sorry,
So she
I'm sorry.
might.
G-Man, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. I couldn't hear you. Something's wrong with my audio.
He was
Yeah.
offering support.
If they won't put you on one of their channels, you can feel free to use my channel anytime you want. If you want to use it for like an hour, just get your
Yeah.
story out there. I'll unbroadcast myself, and it'll just be you, and then you
I
can just say whatever you need to say.
I have said what I needed to say. The problem is they twist all the words. They tell me that I can't, they can talk about it. They talk about it all day long. If anybody asks me anything and I comment on it, they slam me down. J.D. Kane had me on twice and totally ambushed me. They had the nerve to call me a third time. I told him to stuff himself. But the problem is that they change everything around. They're not playing by the same rules. They called me whore. It was just horrible. And I'm telling you, I did not lie, not once. I have told the truth. I am so help me if there is a God in this world, and nobody has believed in God in my family for 3 generations. So I'm saying what is sacred to you. I have not told not one lie, and all I asked is that he look me in the eye and tell me why, because I was trashed by Annabelle, and they just wanted, I just knew that they were going to do this, and
Well, I have an opinion about Annabelle and Mark Yanora. I think those two got a thing going on, and she probably just did that stuff out of jealousy. So.
Well, that's the thing.
know.
I knew they had a history, and that was fine. I did not care about that. He told me that he was not interested. I figured she was, right? So for 5 months, she just trash talked me. I never engaged her. I never talked to her, and the only thing I told him was, we have a relationship together. You go where you want. I don't care, but she's not to interfere in our relationship. And she did just that. And she poisoned his mind, and something came up, and he just blew his top. But yet the whole time he's telling me how happy he is, and how this and that, and he can't wait for me to get out there, and it wasn't true. And
yeah, he filled your head with he filled your head with a bunch of delusions and grandeurs. That's what he filled your head with.
And so I did what adults do, what some adults do, not all adults, and something I've never done. I'm 51 years old, honey, and I've never. And I did, and now it's on tape, and now I feel horrible, and yeah, and they mock me on boiled piss. Mark says
What's on tape?
A
What's
body
on tape?
me.
And they put that on YouTube?
No, but they have done everything. They have told every lie that they can. I mean, they are just telling the hugest whoppers. This is their next step. Jim on Boiled Piss was saying, "Oh yeah, I saw those naked pictures that you showed me, Mark." Oh, okay. So now he's giving out pictures of me. This is my problem.
Mark Yanora is a piece of garbage. You want to know what? Yeah, feel free to use my channel anytime you want. And if this continues, I'll gladly put those guys in their place if you want. And I will gain great pleasure from that too. But those fake moral, oh Lord.
J.D. Kane told me to fuck you. They said twice that I wasn't invited when I was. I'd never go on a show by myself. I mean, just, because I wanted to. Anybody who knows me knows I'm not like that. I've not been.
Well, if you want, I can start a Google Hangout on my channel. I can call those two morons out, and then tell them to come on my channel and talk to you in a civil manner. And if they don't, I'll show them the door.
They won't, because Bunto did a dogfight, and I refused. Mark told me, do not talk about this to anybody. Don't say anything, so I stopped talking. Bunto wanted me to go on dogfight. I said no. Bunto knew all the questions to ask. He didn't. He just sat there and fed them. She admitted she was the one that put the breakup on the thread, but yet they still are making me apologize for it.
You don't need to apologize for nothing.
Exactly. And so I fought back. And then they got all pissed off. And 3 times they pulled me in front of 10 people, and they all dogpiled me. 3 times they pulled me, and that doesn't count the two Talking Shit Tuesdays. And then I sat there and watched Mark just say the worst stuff on Boiled Piss.
And that's why nobody needs to be going on that show. And J.D. King better cut that mess out, because it's only a matter of time before somebody gets mad and flag him into the Stone Age. He needs to cut that nonsense out.
It's wrong. Mark couldn't talk to me for 5 minutes to just tell me he's on the other side of the world. It's computer to computer. What was he so afraid of? What he was afraid of was looking into my eyes and having to explain why he sweet-talked me that whole time and then just left. I mean, and I don't care that he left.
Well, he's a dog. Well, he's a dog.
Yeah, he is.
I mean, that's what dogs do. Dogs say what they got to say, get what they want, and then they flee. Because they don't want no responsibility.
Well, he didn't need any responsibility. I'm like the lowest maintenance chick in the world. Heck, I bring this man a beer. I mean, and they mocked me today. He's like, yeah, she just wanted to cook for me and my son and get me a beer and all this stuff. And they're laughing at that. Like, I'm a traditional woman, and I'm proud of that. They have no boundaries. They don't even care what they mock, as long as they're talking crap about somebody.
That's why nobody needs to be going on that show. Anybody that goes on that show is asking for it. And they got the nerve to try to invite me on there. I'm like, nah, that's all right. No, thank you.
No, they had it all planned out. And you know what? I was offended at first when all the talk of immoral atheists. And then the first thing I noticed one day was, I said, you know what? You can't be an atheist and be this mean and be this mad, because then you're mad at God or something, And so I got in trouble for that, for even speaking out. And I'm like, why are you guys like this? It's not a good reflection, And then I got in trouble for that. So. Yeah,
because they're expecting you to act a certain way when you're when you're live on air. You can't say that in public. That's between us in private.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying I'm perfect. I'm a flirt. I will admit I am a flirt, and nobody would know different. I mean, nobody could say different. But I do not go with men, and that's the thing. Oh, they said Gus. I had an affair with Gus, Simon, and that I had all these 60-year-old men in tow. I don't even have a Patreon account. I have none of that. Bunto used to ask me every day 2 things: are you going to be a webcam girl and start doing porn? And what man has bought you what today? And both answers were like, what? Never. I've never had anything like that in my entire life.
Yeah. You know what? You got to be careful who you give your information to on YouTube. These people are just monsters.
This is bad.
That's why I always keep my, I only tell certain things to people who are really close to me. Like for example, Galaxy Dreams knows where I live. She knows my phone number. You know what I mean? She knows how to find me and all this stuff. I would never get that information.
Nobody
has Kane or one of those guys. Crazy.
Nobody has that. When I say phone number, I have Hangouts on my phone. So he didn't actually call my phone. He called, the Hangouts. He didn't call my home phone number or anything. But, yeah. Mark does have my address because he sent me something, but I have this address. Well, no, I don't have
Mark Yanora's a jerk, and he better hope that I don't end up in the same room as him.
You know what, G-Man?
He better hope it.
You know what, G-Man? The Mark I knew, we called each other by our real names, And the Mark I knew was not like Mark Inoya. Mark Inoya was here on G Plus and YouTube, but the Mark I knew was not like that at all, and that's what jammed my radar. It's like, I don't get it. He's like a completely different guy. I mean, I knew the Mark Inoya, right? I knew that, but that wasn't who I dealt with when we were alone. He's not like that at all.
Right. Is Mark from the UK, or are you from the UK, or?
He's from the UK. I was moving over there anyways, and it was just, and he knew, that was the thing, was when I first came in, I didn't know he was British. This is my first experience in this type of community, online community, and so I had no clue. So that was one of the things he said. He goes, well, you were moving to the UK, and I thought you were cute, so, that was it.
The only thing I can tell you is what I learned the hard way. That don't trust the atheist community. I mean, granted, you guys are together because you all got this lack of a belief in a God or a gods or whatever.
Yeah, but don't
trust them. Yeah, don't trust them too much. These people will stab you in the back.
I know. I'll tell you what, I'm like, God's looking real good right about now, and I just really made me.
Gee, man. Well, you might be surprised if we actually get this video going. Benny's trying to get it going. So these are the people that were being nasty, or the bullies.
All right, let me cut my video on. My video on. Hold on.
The other night, remember, Rob, when I came into you and he forced me to apologize to you for showing concern? I don't want Christian Hillbilly in here. No. Oh, everybody's gonna see this stuff.
Oh, okay. Sorry,
I'm sorry,
Christian.
Christian Hillbilly. He can stay.
Christian,
Oh, he can
yeah,
stay. He can stay.
You can?
He can stay.
Yeah.
I'm
Now,
gonna trust him, and if he screws me over, then I don't.
Sugar, I'm here to support you.
Miss Sugar, I know you don't know me that well, but if you tell me something in confidence, I don't ever tell nobody else. Hell, half the time I can't remember it after 5 minutes anyway.
I'm gonna trust you. Because you know what? Everybody that Mark has not liked, I disagreed with that. I mean, I never got to. Yeah, there's. And the funny thing is, the Holy Spackle.
Oh yeah.
He didn't like her at all, and he didn't like her at all, and he turned on her, or she's backing him. I'm like, what? Her and I were such good friends. I had to talk to her in private because the Calvinists would get all over her for hanging out with an atheist. So I could never, really be nice to her.
Yeah. So now to our Christian friends that are in the room. So Benny and I, we think we're enlightened. We hold the view. Well, we don't think we know, but what we hold the view that all humans are of equal value. That's it. So no more complicated but all humans have this potential for bad behaviours. Now, part of this video, so we have to let you guys know, there's a...
Oh, the video is live. Hey, we're live.
Hey? Yeah.
We're live. We're live.
Yeah.
So everybody's going to see this video.
That's right. Are you sure you still want to go ahead or not?
Well, I mean, I'm not worried about truth. That I'm not worried about. What the problem is they get to spit out their lies and twist the truth, and then that's the truth that everybody holds on to. And when I say something, when I try and clear the air, they go, "Stop talking about this. Nobody wants to hear about your drama." Like, I don't want it to be drama. I want everybody to shut up, but they won't. But I also want the truth to be known.
Sugar. And I understand the reaction and everything, and I can explain that back to you at some point. The timing told me precisely what you were thinking about. Not necessarily consciously, but certainly I know the motivation. But I want to say to the Christian people that are in the room, there'll be 2 Christian ladies, and we'll see them behaving badly. What I've asked Benny to do is get it down to a very short section, so that we don't have to go through a long stuff. Because in these matters, you just don't need to look at full detail. You just need to identify the behaviours, and they pretty much tell the story all by themselves. So Benny,
you can see.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Everybody can see everything. I don't care if everything is exposed because I don't have anything to hide. I don't want to look as if we're shady because I don't want to be looked at that way.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to be here for you.
I understand that completely. And Miss Sugar, there's only one person in the world that any of us have any control over, and that is ourselves. So, me personally, if it was me giving a friend or a daughter any advice, I would tell you the same thing I would tell my friends and my daughters. Look at them, nod your head, and smile. Because when you're smiling, it makes them wonder what the hell you're up to. They were listening to anyway.
I know you're right. I have this thing about justice and the truth. I just don't like lies. I don't like.
Yeah, Sugar, I'm with you, and Christian Hillbilly, I will not stand down from a lie. So if someone tells a lie, I will confront them, and I want to know their explanation. And
Lawyer, pants on fire.
Hey? What?
They're mocking me. They made a hangout called Just 5 Minutes. They just mock me.
That's all right. Relax. The reason that they're doing that is because they don't want this to be broadcast. So we're doing all the right things. We just are.
Hey, Rob, this is kind of pissing me off. I don't know why they have such an obsession with her and why they want to fuck with her so much, and it proves your point that they're all fucking trolls.
Oh, yeah, but that's what I... See, if we stand up to the bully, what happens, right, it just evolves that they become exposed. And the more you stand up to them, the more exposed their behaviours are, right? It's just... And they're not you know, they're not bad people. They're just bad behaviours. No, it is the bad behaviours, G-Man. G-Man.
I'll tell you this.
G-Man.
I'll tell you this. Tell Mark Yanora to come in this room right now. Seriously, I mean, he's so bad, you know what I mean, and no one should mess with the great Mark Yanora. Bring him in here.
He has 3 women. He has 3 women protecting him at all times.
I don't care.
Even comes up on an external chat, he has to have the women around him.
I don't care. I'll destroy Annabelle. I'll destroy him, and I'll destroy his little concubines. It don't make no difference. You know, I'm not afraid of Mark Yanora. Never have been.
Who's asking me that?
I'm sorry. Is that the bald Mark from England or whatever?
Yes, it is.
Oh yeah, he's the one that tried to call my job and get me fired.
Yeah.
Wait, Hillbilly, wasn't that back on Stickcam?
No, sir, that was just here recently. That's just a few weeks ago.
Oh my God. That happened again? No, they called your work before at the bank and pulled that stunt. That was Lord Disturbed.
Yeah, but hang on a minute. Just pause for a second and think, right? This is a really important statement from Hillbilly about the character of Mark. He's an absolute troll. Sugar, you need to sort of start taking that information on board.
Oh, I know. Everybody came forward with all kinds of horrible information afterwards. So.
Yeah, I know. You know, just tune up that bullshit detector radar thing that we all have.
Oh, just only when I'm in love. Only when I'm in love.
All
Not doing that again.
You women.
I know this is phenomenal ammunition for me. I know that. The atheist community is being stupid right now.
You can
They're
have
being
it.
really stupid right now.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, but
G-Man,
I promise you there are Christian people that are behaving badly as well, so it's just not atheists.
No. I know that. I know that's true for a fact. But I'm just saying though, the J.D. Keynes and the Mark Yanoras and those guys are all claiming that theists are terrible people and atheists are wonderful people. So
Eat Real, Heike, Eat Real called me a whore and just.
Wait a minute, what did he call you?
Oh, she called me a whore. Her and Heike.
Oh, sugar. The next time she call you that, laugh and then go about your business. Trust me. If Eve knew what the atheist was saying behind her back, trust me. You know, and I warned Eve. You know, if she did dumb things off air, people will be talking about it. Okay, and there's a lot of these male atheists that's going, let me tell you what Eve did. Let me tell you what Eve showed me. Let me show you what Eve did. Eve ain't got no room to be talking about who's you know what, a whore or whatever. Seriously.
And I'm not. And I'm not.
Quiet.
That's the thing. I don't ever hide who I am and what I do. I mean, it's not like I'm not ashamed in so much. This I'm not particularly proud of, but you know, I'm not a shameful woman normally.
These people got some nerve. They got some nerve.
You should have seen what Drac told me. Drac surprised me out of anybody. Drag not. The things he told me that I was to do, that I was to take responsibility for, the thing that I wasn't, how disingenuous I was, that you see you're doing it again. You need to take responsibility. I said, but I wasn't the one who leaked it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We don't want to hear you talking about it. And then I'll be talking about it for days. He'd be mad at me for talking about it.
Don't listen to Dragnet either. Don't worry about Dragnet. Dragnet's a moron. Don't worry about him. He's just stupid. He's just following the crowd.
This is so sad. It's so sad that these atheists think they're taking a higher ground. They're taking a higher standard of thinking, of doing, and then look at what they do. They don't eat their wounded. They shoot them and then they eat them. I swear it's totally stupidity. You know what else?
Sounds like survival of the fittest to me.
They sit there and say, we want you to have your own opinion. We want you to speak up your own mind. But the minute that you do, you speak up something that they don't agree with, they try and get you fired from your job. Whoa! Great people.
They mocked my PTSD. I mean, I was a medic for 25 years, and I had to retire because of PTSD. I was really and they mocked me. I mean, it was a holy spackle. Oh, she's mentally ill, you know. Bitch, I have never been mentally ill. I gave my life for humanity. I mean, I don't care that I have that. I've never.
Holy spackle and Christian?
Oh, she is no Christian. She is
I
no.
agree with you. I agree with you.
The way she's been acting lately.
Are we talking about Spackle?
Yep.
Yeah, Spackle. Spackle's something else.
I call her.
Anybody got any videos I need to see on Spackle, please send them my way, and I will gladly expose
Right
them.
here. This is what it's. She's on here.
Oh, okay. I don't see the video you guys are talking about here. I don't see it.
She wrote a song about me that has penises in it. She wrote a song about sugar, and penises and stuff. Yeah, really nice.
Yeah.
Nice Christian
Well,
values.
yeah.
Oh
But,
yeah.
But this is this is.
What is she, a Calvinist or something?
No. Get rid of her.
No, she's a human
moderate.
that's got caught up in the mob ego, is what she is.
Yeah, I seen her on a couple of Google Hangouts saying a lot of stupid stuff. I'm gonna need to confront her soon, like I did Fiona.
Yeah. And I like to hear that that sort of stuff, G-Man, because that's the issue. You know, when a person's behaving badly, it's an appropriate thing in the community that we actually hold the mirror up, and not enough of us do that.
No, you're right. You're right. But I don't like how they're treating Sugar, though. I've been listening, like, when I've had time with the whole, you know, the relationship that she had with Mark and everything. But like I said, I don't know a whole lot about it, to like, go into detail about it. But those guys are jerks.
Look, I made mistakes.
JD Kane better be careful, because he ain't going to have a channel if he keeps doing stuff like that. So he's
Well,
going to get the
G-Man,
wrong
he's
person mad.
He's a person I'm interested in cornering into a chat, because I think we could. Because I've experienced him, so I know what the issues are and how to deal with him. So I'd like to catch up with him. He's a bad.
I've done things. G-Man.
Yes.
I have done things wrong throughout this whole thing. I mean, I should have never opened my mouth to begin with. I have made mistakes, and I have admitted to them along the way. And instead of going, oh man, that's too bad, you know, you probably shouldn't do that next time, they came at me with firepower, like I had just, you know, I don't know, it was just like the worst thing that I could have ever done, and it wasn't. All I did was make a comment after 5 months of avoiding Annabelle's slings and arrows. When my boyfriend, her best friend, breaks up with me, and I know she's had something to do with it, I just unloaded on her in a thread that went to 500 comments. It was about Annabelle, and I got there at number 285. So it wasn't like I fueled the fire, but that was my mistake. I opened that up. She spilled the beans about the breakup, and it went from there. And I played. I got crazy. I was upset. I begged Mark to talk to me. I did do things wrong, but I didn't deserve this. And I was trying to put out fires after the second day. But I did make mistakes.
I don't know what's up with the UK. They got some crazy people over there.
Well, it's most
Alex
of them.
Barton, Mark and Nora, and all these other people. There's some nut jobs out there, man. But Annabelle, you know.
Yeah.
Again, if you ever want to use my channel, if you really want to get them mad, come on my channel and talk about this. You know, I guarantee you they'll be pleased. You have more than enough people talking about it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I was just about to start my own rooms. I got 600 followers for doing almost nothing, so I started, you know, I was going to start doing my own hangouts, kind of like Nadia does, you know, kind of around the clock. And now they just trashed me. Now, who knows, you know. But I got a lot of support. I got 427 emails from people saying, you know what, don't feel bad. And some people said, you know what, you did wrong, but we're going to tell you about it here on an email privately and not tear you apart in public like those people did. 427 people. I didn't even know these people, but they watch me. You know, and I thought it was really sweet. But I was embarrassed because I embarrassed myself and my community.
Well, forgive yourself and move on.
I will. Thank you.
Build yourself up and just be a better. Take a little bit more time to get to know somebody before you open your heart up to them. Because there's a lot of dogs out there.
If I can use an analogy that is kind of like of a country analogy, the Bible says the person who puts their hand to the plow and keeps turning around is not worth their weight in salt. But I like the old analogy from country days. Hey, quit looking in your rearview mirror and pay attention what's going on through that windshield, because you can't change what happened. The only thing you can change is what you can do from here on out.
Exactly.
And Miss Sugar, you'll be in my prayers.
Thank you. I promise you, out of everything that you will hear, I can confirm or deny anything, but I can tell you on everything that is sacred in my world and yours, I have not told one lie. Not one lie. I've had to admit to a lot of embarrassing stuff.
When people start that stuff about, well, did you hear what so-and-so did? You hear? No, I didn't. Let's go get them and let's all three round table talk about it. That way we can hash it out and there's no he said, she said, they said. No, but I tell you what, you talk about putting a stop to something, that'll do it.
But when you talk about like the matter and air it out in public, even if you feel like you have some grievance with a person,
Be
isn't
specific,
that
Christopher.
like? And I hate to say this because I like you a lot, Sugar.
Right.
I consider you a friend. But when Talking Shit Tuesday a while back, you kind of...
They invited me and they told me I was talking about skeptics. The only reason I went there...
All right,
Hold on, Rob. Hold on, Rob.
Sugar, sorry.
This is what happens. They always stop me. I cannot tell my side.
Sugar. I know what I'm doing. If we allow that conversation to go, so if you don't mind, we can push it back till after the thing, but it'll go backwards and forwards. So what's happening is that this young person, Christopher, hasn't had the advantage of the context that we've been discussing, right? And
No,
what you would
Christopher
do
and I
is...
spent a lot of time together.
Sorry? Huh?
He knows.
What?
Christopher knows me. He's spent a lot of time with me.
I understand all that. I understand that. But I also am a very quick read of his position, right? And it would require you to clarify that position. I just want to sort of get this video out of the road. Otherwise, we'll be here all night. If that's all right. So
It's very simple, though.
Hey.
All right, so play the video then.
Yeah. Well, roll the tape. Now, could everyone please be quiet and let's not talk about it till after.
So you've pretty much given up on talking to G-Man?
Man is a fucking douchebag that wants to suck fucking hairy Anglo-Saxon cock all his days.
Wow. That's pretty harsh. Did you guys have some really bad private conversations or
Yes.
something?
Yes, we did. Today, as a matter of fact.
What the heck is this?
That's lyrical, right?
Oh!
That's a recording. This is a recording of old video, I think. This ain't recent. Benny, what the heck is that, Benny?
With Patrick Vesta. But yeah, I've seen him I've seen him in a room with like just Patrick Vesta and the Rob account, and he's doing both voices, or like he'll be doing chat and they're just arguing back and forth.
Wow.
He's pretty talented.
Did I show? I think I've shown everyone else. Did I show you my the photo I got from Sugar?
Skip past that.
Fucking hell, man. Just when you think.
Or is it?
No.
No, it's.
Please tell.
I'll screen.
Oh, my God. So Hermione is a Christian person. Just we don't want to see that.
Well, it's Hermine. Her name is Hermine. That's how you pronounce it correctly. Just so you know.
I call her Hermit the Crabby.
Christopher, what is it that I did that was so bad that would make Mark Noya put an intimate picture of me up there? Tell me what would justify it in your mind.
I didn't see any image. Like, I didn't see the side chat or anything in that video recording. So I can't really attest if he shared the picture with anyone else.
Yeah, but what this young guy is doing, I can tell you specifically what he's doing. He wants to stay part of the community, so he will not sort of admit to anything that's blatantly obvious, right? And what's blatantly obvious? This guy called Mark said he had a picture to share with the community about Sugar. But you want to repurpose that and say, I haven't got enough evidence, but you've got plenty of evidence that that guy Mark is doing something absolutely inappropriate. He's sharing a photo of another person without their consent. Someone that's supposed to respect
part of
them.
that group, if you want to be a part of that group and you want to compromise your values, it's not going to turn out well for you because they'll turn on you too. If you can't stand up for something that's right, if you can't stand up for somebody who's being done wrong, you know me. I've never been inappropriate. I've always been honest. I've always been caring. You do what you have to do, young.
Yeah. So, Sugar, what we've got, Sugar, what we've got is a situation that a group of people have bullied a decent human being. That's exactly, precisely what happened. So what we want to demonstrate now, so Benny, if you're ready, can you roll the tape again? We'll see people behaving quite badly with respect to the people that they target as their victim. Go ahead, mate.
I'll screen share. Hold on. This gets worse. She's sending me sympathy cards now.
What?
Hang on.
Brilliant answer. Right, there you go. Look at that.
I only.
Bearing in mind, she's sharing a meme that someone posted originally in loving memory of their 19-year-old nephew who died. So she thought that was appropriate to send to me. It says, an eternal memory until we meet again. Those special memories of you will always bring a smile. If only I could have you back for just a little while.
I'm a dumb female.
Again, like we do.
Sugar. Now, no, Sugar. These are lies. We all know they're lies. It's hard for you to hear.
I said that.
Okay.
I said that. But that's
stand up.
Why are they doing? They got mad at me.
Well, no, I can explain.
Well, let's watch the rest of it, though. They're acting like their typical selves. Yeah. Let's watch the rest of it.
Right. Let's go. Sugar, maybe it might be an idea if you just, because you've lived this, right? So maybe it's not a good idea for you to rehash it, but these behaviours need to be shown. They just need to be shown what they are. Go, Benny.
Until we meet again, those special memories of you will always bring a smile. If only I could have you back for just a little while. And we could sit and talk again like we used to do. You always meant so very much and always will do too. The fact that you're no longer here will always cause me pain, but you're forever in my heart until we meet again. In the dark night.
Benny, hold it there. Benny, hold it for a second. Hold it. Right, now, what happened there, Sugar, and this is why it's emotional for her, she was putting her heart on the sleeve. This was a genuine thing. This man took something that was absolutely genuine and then belittled it in front of a group. That should be obvious to any person walking the fucking planet, Christopher. So learn to trust your senses. They don't go wrong. Okay, where you go, Ben?
I don't think I've been unfair to
Christopher, shut up. Christopher.
Why are you telling me to shut up?
Shut up or get out. Benny will kick you. We're watching the video. It's not about you. What we're trying to do is we are trying to respect Sugar. This is all about her, not you, right? But if you show me bad behaviour, I'll bloody tell you to your face. Now, away you go, Benny. Benny. Benny.
Yeah, he did. Okay. So, yeah, no, G-Man's totally innocent.
Well, I mean, he's a couple years younger than me, and...
He's just...
It's not the same tape.
What's that?
That's not the same tape. That's Kevin somebody and Lyric Orion.
Oh, different video. Okay. Have you got the real one, Benny? Have you got the real one? Okay.
And here's the thing, with the video that he's
No
putting
longer here will always cause me pain
today.
forever in my heart until we meet
All right,
again.
hang on, sugar.
In a
Hang on,
dark
hang on.
night, in an alley somewhere where you're not expecting me, probably.
Fuck me.
Mark, you need to read to him where I fixed it for her.
Need to what, sorry?
Now you need to read him where I fixed it for her.
Oh, yeah, I'll find that. Hang on. Oh, you say it. I fixed it bit.
Okay, hang on. Let me...
But on top of that, she said, I give up. I've tried to make amends. What, by running around saying stuff about my son and continuing to shit. I can't control the way others act.
Sugar,
And I need you to stop and talk to me.
we know.
I can't do this, so you win. I'm so sorry for everything I did after you left. Left? I'm in fucking England. You've won. I clearly lose. Mm-hmm.
She was talking shit about you last night.
Yeah, she's carried on doing it for the last... Now, all of a sudden, we were together for 5 months.
Here,
It's going up by the day.
I fixed Sugar's poem. Until we meet for the first time, I'm going to skin you and wear you like a coat. Signed, Sugar.
Oh, no. Well, hopefully it's not like that. Holy cow.
Well, the very first time I spoke to her was at the end of May. That's before anything got anywhere near we might meet up and let's see where it goes sort of thing. So that's the end of May. I sort of said to her...
It was the beginning of May. $5 months.
Sugar, it's just tough stuff, but you got to do it. It's healthy to do it.
Why? This is a live hangout. Everybody is seeing this.
I know that, Sugar. I know that, but this is the right approach. You've got to stay with the truth. If you run away,
can we just get through the video and expose Mark Yanora as a jerk, so that we can figure out how it's best to shut him up?
Yeah,
well, because seriously, Mark, this
jerk.
is the internet. Wait a minute, hold on, Christopher. Listen to me, okay? His information's on the internet too, and it won't be difficult to go in time and go find when he's being all lovey-dovey with Annabelle and go mess with one of his videos. He's got this rule where Annabelle's untouchable. And I hope Mark Yanora is watching this, because now this has come to my attention. And Mark, you better make Sugar an apology video.
I don't want it.
No,
I don't want anything to do with them. I just want them to all shut up.
Sugar. I understand all the emotions. This is good stuff. This is the way to go. But what I want to say to you, it's not just about you. It's also helping him. If we don't help him, he will go and do it to other people. The way we help him is kick him in the ass until he sees the truth. If we stand down, Sugar, he will do it to another lady. That's not appropriate.
Just so you know, I tried every angle. I tried everything to get him to snap out of it, because what he was when we were alone is not this guy here. And plenty of people have said he's scared. He's just scared. And I just was trying to get through to him. I'm not saying that I was right, and I've never, ever acted like this before. I mean, with a man, that's for sure. It's just so embarrassing.
Here we go. Here we go.
Her.
Hang on,
It's
wait a
not
minute.
her.
You sure?
No, that's not her. Unless she has a new avatar, that's not her.
Oh, okay.
I can check.
Oh,
No, it's her.
It was?
That was Deidre. Yes, that was her. She can't come back now unless she got a stock account.
Oh,
that's not her.
So you and Deidre, like, on bad terms, G-Man?
We will be if what Sugar is saying is true. Because if she's a Christian, and she's saying the things that Sugar is saying that she said, you know, yeah, we're gonna have a few problems.
Let me find the penis song for you. She just
don't
gave
worry.
me.
When she gets in here, hopefully the first thing that comes out of her mouth is that she was being stupid and immature, and she's sorry for it.
Yeah,
She told me.
That was the false account, so it's not the real account.
Oh, okay.
Now, only Benny spotted it, and he said she only had 7 followers, so that's not the real account. He's very quick, actually, as a controller of the room.
Space.
I'd like us to get back to that video, though. I think it's going to be important that we actually go through and just see these ladies, or this pervasive behaviour. Now, remember, it's not the people. You can't sort of say, hey? No kidding. Yeah, oh, okay, no, neither do I. I want to ask Sugar if she wants this. What? No, Benny, go. Go, Benny, go, Benny, go, Benny, go, Benny, go, Benny, go, Benny. Just roll the tape. Let's get through till we get to the section about the 3 ladies and them doing, them just expressing themselves. Because once we've done that, thanks, Benny. Once we've done that,
the first time, I'm going to skin you and wear you like a coat. Fine.
Oh no. Well, hopefully it's not like that. Holy cow!
Well, the very first time I spoke to her was at the end of May. That's before anything got anywhere near we might meet up and let's see where it goes sort of thing. So that's the end of May. I sort of said to her, thanks, bye-bye, in mid-September. Now, last time I looked at my calendar, that wasn't 5 months.
He's got it wrong.
There you go.
And that wasn't, we are boyfriend and girlfriend, whatever the hell that would be without before me. Okay, it wasn't we are boyfriend and girlfriend. It was, hey baby, if you swing towards my neighborhood, maybe we'll hook up.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, we got chatting and there was lots of what ifs. Well, if we meet up and it goes well, we could do this and this might happen. Yeah, and that and yeah, and we definitely got a connection and things are looking okay. And then she started calling me, sending me messages like, "How's my man today?" Right? I said, "Well, I'm not your
Benny,
man."
just pause it for a second. I want to point out something really important.
Yeah.
Okay,
He
so
never ever pushed back on anything.
I understand, Sugar. I do, right? It's all cool. What I want to point out, though, Sugar, for the benefit of future experiences, notice when Mark talks and he's recounting things that are a lie, he speaks very generally, right? He doesn't give any specifics at all because he's fabricating a whole fucking story in his head. I saw that there.
Yeah.
I can point to it specifically, right? That's what happened. It's like when he was talking to you about the PTSD connection. He said, I haven't gone into care, which means that he doesn't have to talk about something that he doesn't know anything about. So these are markers of someone that's up to no good. And this is why it's important when you have some concerns about a person's, the integrity of their story, that you pin them down on the fine detail. Watch the detail, right? And then you'll, hopefully not fall into these situations again. Roll it, Benny. Benny, go, mate. Oh. So our good rain. Oh, okay. Who's that? But this guy is a real piece of work. He's a bad man, no question.
If I would have gotten that kind of, if he would have said to me, "I'm not your man," do you think I would have?
No, Sugar.
I have
Sugar.
4. I have 4 ex-husbands that would listen to this and laugh.
Sugar, you're fine.
I'm your boyfriend, and I said, "No, I'm not your boyfriend."
Yeah.
And stuff like that. So she's so I was even telling her then, no, we sort of haven't met yet, which is sort of quite crucial. So then she started sending me long distance relationship how to do it videos, which are just fucking weird.
Okay, because she messaged me out of the blue back in like probably the beginning of May, and told me that she was dating you and it was all top secret, hush hush, and she was moving there to be with you. And I was like, okay, well, congratulations and stuff. It made it kind of sound. She's like, well, because you and Angus, and we couldn't have the same thing going. And I was like, whoa, well, good for you.
No.
And then she popped up again with her Tony drama. And I was like, well, I don't really know why you're telling me this. And then Tony popped up with the same thing. You know, Sugar message you anything, it's a lie. And I said the same thing to him. I don't know why the two of you were telling me this.
Why does it matter? Who the fuck is Tony anyway? Why do we care? God.
It's because I think Sugar has latched on to Renee's situation with Angus. She saw someone else that lives in the UK and someone else that lives in America, and they're thinking,
I was going there anyways.
She often.
I was going there before.
Yeah, Benny, just pause it for a second. So, Sugar, can you see clearly that this guy is running a very fabricated story, and he's selling it to these?
And she's lying as well, because the conversation I had with Renee Skeptic.
Yeah, but what I want to point out to you, Sugar, just so that you have a balanced perspective when you hopefully get restored relationship with the ladies.
No. This is evil. This is evil what they've done. I have never done anything close to this, and this is evil. This is not me. This is not me. This isn't me trying to save face. Because obviously I made a lot of mistakes. I poured my heart out to somebody, and they're just smashing it all over the place. This is evil that anybody would do this. They would take pleasure.
Sugar, please listen. Are you listening? Sugar, are you listening? Yeah, okay.
Yes,
Please listen carefully. What you're witnessing here is a person that's evidently, most of the people in this room, at least the clear-thinking ones, clearly see that this man is running a scam. That's hurtful to you. I get it. It's hurtful to hear the lies again. I get that. But I think it's necessary medicine for them, right, to be exposed, so hopefully one day in their bloody life they'll reflect on this and say, yes, it was me that was wrong, and I did a terrible, terrible thing. Because they did a terrible thing. So but what I want you to focus on here, watch how he's manufacturing stories that don't match your real experience. So he has the experience with you, but then he goes off and tells another story. Now that's purely his doing. It's purely his ego mind. You have to understand exactly what it is, and then you're able to let it go and feel pity and sympathy for his position. He really is hurting himself. You remember we spoke about karma, eh? It's not easy, kid, but I promise you, if you can see it through, it's a good thing to do. We've got to be brave sometimes, we just do. That's what I
want to say a couple
is that
things.
Deidre right there?
This is Deidre. One thing, G-Man, you don't know what
you're our God?
Yes.
You know what? Shut up. Get her out of here. Get her out of here. No,
you're a liar. You need to go.
You wish I was a liar. You come with the proof. You come with the proof.
Who's this person?
Then bring it. Bring it. That's Deirdre. That's the Holy Spirit.
Showed
Tell
on
me.
video,
Tell
all
me.
your emails, all your texts.
Yes. Tell me.
If you were a man, you would be considered a threat.
Do you want to know something? Deirdre? He is not telling you the truth. He never told me that he wasn't my boyfriend. He was the one that wanted the monogamy. I told him he could sleep with whoever he wanted until I got to the UK. He said no. He is not telling you the truth. He told me things that he's not even touching on. That's why all those emails look like that. That's why I got so into it. He is lying to you. He's lying. He can't prove anything that he has to speak. He only gives you my response, right? He gives you my reaction.
You get that guy.
Don't be stupid, Deirdre.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
He's
Deirdre.
not interested in you. Then walk away.
Deirdre.
I don't fucking want him. All I wanted him to do was to tell me to my face the night before, Deirdre, he told me he couldn't wait till I got out there. 3 days before that, he told me, please be patient with me. I haven't been in love in 10 years. You want to call me a liar? You go right ahead,
I've
but
been
I
married
know I'm
14
not.
years, and I wouldn't put this out here like this. I'm telling you right now, I've been married 14 years, and I
Oh
would
my
not
God, you
put my
guys did
shit like
this.
you.
You did this.
You did this.
Who?
Take
Wait,
some
no,
responsibility.
wait.
Just because you're a
Wait.
female, you need to take some responsibility. A man would be considered a psycho.
Deirdre.
A man would be
Deirdre.
considered a psycho.
Deirdre. Deirdre.
There's a
Tell me,
psycho
Deirdre,
stalker.
tell me how this is my fault.
A
Deirdre.
man would be considered.
Deirdre, tell me how this is my fault. Deirdre, tell me how this is my fault.
Sugar.
Deirdre, tell me how this is.
Walk away if he doesn't like you.
Sugar, please be quiet for a minute. Hold it down. Just trust me. Deirdre, please be quiet for a minute. Now, what this whole discussion and this debate is about, and, you know, Deirdre, I promise you the issue's on your side, but let's have a debate about it now. If you watch the video, if you just simply watch it for the details, this guy, Mark, is fabricating a story, and he did that so that he could get Sugar to expose herself. That's all he really cared about. And once he'd achieved that agenda, wait a minute, don't interrupt. Once he'd achieved that agenda, he went back to your group and he told you a bunch of fucking lies about the lady, and then your group then took that information as fact without checking it, and then you, who's that dude? Is that Mark? Before he had his hair cut off. But what you guys did was very, very cruel, but it's part of the ego mind. It's the way the human works. And as
I know,
a
and you're using it as a vehicle to preach.
Wait a minute. You're next. And
you're a false preacher.
Sugar,
and G-Man for some reason's allowing this, which is hilarious to me.
Hang on. Let me finish. So I'll try and be quick. So I promise you, I can prove it to you that this guy is a chronic liar and he's a troll, and that he took advantage of Sugar. I can prove that to you. Give me, you know, this video helps.
What is it to his advantage? What is it to his advantage? You tell me. She's an atheist. He's not bringing down a Christian. There's no advantage. He can get tits anywhere.
No, you're making. No.
He can get tits anywhere. A lot of girls like Markanoia. It's weird.
Deidre.
I don't get it, but it's
That's not
weird.
what he told me, okay?
Hang on, Sugar.
Deirdre,
Hang on, Sugar. Hang on.
I didn't bring this to the
That's
open.
what other girls tell me.
Deirdre,
I'm just
Get into
saying.
that again.
Just make her answer the damn
Sugar,
question.
But you're not friends with girls, so I guess.
Sugar,
no.
don't get into that. Sugar, please control yourself, please.
I'm not even talking.
Yeah, okay, good. Please stay that way for a second. So, what I'm saying to you, Deirdre, I promise you I can prove to you that this man is a liar, and we could prove it together. If we get this man in a room together, I guarantee you will clearly see he's a liar. Because the thing about people that lie, they have, there's no possible way that they can substantiate their story, right? Somewhere along the track, it's going to fall down. I promise
The
you.
logs and logs and 180 emails does not substantiate a story. Logs and logs.
He's writing right along with me. You're so stupid.
You could walk away. He doesn't like you. Walk away. It's pretty
Who cares? I don't care about that.
Sugar, please.
Why?
Please. Right, now,
Yes,
Deidre.
Rob, just ask her the question. Ask her the question it solves the whole thing.
No.
Ask me the question. What's the question?
No, I won't.
What's in the box? I want to know what's in the box. What's in the box? What's in the box, Rob? What's in the box?
We're talking about the credibility of Mark. Right, that's all we're going to discuss. Right, so
I want to know what's in the box.
Yeah, of course you do, because you're going to be exposed, because your behaviours are less than desirable. We're going to now, and please everybody, keep quiet.
You're less
and
than
hey,
desirable.
Holly, it's not about, you know, to hurt you or anything like that. It's just to get to the truth of the matter. So we're just going to go, and these are just behaviours. Once you fucking learn what they are, and you stop doing them, well, the world's
talk
good
about
again.
wolves again.
Shush, Deidre, you're going to learn a lesson of a lifetime if you're patient. And it's a good one, I promise you. I absolutely promise you. It's a good lesson to learn about the human condition. Okay, Benny, roll the tape. Sugar, I appreciate your composure. I know it's difficult.
Used to say to me, well, yeah, Renee and Angus. I didn't even know who you were then. I was like, yeah, okay, who are they? Well, they're doing it. I'm like, okay, they do it online. They've got a long distance relationship. I said, well, that's very nice for them. I don't want to do that. And so that's where she's probably hooked up with you.
Lies.
Yeah, we know. Sugar, please.
Then,
yeah, like I figured out that your date night thing was my fault because I had told her and stuff before. I was like, well, I've got to go. It's date night. We're having a movie tonight and stuff. Like a lot of those things that she did, yeah, those were my fault because they would just be little conversational things, and it was
it's cool like that. That obviously works for lots of people.
Here's the thing. These two incidences are 3 months apart. They're lying.
Please, I know. But we're not going to deal with it unless we actually see it. Sorry, Benny. Way you go. Oh, golly, you humans are hard work.
Just not the sort of person that can do it. And I said I can't do a long distance relationship. It doesn't feel right. It's not. We just can't. And that was it. So, okay, she said no. I never liked it either.
Benny, can we get past this turkey? I don't want to hear him. I've seen enough about him.
And lately, it's just like I only just wanted to shag him.
This conversation is true. This conversation is true, but he's taking it out of context. But it is true.
I was just going to go to well, she hadn't even bought a fucking ticket yet. So how does she think she was going to be here in 4 weeks without a visa, or a ticket, or any money, or a job?
Yeah, she didn't have money for a ticket. That's why I was about to ask. Were you buying the ticket?
Nope.
Everything that went on between when you and her apparently went on in her head. I remember when she came to me saying that Mark and I decided to just kind of play it by ear until I get there. We're not going to have our online, our long distance relationship. And she made it sound like you two just decided that you weren't going to do it that way anymore.
We weren't doing it that way anyway.
Well, I understand. Yeah, I get that. But that's just not what she was.
In her head, we were living together and we were engaged and everything was going to be hunky-dory. She's even saying, oh, well, I'll help you bring your son up like that. I said, no.
That's not the way that works.
She's going to turn up like
in fact, if you're going to move in with someone you're in love with that has a kid, it's like, I'm going to try to stay out of the way and support you in every way I can.
Yeah, and we even spoke about. I said, look, I'm not. She wanted to stay here when she came over for the visit, and I was like, even a little bit uncomfortable with that. I said, well, my son lives with me. I'm not going to just move some person in for 2 weeks. This doesn't. You might have to stay in a hotel. I don't know yet. Well, that's something we can talk about later.
No, she had told me that you were the love of her life and stuff and everything, so I just kind of assumed off of that y'all had been together for ages.
No, she only told me she loved me like a couple of weeks before I said thanks very much. But I've never said it to her. She kept saying that. I said, she said to me once, do you love me? I said, I've never met you. I don't know anything about you apart from what I know online. And it all came about because she was into all things English, and I heard her say she was into English guys, and she wanted to come. She'd visited England before, was thinking of doing it again, and thinking of emigrated to England. So I said, oh, well, that was the starting thing. Perhaps when you come over, we could meet up. Maybe, who knows? That was all. That's what started it. Next minute, I'm fucking down the aisle, mate. Husband number 5.
Well, she told me she loves you forever ago in that first message from her.
Yeah, I haven't saved all the messages, but I've saved all the ones recently. Like I said, in case my body gets found in mysterious circumstances sometime soon, at least there's a record on my computer.
What a load of
work! So that when your body goes missing, they know who to look for.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. If someone comes around and I've got a bumpy patio, then that'll probably be me.
Do you know that's slander? To suggest that I am homicidal, that's slander.
But no, this is the ego.
But if you were a man,
I told him
people would really
that
think
I was
that. You
not
know that,
moving in with
right?
him. Do you know
If you were
that
a
he is
man, you'd be
lying?
considered a
That he
threat.
had told you? What?
There is
Why
a
are you
double
saying that?
standard. Because there's a double
Well, I
standard.
know. Hang on, wait a minute,
Do you
ladies.
realize that this man
Ladies,
told me
hang on,
things?
sugar,
He's not telling you the truth, Deirdre.
sugar,
He
please,
told me things.
please. I need to explain to Holy Moly exactly what's going on, so that at least at some point, because it's going to be difficult
You
for her
don't
to
know
explain.
what's going on. Get real, Rob. Seriously.
know exactly what's
You know what?
going on.
You don't.
I tell you what, Deirdre, you take
You
all
barely
this
have your own
and you
life.
shove it up your
Come on.
ass. You know what? If you think that I'm this way
Can I?
after everything, yeah.
Sugar,
Okay.
please.
Yeah, I'm not participating this anymore because I'm not giving into this. I know it's the truth. I know what he told me, and he knows what he told me. This is why he would never look me in the eye to just say, I'm leaving you, because I don't give a fuck that he's left me. I wanted the respect because you're not listening.
Why
Then
don't
you're
you
not
go
listening,
work on
Deirdre.
husband
You're
number
not
5
listening.
in your life?
Deirdre,
Please.
where did you get this attitude? What the fuck happened to you?
Because
What has happened
I'm
to
making
you?
a point. Nothing has happened to me. What I'm trying to say is I'm making a point. My point
No,
is
you're not making a point because you're telling me things that are not true.
you are the only
You're
one
not.
that's manipulating. You are the only one that is
You know what?
manipulated.
Girls, please.
You're so wrong, Deirdre. You don't know.
We can put on
You live with this.
oil. It's okay,
You live
Rob.
with
It'll
this.
be okay.
You live with it.
What am I gonna live with? I didn't do anything. Oh, I lived with it. I ran you out of the hangout. I win, Rob. Have a nice day.
Yeah, I knew you'd run, you coward.
She's a coward. Coward.
Hey, what's that? What's that, Christopher?
Oh, she's just a coward according to you.
No, she is, because what we're presenting to her and what was coming up in the video was her own bad behaviours, where she actually persecuted Sugar. And what she's troubled by is she's starting to understand who this Mark dude is. Right? It's hard work working with the Truth Buster. And it persecutes people.
Well, wait a minute. Hold on, Rob. Wait a minute, Rob. You didn't even let Holy Spectacle talk. So be fair.
Well, no, I didn't.
I've been listening to Sugar. Wait a minute, hold on. I've been listening to Sugar for like the last hour, but I didn't get to hear nothing out of Spectacle's mouth.
Yeah, but you're not going to. You're not going to until we actually got into the video. You wouldn't. Because her position is one of denial. And why is she behaving?
Well, you know
like
that.
this?
I don't. But you know that, and I don't. I still wanted to hear from her.
Yeah, but you will not get to the critical point is when she sees a lie that she can't deny. She saw a couple.
All I'm saying is how it looks when you got two parties arguing, and you only let one party say something, and you don't let the other party talk. You know what I mean? It just looks suspicious. You gotta let the other party say something.
No, that's foolish. I've been in these bloody debates for long enough. I know that that's erroneous, because what happens?
So have I.
Yeah. So you'll know then, right, that if you feel obliged to give the other party their voice. That seems like the only fair thing to do. But the other party has a notional idea about reality that's completely false, and that's what I call the ego mind. And if that person holds that, when you give them the floor, they will spew out that position that they hold in mind. And and it'll go on and on and on, and you'll never be able to do anything about it. I prefer to actually try and hold the floor on evidence and just move through the evidence step by step by step. It's probably boring, but I guarantee it's far more effective and far more beneficial to the settling of disputes phase, if you like. Get me in the room with
Well, if
someone.
Mark had a relationship with her, and and they had like a certain amount of trust going on. As a matter of fact, Rob, let me present this to you, Rob. Okay. Somebody has an echo. I don't know who the heck that is. Somebody's got an echo. Right now they're putting a lot of her personal stuff on display, and they're picking on her and making fun of her. All right. How would Mark feel if if she started doing the same thing to them and started putting all of Mark's personal information on YouTube. You understand what I'm saying? I understand what you're saying. Mark is wrong for what he's doing. He's dead wrong for what he's doing. But at the same time, you know, when Spectacle came in here, she should have had an opportunity to say what she had to say.
No,
you know what I mean?
no,
Mark
no,
is guilty
no,
as
no.
far as I'm concerned.
No, mate, you'd never get a result. You wouldn't. So what you got is you got two
No,
sides of
but
the
you
story.
can't say that, though. You have to
Yes,
let
I
other people
can.
talk.
Yes, I fucking can, mate. Rob's house, Rob's rules, right? When you come in here to settle the dispute, or, you know, it's all about the truth, right? If you do what you say, you have one person basically
Wait a minute.
preaching.
Rob House, Rob Rules. Wait a minute.
Yeah, that's right. That's
Rob
right.
House, Rob Rules. I thought this
Yeah.
was Benny's channel.
Well, Benny and I are a team, aren't we, Benny? But what I was
the only reason I'm in here is because of Benny.
Yeah.
So I understand your house, your rules, but at the same time, no disrespect, but you should let somebody else talk if you're going to invite them into your room or your house or whatever.
Do you mind if I
It
explain?
looks suspicious.
Do you mind if I explain why I don't?
Sure, I would love to hear why you think only one side should talk and the other side shouldn't.
No, it's not a matter of that. Everyone gets a voice at the end of the day, but there's a very strict protocol. Right, in your model, you have two opposing people, let's say a theist and an atheist, and the theist will get up and they will spurt out their position. Then the atheist will get up and they'll spurt out their position. Right, so everyone's had a talk. And then they'll go butt heads on, you know, probably things that they can never reconcile. So that's your model. And it's not very successful in terms of getting any resolution at all. My model...
Yes, it is.
Well, that's
Yes,
true,
it
isn't it? What, have you got some conversion?
The things I do... Well, the things that I do, I get results on. I just don't broadcast it to everyone.
How do you measure it? You'd have to convert people, wouldn't you?
People are being converted.
Okay, so...
I'm just not talking about it with anybody.
Okay, so you know of, say, several cases where people, after experiencing your style of debate, have come across.
Not only that, I know for a fact that some atheists are becoming theists or Christians, and I know of some Christians coming on YouTube because they watched me for a long time and have said, you know what, this brother goes out there and does what he does, and I can do it too.
Because of you, G-Man.
G-Man, you misspoke.
I'm not saying it's because of me. I'm not saying that it's because of me.
G-Man, you know, the way I conducted the debate, I just spotted something in what you said, and I don't want to brush over it. Because what we were talking about is evidence. Yeah. What we were talking about the evidence for the effectiveness of your style of debate. And then you made a statement that people come across to Christianity because they see your videos. That's really not a debate.
Yeah, I can clarify. Well, here's the thing, though. I can clarify what I mean by that, though. It isn't because of me. God has a lot to do with it. The Holy Spirit has a lot to do with it. The Word of God has a lot to do with it. What I'm saying to you is that I know who the people are who used to be atheists that are now Christians. I believe because of the disgusting nature of the atheist community and how they attack their own people, I don't think it's wise for them to go public and say, hey, guess what, guys, I'm a Christian. You know what I mean? So that these guys can gang land them or whatever. You know what I mean? I keep this stuff secret. I don't talk about it. I understand that I'm in a war. I understand that I'm in a war, and I treat it like it's a war.
You shouldn't act like your life is a war. That's kind of unhealthy. Just
not my life. Not my life. What's going on here in G Plus is a war.
Don't get into a bitch fight. You know, you do that every day. Now, G-Man...
I don't get into girl fights, and I don't hear it.
G-Man, I'm going to explain my technique now. So my technique is this, that one side, doesn't matter who it is, right, gets to go first.
Okay, your life is a whore, G-Man.
Shut up. Learn to hold your tongue, Christopher. So see what Christopher's doing. It's actually inappropriate. It's his ego nature that he just wants to be nasty to you. People shouldn't behave that way, right? Now, G-Man, this is the approach. This is the approach that I'm talking about. So I get to go first, or the other party goes first, but each party is permitted to interrupt at the point that they see a flaw in the debate, right? At the very point. So the person doing a speech has to stop and let the person, well, they must stop and provide their evidence for their position. And then we absolutely do not move forward from that point until there's a happy resolution. Then we move on with the discussion. That way we're probably destroying the false position one step at a time. So in the case of the video that was being shown about Mark, what I would typically do is there would be points I would stop in the video and I would point out, or I'd want the truth about the story. Unfortunately, we don't have Mark with us, right? But if we did, then we would go through that process. I would explain the behaviours and when they're bloody lying, why they're lying, all that sort of stuff. Because we know how to spot that stuff and we know why they do it. And through the progression, what happens is that people get to appreciate the other person's point of view. In your model, it usually ends up, all right, you might get some conversions, but more often than not, here he comes, couldn't stay away. Now, I've still got the controls, mate. So this is Ask an Atheist, G-Man. Ask an Atheist, you've probably met him. I have very low respect for this individual's behaviours at the moment. So the human's still fine, but the behaviours are fucking appalling for a man of his age. Anyway, so yeah, so you stop at each point and you investigate it maturely, and then you progress on. But in your model, you get butting of heads, and then each party goes their way, and nothing is resolved. You may as well spend your time doing something else.
And that's where you're wrong. I get a lot of results on my channel. Let me ask you something, Rob. What are my goals and ambitions here on YouTube?
They're Christian. Well, actually, because I've read you pretty quickly, I find you to be a genuine person who holds his spirituality to be the truth, the true story. And so the reason that you come on here is to try and give that truth and that experience that you find dear in your life. So I don't think that you're the flaky sort of Christian. I think you're more of the one that connects the story, from the real roots, the real source, and you experience it in your life. And so you want to share that with other people. Am I wrong?
I would partially agree with you with what you just said.
Well,
there's more to it than that. That's the only reason I would say partially.
Well,
No. I agree with you. I agree with you, but there's more that needs to be said.
Well, what is it? Say it.
My goals and ambitions.
Say it. Hang on,
yeah,
G-Man.
I'm trying.
G-Man, say it. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I'm trying to. You need to mute because you got an echo, a really bad echo.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Yeah, put headphones on, please.
Yeah.
That's how you cancel out the echo.
I got headphones on. So
no, I was talking about like Rob because he has an echo. So.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, my ambitions is like this. I want to expose the lies that cause Christians to lose their faith in the last day. That's pretty much what I want to do. And if possible, win some souls for Christ. That is my main objective here on YouTube. I am a long-term. Let me finish. I am a long-term thinker. I am not a short-term thinker. Some people may think they got victories because they try to make a point like the same day that we're talking. Meanwhile, I'm using that same point a month from now to show the atheists why what they just said was stupid. You understand what I'm saying? And why it's wrong and it doesn't make any logical sense. So it may look like they got a victory. It may look like they did good. But when you look at it from a month from now, like for example, an atheist like what Mark Yanor is doing, he's making himself look like a jerk with what he's doing with sugar. I'll use that 2 months from now to show him and all the people that are associated with it, as far as how sugar is being treated, to show the atheist community how immoral they are.
And that still isn't going to make you any less of a jerk than any of the.
Okay, listen to me. You can think I'm a jerk. You can think I'm a jerk. You can think whatever you want.
Like,
As long as I'm changing the mind of the atheist.
Hang on. Wait a minute.
Is a baby.
G-Man. Christopher, please.
Hey, kitty boy.
Yeah, hang on. You're being a bit. You got to be a bigger man than that. Now, Christopher, you said. No, wait a minute. You said.
Oh, and also you still have an echo.
Okay, I understand, but I don't have headphones. You said.
Well, you should get headphones. It'd be like courteous because you're just.
Christopher, shut the fuck up. Now, pay attention for crying out loud. So, bad behaviours, mate. What I want you to do, you said that G-Man's a jerk. Now, I've spent, probably all of half an hour or an hour or something with G-Man, right? I don't think I've met him before, and I can absolutely promise you he's one of the better humans on the planet. Now, G-Man, that's the ego. I did that. I caused that to happen. But Christopher, now you have to justify why he's a jerk. You've got to explain why you said that. Come on. Why is G-Man a jerk? You've got to explain it. You can't make a globalized statement without your evidence. We want to just check that you're right. Come on, Christopher. You can do it. Now, his ego, he does the song and dance and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, he's too busy laughing. He doesn't have any evidence. That's the problem.
Well, I understand that, mate, but I want him to actually defend his position.
Oh, you're killing me. You're really killing me.
Why is he a jerk? What are the reasons?
It's kind of, screwed over people who have been nothing but nice and courteous with him. Like, for example, my friend Keefy's, and also positively godless. So,
what did he do? What were the actual things he did?
He said that Keefy's wanted to be an atheist when he wasn't. When Keefy's was. At least G-Man claims kicking him out of his hangout because G-Man was blocking people and being a belligerent asshole.
All right, hang on a minute. Let's ask G-Man. Is that true, G-Man?
Yeah, Christopher, Chris, kid.
Hang on, mate. Hang on, G-Man.
You have a. Well, let me answer him. Let me answer him.
Is it true?
No, it isn't. And let me.
Did you block people in that hangout?
Wait a minute. If I'm not going to be allowed to speak, I'm not going to bother wasting my time with you. Now,
did you block people in that hangout? Answer.
Well, Christopher, how old are you, Christopher? Are you 16?
I'm 21. Not
21.
16, but
wow. Well, if you're 21, that means you got a pretty good memory. Wait a minute, Rob. Hold on.
Well, you're destroying the direction of the bait. You've got to hold it on point.
Rob, 1 second, Rob. I'm talking to Christopher here for a second.
Can't get away from the truth.
Yeah. Christopher is smaller than mine. You have a tiny ego, G-Man.
Wait a minute. Christopher just made a claim.
You have a tiny ego.
Wait a minute. Christopher just made a claim. Christopher just made a claim. He said that I
Christopher, quiet, please.
Christopher, I got mind control, Chris. I don't know if you know that or not.
I don't care, buddy.
You're going to in a minute. You're going to in a minute. But listen, all right?
If you want.
So, Chris.
If you want. Go on.
Wait a minute, Chris.
Do it. I dare
you. Chris, stop it. It's G-Man's turn.
Yeah, Chris,
I don't care.
Chris, I was just asking a question.
Then we'll have to kick you out, dude. We'll have to kick you out.
Wait a minute, hold on. Wait a minute. Chris lost. I'm sorry, Chris lost.
Chris lost. I'm the winner. I'm G-Man.
So anyway, let me talk to you now, Rob, because I've been trying to talk
warrior for God.
I tried talking to him, and he doesn't want to talk, so he can talk to himself.
Penna Perry, what are you up to? Give it back
Yeah,
to
they're
Judy.
muting me. Nobody wants to hear the answer because they're scared. That's the
Oh,
atheist
okay.
community for you.
What's the answer, dude?
All right, the answer is this. I ignored Redline in the hangout that Keepies was doing because Redline said, and I quote, that he would rather watch paint dry than talk to me.
Yeah.
And I was in the same Google hangout with him. Okay. So I said, you would rather see paint dry? Fine, ignore. There ain't no point in having a conversation with the guy no more.
That's
so
okay.
There's another guy in there, positive.
Yeah.
Sorry, go
I was
ahead.
just going to say, okay, and I understand that response. It's a legitimate, rational, reasonable response to a behaviour that's questionable on the other side. So you can see if we keep going forward, we can actually sort of flush out what happened. And there was a chance that we might have been able to give Christopher new information that he didn't have before, because his blanket claim of jerk just simply doesn't fit. It doesn't fit with a person that cares about the welfare of others. It simply doesn't, Christopher.
He also
There's not a lot. There's not a lot. Hang on, Christopher. There's not a lot of people, right, on this planet that will actually.
He can hear you, Rob.
Yeah. There's not a lot of people on this planet that will actually step up and like walk. Well, as G-Man would say, walk in Jesus' shoes properly, or look out for their neighbour. They're not the majority, so it's not appropriate to call him a jerk for doing that. That is a higher standard than the norm, by far. Benny, what did we say about the unenlightened folks? Well, I think it was 98%. So we kind of figure that 98% of the people on the planet are unenlightened, and there's only a small portion that are truly. Oh, no, 98. Yeah, thank you, Benny. So So there's some work to be done to get people to a better.
You're full of shit. You're full of shit,
no,
Rob.
Yeah, Christopher's a troll. Christopher's just trolling right now.
Well, I am.
He's actually all right. He's actually all right. He's not as. He's just a young guy sort of thing, but he's not a bad young guy.
Yeah, and I'm also a good judge of character, and I know that, like, if you're going to say G-Man is this exemplary, not exemplary. You're saying that he is on the level of Jesus Christ himself. I have to laugh at that intensely because it's just.
Yo, Benny, you want me to bust a rhyme on this brat real quick, Benny? You want me to bust a rhyme on this brat real quick?
Oh, yeah, G-Man.
G-Man, your halo's slipping. Your halo's
Christopher, you are the weakest link,
You are the weakest link, G-Man. Goodbye. Come on, kiss me.
Hang on, G-Man. There you go. So he just wanted to get in
rid of troublemakers.
I didn't. Benny, I don't think
I kicked him out.
Oh, did you?
I kicked him out because he was wasting everybody's time in here. He was just trolling.
No. What you missed there, buddy, was there was an opportunity to give some wisdom to a young guy. Just some other things to think about, But you gotta.
No, you're right. I gave him some wisdom. I showed him the door. That's the wisdom I showed him.
No.
Behave or goodbye.
G-Man doesn't work that way.
It doesn't.
Every human being.
You and I have two different philosophies on how to handle people here on YouTube. I respect yours. Atheists do the same thing to us all the time.
I understand.
They did it to Sugar. You know what I mean? And me, I'm different. I'm not putting up with that nonsense. I'm not putting up with it for a second.
I'm like, you step up to the plate and all of the rest of it and hunt down the truth. So we're not that much different. And see, this is the thing, and this is where I think that the whole fabric of the discussion between theists and atheists falls down, because you basically take postures and butt heads. Whereas if you changed it up a bit, and because there's in the spiritual world, right, there is a reality that's experienced. Things like love are real. Things like jealousy, anger, hate, all of those things are very, very real. So if you kept the religious context out of discussion and just talked about what that religious thing taught you, so the wisdoms, etc., and made that the topic of discussion, well, because it's the reality of the human, you could not.
You can only do that when somebody's listening.
You could not.
You can only do that with people who are listening. You can only do that with people who are willing to listen. He wasn't willing to let no one get a thought out their mouth. So if he's not listening, there ain't no point in having a conversation.
That's the immaturity and the faulty thinking, and he's biased by. He's got an idea and he says that theists are right and Christians are wrong and all that sort of thing. So he's got some biases that colour his water. But when you talk about the real spiritual stuff, you know, the real love experience and all of those things, they are held in common, and there's no biases at that level because it's just.
Well, you know what, Rob? You're right, Rob. Rob, you know what, Rob? You were right. I should have asked him another question anyway. I wanted to know if he took the G-Man challenge anyway. The next time I see him, I got to ask him that. Did he take the G-Man challenge? Did he? Can he prove he's actually an atheist to begin with anyway? You know,
oh golly,
I'll ask him that.
That'll go nowhere. No, you're still missing. You're missing the point. Doesn't matter what religious hat or spirit hat you have. We all experience. Well, hopefully, we're all capable of experiencing love, and you describe it any way you like, but the reality is constantly exactly the same thing across the population. It just doesn't change. So if you can talk about that topic, about the experience level, then that's the common ground. That's where there cannot be any bias, or sorry, any error, but other than the person having a misunderstanding. So if you identify the experience and get agreement of that, or if you don't, you should be able to find a way to explain why the person's not getting the same experience that you've got. Do you understand?
Is that live life? Is that live life? No, I understand. I understand. Is that live life?
Well, I thought so. Yes, it's called Live Life.
No, but this is somebody specific. No, is that Live Life?
No, this is Jesus, brother. Jesus DiCaprio.
Oh, okay. How you doing, Jesus?
What's up, King? How you feeling?
I'm all right. Did you reject the Hebrew Israelite doctrine yet?
Oh, no, you know, I ain't rejecting the truth. You know that's the truth, King. I'm through with the truth.
All right. I was just checking.
Yeah,
just checking.
You feel?
Yo, did you see my video I did on with those guys in North Jesus? I got 14,000 views. So that was...
Yeah, I saw it. The funniest part about it is the thumbnail, though. The thumbnail's super funny, man.
I know they must hate my guts right now, man. You Israelites.
Yeah, man, I ain't like that too much, man. But you know,
yeah, I'm gonna go see them again, this Saturday. I'm gonna go see him again this Saturday.
But yeah, but you know, you know, we two whole different things. You know, I'm not a camp Israelite. I don't deal with camps and nothing like that. So it's a whole different policy over here. You get what I'm saying? That's why when I was talking to a lot of you Christian brothers and y'all was talking about that Esau is the white, or the white man is Esau, I was laughing like, oh man, these brothers coming at me with some camp doctrine. Like, wow, like, you know what I'm saying? But you know, that's how some of them rocking though.
Okay. All right, it was good talking to you again. We can debate sometime in the future, but ask an atheist. Ask an atheist.
I told you already. I told you already, G-Man, man. Don't worry about the debate. You know, you hit me up and told me you asked me if I wanted to still have a debate. You was gonna still give me the debate. This was about a month ago, I think. And I said, no, don't worry about no debating with me, man. I'm not even on it with you no more, man. You know what I'm saying? I'd rather tear these atheists ass up. Excuse my friend.
If I can say something to Bina Berry, because he put in the chat here, G-Man's taking over. Here's the thing about me, Benny. I'm not taking over. It's just, you know, my personality. How can I put this? If I got something I want to talk about, I'm just gonna do it. I'm not shy, so to speak. You know. Yeah, that's it. So, Benny, thank you for the invite. Benny, thank you for the invite, Benny. So I know you went. You know, kind of one of my hangouts, but I'm glad I came into yours. Yeah.
Yeah. G-Man, if you ever want to have a debate, I'll beat you anytime.
Beat me anytime? What exactly do you want to debate about?
Oh, I don't know. I've got a different take on Jesus. So I hold that he's a real person, and he's got a great philosophy, but I see him as a man, not a god.
Okay. If you want to debate on the historicity of Jesus, I ain't got no problem with that. Just let me know when.
Yeah. Well, anytime. All right, mate. Good to see you. Peace, love, and rock and roll.
All right. See you later.
See you later, alligator.
Good night, you guys.
Be a good Christian. No, not me, Benny. Not me. Benny, I thought what we might do is I'd like to go through that video now that we've got the bloody girls out of the room.
Let me ask you something before you do that, Rob.
Yeah,
Rob,
go ahead. Yeah.
you familiar with Psalms 82?
Psalms 82. No, I'm not. I can get it, or do you know it off by heart?
Well, yeah, I know about heart, but let me ask you something. I don't think it would be wise to debate G-Man on the authenticity of Christ being God or just a mere man if you don't really understand that Bible.
Oh, what? Me, you think? Oh, okay. I see what you were
You
doing.
get what
So
I'm
what you were
saying?
doing? Yeah. So what you're doing is basically that because I don't understand the Bible and not able to relate to that thing, you think I'm in danger of being defeated.
Yeah, I'll give you an example. Like, so I am a Hebrew Israelite, Benna. I wasn't. It's not that I was a Hebrew Israelite. I am. This I'll give you an example, Rob. Psalms 82 states, get it right there. Get it, so you'll know I ain't telling no lie. You know what I'm saying? And it states, God resides in the heavenly council of the gods. Amongst them, he gives judgment. Now, if you jump down to verse 6, it says, God said, ye are gods, and you are children of
Oh
the Most
yeah,
High.
okay, gotcha, mate. I gotcha.
And then when you swing to Matthew, Christ told the people they were gods when the Jews gathered around him to stone him. He said, "For many good works from my Father, I have stoned you."
Whoa.
Right?
I've got it. I understand your point. I sincerely I do. So what
Right,
you're basically saying that earlier sayings in the Bible can be correlated with Jesus to prove that he's God. Well, I have a totally
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. Sorry. What are you
I'm saying one can argue that Jesus is calling these people gods. So how could he himself be just mere man if he was a higher divinity than these people?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Understand.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. But it's the same premise. It's basically you're saying that the text is written sort of proves that Jesus is God.
Yeah, you got to know that text, brother.
Yeah. No. It's all good. I'll still have the debate with him if we ever get round to it. And I promise you this, I actually guarantee it. I'll beat him.
Well, you got to figure out how you gonna work around those scriptures right there.
Oh yeah. I can do it.
You a Christian?
No, not really, mate. I call myself a realist, but like my friend Benny here, we're kind of like Jesus, right? We're not Jesus, but we followed. Well, I followed Jesus's teachings, the real Jesus teachings, and Benny, I don't know how he got to the same place, but he got there, and so we're sort of like. Did you read the real Jesus stuff, Benny, or did you just find your own way? You
Well,
did.
what's the real Jesus teaching that you're referring to? Can I ask?
It's called the Gospel of Thomas, but I prefer to call it the Gospel of Jesus, written by Thomas. It was rejected by the church.
Oh, okay. Well, would Jesus kiss Mary and kiss Mary and one of the disciples was liked and laid on his bosom or some stuff like that?
No, nothing like that.
What the Book of Thomas talk about?
Well, it's a collection of 114 sayings, and as written, each of those sayings was said by Jesus, and it talks about the spiritual condition of humans, and it's 100% accurate. 100% accurate. Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
Did he in there? Does it talk about him having a beloved disciple amongst all of them?
No.
Okay. All right. So does it talks about does it talks about uh the salvation in the kingdom?
No.
Okay. Is this divinely inspired?
In a sense, yes, but I'd have to explain that in detail, so that would probably take too long for now.
Oh, okay, I understand what you're saying. So I'm gonna take that as a no, it's not Donnie, because that in a sense is either divinely inspired or not. Because if I go to if I go to the Torah, I mention the Torah, I mention the Gospels. Do you think the Gospels is divinely inspired?
No, not at all. Oh, sorry, I'll
Oh,
qualify that. There is content in there from Jesus, which is actually quite real. There's 61 sayings that the gospel writers stole from the Jesus collection. So it has a measure of it in there, but it's not at all. No, it's not about spirituality.
do the Torah talk about the Book of Thomas? Do it say something like
No, no.
okay, and nothing in the Gospels point to the Book of Thomas?
Correct, that's right. Nothing. None. Oh, they make one reference to doubting Thomas. That's it.
Oh, okay.
Mm.
All right. Well, that's interesting, my brother. That's interesting.
Well, it's a different take on it, but I promise you, at the end of the day, well, how do I put this? The spiritual reality for humans is the objective story. In other words, it applies to everyone, whether you're an atheist, a Christian, blah, blah, blah. That potential lies in place already for every person. So a person's just got to work out what the spiritual story is, and if it's a true spiritual story, it resolves in experiences, right? Love, caring, selfishness, all that sort of stuff relate to this story, and that it's all there, it's all there, and it applies to everyone. What's got to happen in the world is we've got to come to, take the labels off and get to the root of that story, and then, then we'll operate as truly a human family.
Okay. Is this when you talk about this Book of Thomas, is this the same Thomas that stuck his hands in the wounds of Christ?
Say again?
Is this the same Thomas that stuck his hands in the wounds of Christ?
Well, that's a fabrication, so that never happened.
Just you know what I'm saying? According to the story, is this the same Christ, Thomas though that's talked
Oh,
about
yeah, sorry, yeah, yes, it's the same person.
Okay, and you said that never happened, right?
Correct. Not
Okay.
the fingers in the wounds. No, that was a deliberate mistelling, because what they wanted to do, the writers, is they wanted to cast doubt over Thomas, because they knew that Thomas was probably as close to Jesus as anyone. So they wanted to cast doubt over him, and he was out of the territory. Or he was over in India, I think. So the writers wanted to cast doubt on his person in case he came back into the Jerusalem, Judea, or whatever, and told his side of the story. So it weakened his position. Yeah.
Okay, all right. So you don't believe Christ came to die for anybody, right?
No. I don't
That
even.
never happened.
I don't even like. Oh, sorry, no. What? Heaven?
I said, did that ever happen?
What? Sorry.
Christ dying on the cross. Did that ever happen?
No. He was killed. He was murdered, unquestionably. But I don't think that he died on the cross. That would be my call on that.
Okay. What about the Torah? What do you think of the Torah?
The Torah is a apparently a valid spiritual text. I've not read it, so I can't validate that. It's too long. I wouldn't want to, and I mean, I don't personally need to, because the spiritual journey for me is done. I've finished with the inquiry stage and all the rest of it. But I've heard from others that the Torah is spiritually valid, and I do know that in the Torah there was a passage about the Nazarites. And the Nazarites were like an elite religious, or I don't like using the religious term, but an elite spiritual group in the days of pre-Babylonian days. And I know that the Essenes that were down in Jerusalem, they actually practiced the Nazarite tradition, and hence we get the Nazareth story in the Gospels. So, that's the Torah. So, I think there must be something valid in the Torah. And the other thing is, Islam picked up the Torah and they rejected large parts of the Bible. So there's got to be something special about the Torah that's been held in common. And the Muslims also picked up what they call the Injil, which I think was the Gospel of Jesus recorded by Thomas.
Okay.
So, it sort of seems to fit.
What do you think about the Jews in Israel?
Okay, yes, I have a view on that. So what happened, you have to go back to the days of a guy called Cyrus the Great. So this is about 538 BC. And this guy came into Babylon and took over Babylon. And Babylon, prior to this event, was owned by the Babylonian Empire, and the Jews were owned by the Babylonians. So the Jews were basically slaves. And so Cyrus the Great comes along and he takes over, which means he acquires all of those people as slaves. So, so now you've got Persia, the Persian Empire, in control of all of the Jewish people. And I hold the view that the Persians wrote the book of Isaiah to spiritually take control of the of Judaism. So I'm saying that Judaism belongs to the Persian Empire from 538 BC until probably today. So it's not what it seems to be. And I've got evidence for that. Yeah.
Okay, what's some of the evidence you got for that?
Oh, golly, we'd be going.
We don't have to get into it right now, but can you give like one example? Or we can say that for another time, and I can just ask you this next question I was going to ask you. You can bring that out some other time when you got the evidence at hand. So, so the Jews that's in Israel, they had what happened after they went to the into the Babylonian captivity. The Persians came and conquered Babylon, and then what happened after that?
The Persians. So at that point, the Persian Empire owned Judaism, so it was one of its religions. So as we come forward in time, the Greeks come into the area with Alexander the Great, and then there's a little bit of a dust up, and he takes over. And now we're at the Book of Daniel, the story of the Book of Daniel, and the Book of Daniel talks about the events leading up to 160 BC when the Romans get involved, and then the Romans, I think, temporarily took over Judaism, right? Or they took over the people. So, but you still had the Babylonian Jews, so there's sort of a fracture. These two communities of Jews. So you have the Jerusalem Jews, and then you've got the Persian Jews that are living in Babylon, and that's the story coming through time.
Okay. Well, I heard you allude to Judaism being Persian or something like that.
Yeah.
Did you know that Judaism has nothing to do with the Torah?
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Absolute sense, because Torah was from the ancient tradition, so it was about you know, the spiritual story, trying to educate people about, you know, how things work spiritually. And then when we get into Babylon, it's taken over by the Persians. So that connection with that original effort by the ancient Jewish people and Samaritans and the like was sort of fractured. Persia takes over, and then the story's all changed now, right? So, yeah, that makes perfect sense to me.
And Judaism was nothing that was looked upon as a great light by the Most High. Judaism had Judaism. Judaism wasn't practiced by the Judaism wasn't practiced by the true worshipers, the true Israelites of God, when they were in their righteousness. Judaism started practicing what you had in Babylon is modern day Judaism today. But
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Like, so,
I agree with that. I agree with that statement.
cause I'm gonna tell you something like this. The reason a lot of people don't understand the scriptures, and you don't understand a lot of your understanding is often you don't deal with the Old Testament or the Tanakh, and you don't deal with the New Testament, is because you haven't learned it properly from the people. What I mean by that is this. I heard you over and over again refer to Jews being in Babylon. Jews. Instead, this shows me that you have you've been stigmatized somehow, and you can't see. Well, what I'm saying is this: like, there's 12 tribes. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
So
wait
when
a
we
minute.
talk,
Wait, dude. You mentioned 12 tribes, right? Did you know,
yeah.
and this is a fact, did you know that 10 of those tribes can't be accounted for historically?
Tell me how so. Shed some light on it for me.
Okay, well, what I'll do is I'll get the link to the article first so that you're able to have a look at it yourself. There's a thing called the battle. There's a thing called the Battle of Qatar, Katar, and it's in the Battle of Qatar that we actually get this scenario where you've got the Assyrians versus, I think it was 12 tribes from the Jewish tradition. So I think that's where the story was born from, where they cooked up this false story about the 12 tribes. So if you look up, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted you to. I was about to ask you to put that in the side for me, in the side.
Yeah, I will. Hey, dude, I'm sensing talking to you that you're actually quite a decent fellow. I just want to say to you, no matter what happens with spiritual stories, the underlying reality, the real true story, will always be the same. We'll never ever lose that. We'll never ever lose it. So, you know, if you just take that as a given, that would be a good thing, and that allows you to explore your religion, knowing that no matter what you learn, well, no, I'll put it this way, right? So in religions, there's two aspects. There's a political side, and then there's the real story about the spirituality, right? So both of those components are in place. So, you know, you can belong to a religion and still have the true story about what Jesus meant about spirituality. And that's a constant. We can't change it. That's the fabric of who we are as people. Hey, Benny, do you think that was cognitive dissonance?
Easily.
But I wanted to ask you if you knew that when you were saying that the 12 tribes and stuff like that, the people from the Jewish religion, the 12 tribes of the Jewish religion, Jewish wasn't never a religion for the 12 tribes, and that's what I was trying to get you to understand.
Oh yeah, no, I understand that. No, I accept that as true.
Yeah, I was trying to get you to understand that the word Jew comes from Judah, Jacob's fourth son, and he didn't have his own, he didn't have his own religion. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, I do, but I got a problem with that because that's where that story falls down when you look at this 10 lost tribes in the Battle of Qatar. You know, it doesn't seem there's some issues I got there, but
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, but again, remember, no matter what we do intellectually, the real stuff, like love and selfishness and all of that stuff, is a constant. It never goes away. Never, ever, ever, ever. No matter what hat you wear. So, what did you say, Phantom Prophet? Easily beat.
Okay. And this here is talking that the 10 lost tribes, the story from the Apocrypha about the 10 lost tribes is fabricated. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah, well, basically they can't find any evidence of these. So there's supposed to be 12 tribes, right? I don't think we can find any evidence of the.
That's why you need to read the Old Testament. Are you familiar that in the Old Testament they talk about the tribes being scattered all over the face of the earth?
Oh, no, I haven't read that.
Oh,
See,
yeah,
mate, when I work things out, when I get a reasonable, rational explanation, that's why I call myself a realist. Don't like the term atheist, because I hold Jesus was true, and I hold that very strongly, and I know his teachings are valid, but I just, I'm just sort of a realist.
Okay, that's what I understand what you're saying. Are you familiar with the split of the kingdom in Second Kings in the Book of Kings?
I know a little bit about Kings in terms of how it came to be. So,
what I'm saying is, in particular, about the split
no,
of the 12 tribes, about the Northern Kingdom and the Southern Kingdom.
Well, no, I don't. Well, see, the interesting thing about this Battle of Kaka, how do you spell it?
I really can't. I really suggest you, because to understand where the 12 tribe story came from, or the tribes, the 10 lost tribes, that's in the scriptures. That's not even, you can not only find that in the Apocrypha, you can find that in the Torah. Or in the Tanakh, should I say.
Yeah.
You can find that in the Tanakh. So in the Book of Kings, it talks about that. That's what I'm talking about. In the Books of Kings, it talk about the Northern Kingdom. Are you familiar with the Northern Kingdom and the Southern Kingdom? What people did the Northern Kingdom consist of versus the people in the Southern Kingdom?
Yeah, I do. I understand that. That's in the Book of Daniel, isn't it?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, it's in Kings. Do you know what tribes consisted of the Northern Kingdom and what tribes consisted of the Southern Kingdom?
No.
Do you understand that there was wars between the Southern Kingdom and the Northern Kingdom?
There was a thing called the Battle of Kaka. I'll put the link in the side chat. That's historically recognized battle between the Assyrians, the Assyrian Empire, and 12 communities of Jewish, 12 communities around the Levant or Levi area. So they all got together to try and fight the Assyrians. So I think, what I'm saying is, I think that a lot of the stories that are in the Book of Kings surround about that. But the interesting thing in Kings, it doesn't mention this Battle of Kaka. It seems to be ignorant of this particular major battle through the period of time. So there's a bit of a question mark on what's right. Is the Bible right, or is the history right?
No. I see what you're saying, but just because the Bible might not mention, and I'm not saying it doesn't, but just for instance, if the Bible doesn't mention it, then it doesn't mean that the Bible isn't true. Just like if I don't mention every detail of my walk to the store, don't mean I didn't walk to the store. You get what I'm saying? So, but I wanted to say to you that when you deal with when you see, my brother, if you when you dealing with this information like the Battle of the Battle of Karkar, when you dealing with these information like this, what you want to do is you want to have additional supporting information with this. Like, you get what I'm saying? And then
Oh yeah,
on
I do. I do.
on another thing, on another note, you want to understand the scriptures, King, because you don't want to come to these type of conclusions mistakenly. Because
Oh no
when
no.
I heard you, one second, you about to understand clearly what I'm saying. When you were
Okay.
saying you don't believe this, you don't believe that, and I was asking you, especially in reference to the lost 10 tribes that you was talking about. And I was
Yeah.
asking you, do you know that they will be scattered around the world? And I was
Yeah.
asking you in reference to the northern kingdom and southern kingdom. See, if you don't have no understanding of the splits, the northern kingdom, southern kingdom, then you don't understand where the 10 tribes, lost 10 tribes come from. That story comes from. That story doesn't come from the Stella you just gave me. You get what I'm saying? That's actual. What the Stella you just gave me doing is confirming an actual historic event. Just like that's why we have things called extra biblical sources. And what this Stella is an extra biblical source. You get what I'm saying? It confirms a people, a Israelite people. It confirms it, so it doesn't disclaim it. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't refute it. It confirms the biblical people, the Israelites. So what I'm saying to you is that when you look in the Book of Kings, you have wars between the Southern Kingdom and the Northern Kingdom, and this is archaeological proven, archaeologically proven, is historically proven, is accurate. History records this. You had wars between the Northern Kingdom, which consisted of the 9 tribes, and then you had the Southern Kingdom, which consisted of Benjamin, Judah, and Levi, predominantly Benjamin and Judah. Right now, the Southern Kingdom was called Judah. The Northern Kingdom was called Israel. This is why, if you read in the New Testament, I'm gonna give you an example. Paul was known as a Jew, right? But Paul was from the tribe of Benjamin. Paul wasn't a blood Jew. Paul was from the tribe of Benjamin, but he was known as a Jew. Why was he known as a Jew? Because Paul was part of the Southern Kingdom. And at that time, the Southern Kingdom was known as Judah before the collapse and before the dispersion eventually of the Southern Kingdom. Because the Northern Kingdom, which was called Israel, and the Southern Kingdom, which was called Judah, consisted of the whole 12 tribes. They would war with each other and split. But then when the other tribes in the Northern Kingdom, they got taken off in captivity by the Assyrians. And then later on, the Southern Kingdom, which was Judah, got overran, and pagan gods was set up in a place of art, temples to the Most High, and whatnot. So this is what happened. You have to understand that these peoples who was kicked out and left and pushed out. So when you debate the Bible, you have to have an understanding of his history. You have to have to have an understanding of geography, and you have to have an understanding of biblical narrative, and you have to have an understanding of biblical events and biblical people. You get what I'm saying? I'm gonna tell you.
I
I'm
do.
gonna give you an example. I'm gonna give you an example. Everybody
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. I understand your point
you get what I'm
perfectly.
saying? In the
Yeah.
scriptures, and it's one more thing. It is not an example. It's just another thing to make it a little more clear. In the scriptures, it's known as 18 nations. God made 18 nations on the planet Earth. He gave everybody names. Now, why is it today that none of the nations on Earth today are called by their biblical names? Who are the Hittites? Who are the Canaanites? Who are the Amorites? Who are the Edomites? Who are the Moabites? Who are the Jebusites? You get what I'm saying? Who are these people on the earth today? And if you don't have an understanding of history, of biblical narration, if you're not biblically literate, you won't understand this. If you don't have an understanding of migration periods, patterns, you won't understand this. You get what I'm saying? You have to have a firm understanding of this stuff, and then all the dots will connect
Well,
for you.
no. I disagree. I disagree. I used to think that way, that you had to have an answer for everything, but
No,
now
not an answer for everything. No. You mixing up the thought process, King. You don't have to have an answer for everything. You have to have an understanding into what it is that you're refuting or
no,
debating. You
no,
get what I'm saying? So
no.
this is what I'm
I hear
saying.
what you're
I
saying, but
can't
no,
debate. What I'm saying is this, King. I can't debate the Chinese language if I don't know anything about Chinese. I can't go in a court of law and defend anybody if I don't know anything about law. I can't perform heart surgery if I haven't went through the proper training to perform this heart surgery. I cannot just open a biochemistry book and get to learning about short tandem repeats and single nucleotide polymorphosis without having a firm understanding of what RNA is and DNA,
Yeah.
TNA.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? I have to have an
understand your point.
understanding of it.
It's
And
okay,
what
mate.
you're, yeah,
Mate,
yeah.
whoa. I
You all right?
understand. I understand your point. I absolutely understand it.
Do you
But
disagree with that point?
yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Oh, how so, King?
Well, I wrote a book called "What Is This Thing Called God?" So that was all my research. And what I realised when I went through the process of trying to work out certain inconsistencies in the biblical position was that all I needed to do was find one single error within the text, because it's got to be God's word, so therefore it must be perfect. So that meant I didn't have to work as hard as I thought, or hard as I did, because I worked quite hard to get through the whole material that I needed to get through. But I realised that I really didn't have to do that. All I needed to do was find the error points. A couple was enough. And what I found is some good ones is the Book of Daniel. I can, account for that quite accurately, and its error points. And I have scholarly backing in that argument. And then the other one was, what was that? So, the Book of Revelation, so I can explain why that's an issue. And I've actually got a few, which call the thing. But see, the thing is, when you deal with things at that level, so you find the error, right? That's good enough. But once you find the error, so if the error says that there's not a creator person, God or whatever, then you've got to be able to explain specifically why that's the case. A, how did it happen? So in other words, if there's no creator God, then men have been writing these books. And if men have been writing these books, well, why did they write these books? What's their motive? And does it make sense to, what I learned from Jesus, right, which was this authentic spirituality. So when you do that, and it works consistently, time and time and time again, then you know without a shadow of doubt that the teachings in the books are suspect. But remember, part political, part spiritual. So I've got an explanation for most of the biblical stuff from the book of Isaiah, and the book of Kings, book of Isaiah, right through to the New Testament, that I'm happy with. And on top of that, I've got the Jesus teachings, the real ones, not the ones made up later, but the absolutely real ones. I've got that as well as evidence that I know precisely what it's all about, Alfie. So I don't know that you need to know everything, because, see, that was the other thing that I realised when I was writing the book. I thought, Jesus, if I'm going to get through and validate all this material, right, every single word of it, and I looked at the church fathers and, a whole bunch of stuff, if I'm going to get through all this material, I'll be here for 10 lifetimes. It just would take forever. So I rationalised that if I could find touch points and explain those, and I can consistently apply that model through time and history, then I would find the answer, and I did. I did indeed.
Well, can you, I heard you reference to, like a couple points you found within Daniel and Isaiah. Can you give me an example of one of those errors?
Yeah. I won't get into the detail now. We could probably pick that up, but I'll give you the overview, right? And I'll give you a link. And again, remember, there is a truly accurate and wonderful spiritual reality when people, you know, get rid of beliefs and they just come to know themselves authentically. So now, where are we? What am I doing?
You was about to give me a example of like in Daniel of era that you found.
Yeah.
You said you compiled all the way.
Well, it's not only me, mate. It's this is the position in academic circles as well. So this is a video that runs, I think, about an hour or so, and it's a professor of history of Introduction to the New Testament History and Literature, so from Yale University. But here's the summary. What happened with the book of Daniel? Now, prophecy isn't a real thing. It just isn't. So if it's not a real thing, how is it that we get matches to history in the books and it seems like a real thing? Well, in the book of Daniel, we can find our first example. If you read the book of Daniel, every prophecy is completed up to, but not beyond 160 BC. So it just finishes there. It doesn't go any further. And the video explains that position, 160 BC. Now,
Can you give me an example of a prophecy that didn't, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what you talking about?
Yeah. Okay, all right, Benny. Oh, okay. 5 minutes. So we'll have to wrap this up, mate. We'll have to pick it up for another day. So, right, what they did, the cheating priests, the Pharisees, in the book of Daniel. So you had these prophecies were about events up to 160, but it actually turns out that they wrote the book of Daniel after the prophecies. That's why they were able to predict, and then they made up a story and backdated it to the days of Babylon, 538 BC, and a guy called Daniel, and he's allegedly this prophet, but it's not a prophecy at all. What happened was those events that happened up to 160 BC, they just made them into a prophecy. So they are
Okay,
real events that occur.
I will understand what you're saying, but I was just asking if you can give me an example of one of these prophecies. I know the overview of it, but an example of one of these prophecies. Say, instant, like, take prophecy, verse such and such, chapter such and such, this prophecy.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? For example.
Yeah, I do. Actually, if I get it from, I'll do this. We just have to wrap it up because our time's just about up. So
we can talk about it off the air, my brother.
Oh, yeah, but I'm getting tired. It's been a long day. Battling evil. We've had a long day battling evil. Oh,
okay,
actually,
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking.
Well, you don't have to go on. We can go into that another time, like you said, my brother. We can go into that another time, like you said.
Yeah.
But
See,
I wanted to ask you, right?
Yeah.
Are you under the impression that the people in Israel today are the biblical Hebrews and the biblical Israelites?
Persian Jews is what I call them.
Do you know? All right. Do you know who they are biblically? Their biblical nationality.
Yeah.
So
let's park it, mate. Let's park it because we'll get into another topic. There was something that I wanted to do before we actually split. Benny, and thanks for doing that. So sorry.
So what you're 1 second before we go into that video. So what you're saying is you're not going to answer my question because it's going to go into another topic. It's not another topic. It was the same topic. I was just asking you biblically, who are they? That's a 5-second answer.
Realistically, they're Persian Jews.
Do you know the beat Persians of antiquity were Negroes, black Africans?
What's that, mate?
I said, do you know the Persians of antiquity were black Africans?
Yeah, well, I actually think Jesus was a black African. So.
Yeah. So how could these people be Persians?
Oh,
if
I
the
see what you're
Persians were
saying.
black
I see what you're
Africans.
saying. Oh, yeah, but no, when I say that, right, remember the Hebrew. Oh, yeah, okay. So the biblical Hebrew context is still valid, but they are owned body and soul by the Persian Empire. So that still leaves the black African context in place. Yeah.
No,
And
but
leaves the Canaanite.
That's what I was telling you earlier. The Hebrew scrolls has nothing to do with Persia at all. Not influenced by Persia. See, I think what's happening is you seeing the people of today
hang on,
and
dude,
linking
hang
them
on,
to the
dude,
people
hang
of
on, dude.
antiquity, and that might be a mistake, King.
Hang on, mate. Oh no, Benny, can we do it quickly now?
Come on, get the video in, brother.
Come on, mate. What's that? NA? No way. Nah. Oh nah. Oh Benny,
What?
come on. Why? Why can't we? Okay, we'll do it tomorrow. But you see, it's any. Hey, how many viewers?